stopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember,
yeah, that's my boy.
Chrono anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. Optic blast!
Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat. You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Frank Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
everyone, I'm Nick or Vaudable, and I'm here to bring you through all you need to know about Stage 1 for Ignite 2026. The preseason started out with a bang. We had some great champions that we crowned across the regions. Team Liquid Citadel in Americas, Navi or Nadas Vencir in EMEA. We also had Reject in Pacific for Asia. Over in the OCE side of things, we had Genji take the win there in a pretty dominant performance. And in China, we actually had an upset. OUG didn't get the victory. It was Iconics who were the ones who came out on top. But now let's shift gears. Let's talk about Stage 1. That's what you are all interested to learn more about. And let's get into the schedule first and foremost. Looking at our match calendar here for Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1. The group stages will take place on May 21st to June 7th. And then the second phase of the competition will be the playoffs from June 25th to July 5th. You might be wondering, why is this happening? Well, if we look at this map rotation graphic, it tells you all you need to know. Lower Manhattan's getting added to the map pool, but also we will have Season 8 be the patch that the group stages are played on, and Season 8.5 is going to be the one that the playoffs will be played on. So you'll have Devil Dinosaur chomping up the competition in the group stages, and Cyclops blasting people away in the playoffs. It's going to be a great one. Now let's talk about format and seeding. Seeding was already determined from placements in pre-season, and if you're watching this video, you probably already know exactly where those teams have meted out in their specific groups. Starting with the Americas Stage 1 format, you can see it as the exact same as it was for preseason. 2 groups of 6 teams will play through a round-robin style bracket, which means they play each other once, and the top 4 teams from each of those groups will move on to the playoffs. During the playoffs, this will all be best-of-5 matches, and that'll be starting from July 2nd to the 4th. And the finals, of course, will be the 5th with a best-of-7. The exact same is going to be happening for EMEA Stage 1. Will be a round-robin best-of-3 group stage with 2 groups of 6. The top 4 from each of those moving on into the playoffs, where they'll be playing a best-of-5 double elimination bracket with a best-of-7 final. Now, to talk a little bit about the Pacific format, I brought in an expert from the region. Liger, take it away.
Thank you, Vaudable. How's it going, everybody? It's Liger here. I'm here to tell you the structure for Ignite Pacific. Now, we're going to start off with OCE, okay? We've got a group stage double elimination running from the 21st to the 24th of May. Then, Asia will be taking place with a group stage of their own, but round-robin format from the 29th of May to the 7th of June. Now, how's this going to work is we're going to get the top 2 from OCE and then the top 6 from Asia going into a combined, that's right, it's merging everybody into a Pacific playoff.
These teams are competing for a lot, not just spots in mid-season final, but it's also prizing $650,000 in total is up for grabs, and it is split $200,000 each for EMEA and Americas, $120,000 for Pacific, and $100,000 for China. Now, Stage 1 serves as the only qualification path into the mid-season finals. Now, you might be wondering how many teams from each region make it in. It's 3 from Americas, 3 from EMEA, 2 from Pacific, which can either be both OCE teams, an OCEAN and Asia team, or 2 Asia teams, depending on how their playoffs go, and 2 teams from China for a 10-team total bracket. With limited spots available, this means every single series carries direct implications for the mid-season final qualifications. Now, here's one thing to note that if you saw some of the patches that were posted on social media, you might be questioning, where are the drops? What are the drops? What can we expect for that when we're tuning in to the action? Well, I'm here to tell you at least a little bit and give you a preview of some of those. It's time to talk about the Stage 1 Twitch drops. So if you remember way back when that Sentinels and NRG Shock were playing against each other in the playoffs on Symbiotic Surface, and Crimzo opened up a portal, Dongman jumped in, and he got kidnapped by Stinkers on NRG. Well, that entire moment is immortalized in a spray by one of the lovely community artists out there, and you can get that just for watching Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1 during the group stages for just 4 hours total. That's just like a couple matches. Could be 2 best-of-3s that go the distance. Maybe just watch a game throughout each day, and you'll easily be able to get that spray alongside 100 chrono tokens, the Galactic Lair Mood, and the Wolverine Will of Galacta nameplate. This is, of course, alongside the current Rogue drops that are going to be running in tandem for Season 8. And that's the big thing to note. These end before Season 8.5, before the playoffs, which means in the rest of Stage 1, there will be more drops to stay tuned for. So definitely keep an eye out for those, as you do not want to miss them and keep up with the action.
But Vaudable, who should I root for?
I've been asked to power rank teams, give my analysis about, who to predict to potentially get those 3 spots from EMEA and Americas, the 2 from Pacific and 2 from China. I'm not going to make it easy on you guys. There's other content for that later on. But I do have some experts to tell you who they are personally rooting for to win Stage 1 in their respective regions. So let's hear from a good old friend here in Americas.
Hey everybody, my name is Shibby. I'm a Marvel Rivals caster and content creator, and my good friend Vaudable has asked me who I am cheering for in Stage 1. So for Americas, I am a YWL Glazer. I love the way Jitward and the gang play Marvel Rivals. They don't follow the conventional rules, and a lot of their roles are very fluid, which just makes them very exciting to watch. And for EMEA, I am the OG Na'Vi Glazer, so I'm very happy that they won in the preseason, and I anticipate that they are going to carry that momentum going into Stage 1.
Well, Shibby, you might not want to speak too soon on that one. I have someone else who has some other opinions on who should probably win EMEA.
What's up, guys? It's me, Boring Nation, and for Season 1 of Ignite, I am rooting for Team Virtus Pro, even though they might have been absolutely obliterated last time. That was a fluke. It was bad luck from me, and this time they got locked in.
I don't know. I'm starting to think these predictions are very bold, saying that Virtus Pro will lock in. We need some more grounding here from another pro or coach in the scene in EMEA.
I am Line Pro Coach for Team Heretics, which is your new favorite Marvel Rivals team that you should be rooting for, not only because during this preseason we finished top 2 in EMEA, only losing to Na'Vi, which was a world finalist, but also because we have the best bundle in the game, which is the only one that you can have to be playing for the vibes.
Okay, a top 2 finalist we saw during the preseason. Not too bad of a reason to vote for them. The vibes are really good at Heretics. I get that. Let's talk about Americas a little bit more here and actually hear from one of the players that have a little bit more insight onto why you should root for their team.
Hey, this is Smart Chief. I play for Team Liquid Citadel, and you should root for us because, as you saw in preseason, every other team is just clueless about what they want to do, and you'll just be miserable if you don't.
Okay, that's a low blow, Spark Chief. I think he's talking about our predictions. I think no one got it perfect for Americas. I got really lucky with OCE 100%, All-Seeing Oracle, Ignite 2026. Thank you very much. Speaking of OCE, we do have a pro from that scene who does have some words for you.
Hey, I'm Skittles. I play strategist for Genji Esports. If you want to watch a creative team that throws the meta out the window every season and has fun while doing it, make sure to show us your support in Pacific Stage 1 Asia. You can also rep our bundle in gear. You get a pretty cool Deadpool skin, so thank you to those that have bought it so far. But yeah, thank you guys as always. We won't let you down. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Skittles, for giving us your opinions, and we'll definitely be picking up that bundle. I already have, but I recommend, picking up any of the partner bundles that are available for the teams that you're rooting for. But we do have one final guest here who does have some opinions, and it's not my cat. We'll hear from them about their team that they think is going to win Stage 1.
Yo, surprise! You're probably blinded right now, and if you can't tell from the hairline, or lack of hairline, I am J3. And I am rooting for Swamp Gaming since I, live in Florida and I live in the swamp. And I think you guys should be cheering them on too because they are going to be winning Stage 1.
Okay, we got some insight from the community members. Thank you all for being a part of this video. But the big things that you need to know for each region. Number 1 for Americas is Team Liquid Citadel right after Swamp Gaming. And then it's just a graveyard after that. It could be YWL, it could be Sentinels, it could be 100 Thieves, it could be Energy Shock, could be anyone in Americas right after those two. So those are your safe bets for people to make it into the mid-season finals. It's a toss-up from there on out. In EMEA, it's a little bit more kind of top-heavy, you could say as well. You do have Na'Vi, who did really well for themselves. Were the first team to beat Virtus Pro in a number of months in an entire series, and actually since we saw way back when during Stage 1, and now we got to see it happen again here in the preseason. Then Rad beat them as well. So I think they're going to have a bit of a comeback. I think it's going to be Na'Vi, then VP, then probably Heretics, and then Rad and Shikigami somewhere in there. Pulsar has some potential based on the players that they picked up. I'll let you take a look at their roster and see what your thoughts are there as well. Other side of things, in Pacific specifically, there's the 2 favorites, right? It's Genji, it's Reject. Those are the 2 teams that should make the midseason finals. Everyone else is kind of a toss-up. You could have Z10, you could have Chiefs, you could have some unknown rosters that get brought in here as well throughout the offseason into the fold. So we don't really know who else is going to be contending with those top 2 teams. On the other side of things, for China, it's been more parity than ever, right? OUG fell earlier on. We saw Conix get the victory. Fiat Lux doing really well for themselves. Those are the big 3, and they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to see who comes out on top and makes it to those midseason finals. So if you have 3 in your mind, those would be the 3 to look at. Wouldn't be too surprised if OUG bounces back. Iconics maybe falls down a little bit. And we saw some big pickups in the offseason for Fiat Lux, so I could see them actually making it. But that's everything you need to know for Stage 1 of Ignite. Go enjoy the matches, and we'll see you later.
Well, last night we sent home the first 2 teams of Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1. 6 teams still remain standing here in the OCE region, but tonight that number will drop to 4 as we bear witness to 2 more elimination matches. 2 invites to the Pacific playoffs are still on the line here for these Oceania teams, and we're going to find out who goes on and who goes home. Hello, Rivals, and welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1 here in the Oceania region. So glad you could join us. My name is Diatonic, and I'm joined by the dynamic caster duo of the legendary CB, and not just any Dan, but that one Dan. Now, guys, believe it or not, we are halfway through the OCE group stage as of tonight. Just 2 more days of action left in the tank. Dan, I'll start with you. How are you feeling about the OCE bracket overall so far?
So far, it's been what or at least me personally, what I expected, right? The bracket is still intact for me. Yeah, I'm sorry. I gotta be like Vaudeville a little bit, right? I mean, I'm still not there because you never know. Something could happen, and a huge upset still in the making, possible in this entire tournament. But for now, it's intact. But so far, we've seen so much action. So much of that meta is starting to evolve here in Season 8.0. A lot of teams have been a little bit debating whether they should prioritize the Devil Dino or the Black Cat. We saw a little bit of that flip-flop as well, seeing which teams are able to utilize that hero well, which heroes can utilize this hero well. And that adaptability is really what's going to come down to as we get further and further here in the bracket.
I can't lie. Like I normally when we come on here, you're like, how do you guys feel about the bracket? You know, we're always like, oh, I'm so excited to be here. It's gonna be a bang. I can't lie. I'm a little melancholy today because we're even kicking off the night by sending away one of our fan favorites, at least one of my favorites, in either Kanga or JFT, and that's already kind of sad. Like, they're not gonna be with us tomorrow. Like, come on. Like, I want everybody to be able to win down here in OC, because so many of these teams have become so near and dear to my heart, especially after the stories we saw in preseason and some of the stories that we're seeing develop now. Some of those stories, unfortunately, for Stage 1 are gonna have to come to an end tonight, and that breaks my little heart.
Yeah, definitely feels like rapid fire elims here, and we will give you a preview of what's in store for tonight. But first, what's in store for you in Marvel Rivals? The newest content, skins, and of course, heroes. One of the brand new ones you see on screen, and gonna be seeing a lot of him in action tonight. From the prehistoric past to the front lines of Manhattan, ripped across dimensions and escaped from the Collector's Gallery, Devil Dinosaur has arrived to protect the innocent. With the perfect balance of Moon Girl's brains and his own raw brawn, this dino-rific hero is ready to stomp through Alchemax HQ to save his BFF. Don't let the name scare you. This gentle giant is a true powerhouse, armed with razor-sharp fangs and a force field shield. Brains, brawn, and a thunderous roar, the prehistoric hero is here.
Yeah, but he is not all that is here. We've also got a fair bit of drip coming your way. ESU's newest prodigy is here. Penny Parker, officially a college student. I'm so hyped right now. Just your super average, completely normal ESU freshman, assuming nobody sneaks a peek into her top secret garage project. Step into the shoes of Empire State University's most talented exchange student with Penny Parker, the freshman costume, debuting in Marvel Rivals Season 8. It's available right now. Go in, log in, and get it. Keep the stream open. Make sure you're farming up for those drops we'll talk about later. And don't let her average look fool you. Gear up and pilot your way to victory with the newest Spider armor. And if you're afraid of missing out on some of these drops, well, behold the man with no fear. Matt doesn't hear the curses, he only hears the name Daredevil, Daredevil, Daredevil. Embrace the shadows with Daredevil's shadowed start costume, inspired by his iconic appearance in Daredevil The Man Without Fear issue number 4. Go participate in that Devil's debut event, start popping some balloons, chucking those stars in there, hoping that you can get this legendary look. And if you get that on the first try, you get all of the prizes at once. Otherwise, well, you know what, maybe you probably should have had a rabbit's foot or something, because you'll be like me last time around with the Made Deadpool thing, where you got to use every single one, blow your entire bank just to try and get this skin. But this one, I think, is worth it. Don't let fear blind you as you begin your shadowed start. But you know what is blinding to me? The beauty of some of these skins. Ultron looking dripped out, the Sonic Trailblazer, Luna Snow, one of her best skins, the streets are saying. And of course, oh goddess, my goddess, Hela, the Savage Monarch over there, looking so fine. Unleash your savagery. The Savage Land awakens, challenging every rival to prove their worth. Will you master your instincts or become the prey? Join the fray and begin the Savage Adventures. Complete event missions, earn XP, exchange them for these exclusive rewards among several others, and make sure that you track down the rarest treasures before the event concludes. It's live right now in-game. Again, you can go in right now, and if you purchase the event pack, you get that Ultron skin completely for free. You pay it for the premium version, you also get that Luna skin, and then you can work your way, you get the Savage Monarch skin, and then you get to work your way towards the Luna skin. And I think that one is every bit worth working to try and earn that one, much like survival isn't a right, it's earned.
I mean, I'm grinding the event pass right now, getting towards that Luna skin right now, but something else you could grind for is those brand new Twitch drops, which are active here for Ignite Stage 1, not just us for this one, but also for participating Marvel Rivals streamers. You got nameplates, you got sprays, you got emotes, and if you watch for 4 hours, you too will get your hands on the Will of Galacta Rogue costume. But why stop there? We got even more drops coming at your way. You've got Ignite specific drops coming here as well. You got Chrono tokens, you've got moods, you've got another nameplate coming your way as well. So you could essentially just load into lobbies completely dripped out, but also get access to a special little spray from a funny little moment that happened all the way back in preseason Americas between Sentinels and Energy Shock, where Dongmin jumps through Crimson's portal and then gets kidnapped by Stinkers. And you too will get that special little moment thanks to one of our community artists here in the Marvel Rivals community. And if you're able to watch long enough, you too will get it. And keep in mind, it's not just us here in OCE. You've also got Americas and EMEA as well. So you have a bunch of chances to get your hands on that spray.
Can I tell you something funny, Dan? Literally, as you were doing that ad read, I looked over to the window and I got the drop for the spray. So I can clock out. Like, I don't need to be here. I got all my drops. Like, I'm good.
I'll just solo cast here from now on.
I was about to say, I'm checking out for the night. I got mine during the loading screen here while we were prepping in the green room. So, I'm out, guys. Clocking out for the day piece. But no, seriously, yeah, of course, all regions now firing on all cylinders here. America and EMEA as well in action here. So, getting a better picture of what that Season 8 meta is starting to look like. Of course, guys, we're only a couple of days into that. But, CB, I'll start with you. Do you feel like you got any early takeaways from this new meta here?
Well, I think coming into this, like, the early takeaway was going to be, like, Devil Dino was the truth. Like, he was what all things were going to be revolving around. But it seems like as we start to progress, it's becoming less and less true by the day. It's actually the Black Cat that is making the difference for a lot of these teams. And if you don't have a strong Black Cat player, you better have a really strong plan B.
Yeah, I was going to say, it does feel like it's kind of Team Black Cat versus Team Devil Dinosaur, and I talked a little bit about it last night. It feels like heart versus mind, but my heart is always with Devil Dinosaur for sure. But as we talked about, we are halfway through the Oceania group stage here. 2 more days of this double elimination bracket to decide the top 2 teams in the region that will be advancing to those Pacific playoffs. And Dan, I think all of us have kind of discussed, we've been dreaming a lot of dream matches potentially in store when Oceania and Asia finally collide there at the end of June.
I mean, right now, the big question is which 2 OCE teams are going to make it through. It's for sure going to be Gen G taking that top spot. But the big question is, who is taking that second one? But in order to get to that spot, you're gonna have to navigate this ban draft very, very well. We've seen different adaptations, not just here in OCE, but also in other regions like Americas and EMEA, where some teams experimented with not banning the Gambit first. Which,
and those teams need to have their hands smacked away from the keyboards and never cook again.
Exactly, because every time that happened, they lost. 0% win rate. I think it only happened 8 times throughout the entirety of day 1 of EMEA and Americas combined. But still, ban draft has to be perfect from start to finish, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, that draft phase often ends up being make or break for a lot of these teams, and some of them broke in earlier today as they got their own Stage 1 campaigns underway. Of course, couple of updates to the map pool here heading into Stage 1. Lower Manhattan now on the table and available for these teams, but I don't think we've seen anybody pick it yet. CB, it feels like there's a lot of maps that we haven't actually seen yet. It seems like everyone's going for the most comfortable picks, even from the preseason.
Well, we haven't really gotten any map 5 bangers yet. You know, we've gotten a couple of 4-map series, and, you know, usually you get to see, like, one of each, and then you do a back to domination for map number 4, clean it up there, because, you know, most of the time teams don't want to try and risk going to another map off of a draw or go to some place kind of uncomfortable where they haven't practiced, like a Lower Manhattan, and you know, it gets kind of tricky. And with 6 different convergence maps, I don't think you're going to see all of them. A lot of comfort picks coming out, a lot of long-time staples, your Museum of Contemplations, your Central Parks. If we're feeling really saucy, maybe in a Rocco or a Midtown here and there, but, you know, Spider Islands, Lower Manhattan, I think even Heart of Heaven is all, like, they've all escaped through, and thankfully Symbiotic Surface has also not been on my screen. I'm still traumatized.
Don't tell Reject that. Don't tell Reject that.
They fixed it, all right? Reject managed to win on Symbiotic Surface. I can't give them guff for that anymore, but I still have trauma from it, so it's like a me issue between me and my therapist, and so yeah, like, we'll deal with that in post.
Yeah, no doubt we'll see something similar at some point here, as it seems like all teams have some kind of kryptonite when it comes to that map pool. But taking a look where we stand right now, there are 6 teams still alive here in the Oceania group stage. We're going to be starting off with 2 elimination matches coming out of the lower bracket, and like we've already talked about, very surprising to say goodbye to some of these teams so early on here, but it's between JFT and Kanga and Vulcan Red and Fury. Then, of course, later on tonight, the rest of our friends here in the Pacific region going to take over the desk and bring you the next chapter in this budding rivalry between Gen G and the Chiefs. And you know, it's a couple steps ahead, but I'm curious, are we maybe going to see the Chiefs bringing the secret sauce, the secret ingredient to try and take down Gen G, or are they just going to stamp their passport right onto the grand finals?
Hey, I mean, Chiefs were the only team to, at the very least, make Gen G bleed a little bit, right? They beat Gen G twice on 2 maps, but that's the only thing that Gen G have in their way, right? Do the Chiefs have enough to get themselves over the line to try to overtake what is the de facto best team in OCE at the current moment in the likes of Gen G? And that third best of 5 series is what everyone is hoping for. We saw the banger happen back in preseason twice when Gen G and the Chiefs went against each other both times, but now we're seeing that part 3 coming right at you later down the line.
As confident as the Chiefs are, you almost like it's an unenviable position, because on the one hand, they're trying to be the ones to usurp the Kings. They're trying to overtake Gen G, but on the other, the gap between themselves and the rest of the playing field seems to be narrowing by the day, and they have to make sure that they keep ahead of the pack while also trying to focus on the task in front of them. So a real Sophie's choice there going on for the Chiefs, and we'll get to that when we come to it, because we've got a couple of other Giga Banger mashups that we're gonna have to go through before we even get to see what happens with that one in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I was going to say, while those two battling it out up there in that red ocean of the upper bracket, plenty of action down here in the lower bracket. And as you saw in the schedule, we are kicking it off with a rematch of the preseason. In case you missed it, there was a 3-way tie between a couple of the teams involved in this first matchup. It is JFT taking on Kanga Esports. We got to see JFT in action last night. CB, you and I had the call with them, and JFT looking maybe cleaner than we have ever seen them before. Definitely making themselves out to be a threat here to Kanga.
And that guy right there on the Bucky, hasn't been on the Bucky. Joji has been the talk of the town, you know, the entire talk of the region. Black Cat, we talked about how strong she is in the current landscape and how now that we've kind of gotten our eyes on Americas and EMEA, especially in EMEA, Black Cat seems to be the queen of the meta right now. If you have a good Black Cat, you are going to be paid off dividends, and Joji has potentially one of the best Black Cats in the region. So JFT have been leaning on that quite heavily. You're going to want to keep your eyes on this guy right now because he is going to be leading the charge for this squad.
Yeah, I mean, stacked here from top to bottom. Big threats. Wosh as well, you saw on the Captain America. Played quite a bit of him in last night's matchup, but their opponents tonight are going to be a name very familiar to Oceania fans out there. Kanga Esports back in action. And again, threats from left to right here, Dan, I think, on the Kanga roster as well.
I mean, they got really close to forcing a map 3 yesterday up against the Chiefs, no less. But unfortunately, it just got to a point where Chiefs figured out the game plan of Kanga, where if Kanga just ult dump every single time, they would win the fights, but Chiefs were able to survive that, and were just able to overtake them after Kanga exhausted all their resources. But Kanga, with this roster change after preseason, taking out Dusk, putting in Rester from XOXO01 back over in the Asia region, Kanga look very upgraded, really. I know it got close against the Chiefs. They weren't able to get themselves over the line, but that is still a very impressive result nonetheless.
In a longer series, who knows what might have happened there? Like, it was only a best of 3. Like, in a best of 5, there's a chance Kanga take a map off the Chiefs, put a dent in the armor, and like maybe even take it to a map 5 if they're real lucky. We'll see. Like, again, like the gap between the Chiefs and the rest of the playing field is narrowing, and at the forefront of that is this team Kanga.
And I think one of the bigger downsides of Kanga right now is the lack of a Black Cat player, right? Yeah, we've seen it bite them back a few times, but they've been handling it pretty well. I'm very surprised because they're really putting Juicy a lot on Bucky, the Winter Soldier. And so far, it's been working out pretty well. Bucky, although his utility got nerfed a little bit, he still has that damage, and still that utility is very, very potent in shutting down any sort of dive.
Yeah, I mean, both Juicy and Revsy, I had my eyes on them a lot during the preseason, and they delivered quite a lot here. But yeah, you guys are right. You know, it does feel like the rest of this field slowly catching up to the Chiefs, and, you know, the reality of maybe seeing a new team in second place is becoming more and more real by the day here. And yeah, you know, I think that map 2 with Kanga and Chiefs, I want to say that was like a 20-minute map. So, you know, absolute endurance round between the two of them. But it is clear that Kanga have some hands for sure. JFT as well, though, definitely looking even stronger here in stage 1, but that's kind of the big question on the table for me in this matchup, considering there's not really a solid Black Cat player on the side of Kanga. So I asked the question, are we going to see the Black Cat ban hit this draft phase early on? CB, what do you think?
I think no, because you know, you're going to go for that first protect every single time. Like, JFT have already shown that they're one of those teams that they don't care about whether or not Devil Dino is in the lobby. They'll take a one-sided Devil Dino, you know, as long as they just navigate it like a survival horror and stay off the screen, they don't really have to worry about it. So it really doesn't matter as long as they get that first ban on the Gambit, first protect on the Black Cat. The rest is just trying to set yourself up for success, and they have been very good when it comes to navigating those pick and ban phases in order to get that get basically everything that they want out of it.
Yeah, Dan, I saw you shaking your head no, so I assume you're also on the no Black Cat ban coming through?
You literally can't let it through. I mean, we talked about it right at the start of the show, right? Whenever a team let the Gambit through and the other team was able to get the Gambit one-sided, the game was over. Essentially, Gambit, although he got nerfed like, what, it feels like 10 times at this point, he's still one of the strongest heroes, if not the strongest hero in the entire game, being able to enable all the entire team just rushing everyone down. And Kanga, I don't think they're gonna go that route, because I think Kanga really are okay with letting the Black Cat through. Or on the side of JFT, they know that Kanga don't have a good Black Cat player, so JFT don't have to invest one of their bans on that Black Cat to make sure that it's one-sided. So JFT can easily invest that ban into something else other than the Black Cat.
The whispers that I heard about the Gambit when it comes to, you know, letting him get through the pick and ban phase is that, you know, we often talk about like all the other things that you have to ban out if you want to let the Gambit through in order to, you know, mitigate the amount of damage, you know, Rogue being one of those. I think the rumblings that I've heard in the way to like try and navigate this is to not ban the Rogue and kind of force the other team into a triple Vanguard setup and then just try to counterplay that, but you still have to ban so much just to try and get that through. Like Star-Lord and Loki also cannot make it through that ban draft, so you're like, at a certain point, you're spending like 3/4 of your ban phase just to try and allow for this one strategy, and you only get like one really good ban out of it. That can be like your counter ban onto something like a Black Cat or something like a Devil Dino. I think there's too many things to navigate right now to even try and go down that road, and everybody who has made that attempt has, like I said, had their hands thoroughly slapped away from the keyboard and taught to never cook again.
Right, I was going to say, you touch the hot stove only a couple of times before you realize, wow, that's really hot, I shouldn't do that again. So, yeah, I feel like building your comp around taking care of a character like Devil Dinosaur is probably better than sacrificing that Gambit first ban, because like you said, if you let that Gambit through, you end up committing that entire draft phase to taking care of the heroes that he enables, and even if you take out some of the high-value targets that Gambit works particularly well with, he will find a way to make himself relevant. So, we are almost ready to kick this one off. I just got one last question for you. Dan, is it JFT or is it Kanga taking this one?
I really want Kanga. My heart says Kanga, really. They've been doing so well at shutting down the Black Cat, and if they're able to do it again here against JFT, there's a world where Kanga are able to get the slight edge over JFT, who do have that key Black Cat player. But as we head into the draft, CB, what are you feeling?
I mean, it's a little bit tough to call because Kanga do have that swift 2-0 victory over Vulcan Red that's giving them a lot of credibility, and the eye test against the Chiefs, they look pretty strong, but recent history is on JFT's side. You know, in that tiebreaker, JFT managed to beat Kanga 2-1. In another world, it might have been JFT qualifying for playoffs instead of Kanga, and you know, while that might not be the world that we're living in, it is still like a feather that you can hold in your cap, right? And that alongside, just like we predicted, getting that Black Cat through the pick and ban phase, that insta-protect for Joji, exactly what we thought we were going to see from JFT. That is now 2 feathers in the cap. So I'm rocking with JFT until I can see that that Kanga have an answer for Joji specifically.
I mean, getting the one-sided Dino is a step in the right direction. Being able to try to attempt a grab onto either the Black Cat or what inevitably could show up would be an accompanying dive Vanguard on the side of JFT to help out the Black Cat in terms of getting that backline access. So it's all eyes onto Kanga again, really, making sure that can they find where this Black Cat is? Are they able to shut it down reliably? As JFT navigate further and further, they're looking very, very hell-bent on getting rid of as many strategists as possible right now.
I do kind of like the one-sided Phoenix for Kanga, but at the same time, it is also Hell's Heaven. I feel like that's one of the maps where she's a little bit weaker. If this had been like a Burn into T'Challa, that would be a very high tier. Like, that'd be a coup to steal that one through. We'll see if it ends up paying off when it comes to Hell's Heaven here, but JFT hovering a one-sided Rocket, and I think that's an interesting look if they try to lock in this Protect. Rocket is someone we haven't talked about a lot, but we've also seen a lot of, and what he's able to enable with the BRBs and the Cosmic Yarn Amplifiers, and just, you know, the neutral healing that he can put out, and also being able to survive any sort of dives that come through. Like, there's so much value that does come through with that Rocket pick, and I think his stocks have slowly been rising, and JFT, maybe they're identifying that. Maybe there's something there.
Yeah, and using the BRB to extend these fights, knowing that Kanga really like to go in hard and quickly. So if JFT are able to survive that initial barrage, means that JFT could easily win out in the long run. Kanga really like to invest in the short term. JFT looking to go a little bit more long term this time around here in the ban draft, and taking away some of those key ways that Kanga might try to shut down the dive that inevitably will come out of JFT, like taking away the White Fox, taking away a little bit more of those resources, means that Kanga are a little bit more limited, as Juicy is looking to operate on the Bucky yet again. So this is so far what we expected coming in for Kanga, the one team that doesn't really have a good and reliable Black Cat player.
If you don't have a good and reliable Black Cat player, you gotta have one of two things: a good and reliable Daredevil player, or a good and reliable counter to a Black Cat. It seems that Kanga very well might have the latter of those two things. We'll have to see, because Joji has just been running roughshod over the bracket pretty much since the jump. If he has access to this Black Cat, he is a threat, and lo and behold, he's got it. I like JFT's comp overall. It's a very aggressive kind of dive, classic dive with Captain America and Venom. You also got Peter with the Psylocke. I think that's going to be kind of an anomaly. I think Psylocke stocks have kind of dropped as of late. Peter maybe can prove us wrong here. We'll have to see. But you talk about JFT and the inevitable dive. I think leaving the Captain America open for Whoosh, you know, Isaac and Amir that as well, may have been a little bit of a misstep, but we will see as the doors have now opened and both teams squaring up over here on the point, trying to size each other up and look for their man. Isaac and Woke going to get in a little bit of fisticuffs action to kick things off, but Isaac has found who he really wants, and that is Joji. Wants to try and mark Joji and make sure that he doesn't get easy access to the back line. Finding Peter there as well, and going to, again, check Peter and force a retreat there. JFT getting early capture percentage on the point here, and Kanga, oh, Juicy with a nice little uppercut there, takes down Joji. That was clean, and now Isaac going in, taking down Wosh as Joji gets rezzed, but that is still going to be a trade that you cannot afford.
Yeah, and JFT trying their best to try to pressure the backline of Kanga, but Isaac, you got to give all the props to him right now, right? Covering every single base on this Eldritch Monument, making sure that JFT, if they want to go for a dive, they have to deal with Isaac, and with Isaac just covering all of those areas on this mission area means that JFT just never found an opening, and Kanga were just able to pick them apart one by one.
Yeah, Isaac, I mean, like, he's doing a good job of marking either one diver or the other. You know, he does have to have his head on a swivel. There's 3 potential people that he's going to have to be on the lookout for. 4 if you count OP, but I mean, he's doing a good job at least so far. And once it all comes down to the fisticuffs, like, you know, Juicy able to get that Trooper's Fist, opens things up. But now Joji looking to try and strike again. No Isaac in his path, but Juicy is just clicking the heads right now. Kraken Impact coming out. Bro with a 2-piece right off the rip, and Joji is going to be among those casualties, and the fight's already over. JFT don't even get a say in it.
Yeah, only one ultimate invested on the side of Kanga. The rest of JFT need to find something to rely on. I'm looking at Slippery with the CYA coming up very, very shortly.
Yep.
And Peter, yeah, that stagger is going to force JFT to play passive for just a few more seconds. So that gives a lot more time for Kanga to build up that ultimate economy, because once Slippery does inevitably use that CYA, Kanga will finally have responses with Isaac on the Freedom Charge.
I think the Phoenix ban for JFT is already rearing its ugly head, because the Psylocke play has not paid off dividends just yet. Revsy with that Endsong Inferno to burn down Slippery CYA. There's a Freedom Charge coming out as well from Isaac, and he is just going to take the fight directly to Wosh, and Wosh never saw that one coming. Going to be picking his jaw up off of the floor before long, and JFT don't have very long left to try and get themselves back into this fight. Breaking the BRB again is Isaac, pressuring the back line. A little bit of patty caking happening here for JFT, but that is buying themselves some time. You can see the disengage now from Kanga as they have identified that OP is looking to try and trigger OT. Tiny gonna go ahead and pop that Rampage. Invisible Boundary to try and give JFT a way forward on that fight. They do manage to take down Juicy with that Dance of the Butterfly, and Joji is there for cleanup with Rester. It's now or never for JFT. It's Jeff gonna come out from Sector, but bursted down by Wosh as Revsy trading out Peter on the other side. Now Joji needs to get active and be the cleanup, and the Janitor will mop Revsy right on up, and this is gonna be JFT kicking the door down and staking their claim, getting on the board. 99% though for Kanga.
And with only 1 or 2 ultimates invested on the side of JFT, Kanga could not find any sort of response, right? They used Sector with the It's Jeff, but that's only going to do so much. Kanga now on the back foot here. Rez needs to get closer and closer to that invisible boundary, but with JFT having all the aggressive moves available to them, OP with the Feast of the Abyss, Joji could easily dash right on in with the calling card, and at the very least, he might just try to pressure Rester to the point where he's going to have to use that invisible boundary right outside the mission area.
Oh no, OP got bursted down. Symbiotic Resilience was forced out early, and now Joji is caught without anyone to take away the aggro. OP's going to be rezzed, but in the meantime, Wosh is getting bursted down and holding on 1 HP, and he's not going to pop the Freedom Charge to live, and there's not going to be a res for him, and now Revsy just coming on through with the damage. CYA coming through from Slippery as Peter moving over onto the buck. He is already going to take down his contemporary in Juicy, but needs more, but can't quite find the target as they have all been concealed by the invisible boundary, a cloak in between himself and the rest of his targets. And he's going to take down OP. Sector traded out, and it's starting to fall apart, but as Wosh comes back, calling card, you're right, for Joji is on deck. He's taking down Rester, a nice little triple, and has Tinny in his sights as well, and with the Freedom Charge, isn't going to have to worry about any of the damage. Winter will be there for cleanup duty, 69% in JFT. Going to put their foot down, not let Kanga find their way back in.
I mean, it's either Tinny or Juicy that has to be able to shut down Joji on the Black Cat. Either Juicy goes in with the Trooper's Fist to try to CC up Joji, or Tinny just bites the Black Cat down. Both options were not available. They both went down very early in that fight. So JFT could easily just rip apart Kanga's backline with a good calling card. Joji's going to look to find another opportunity. Sector, you got to run away, my friend. Going to use the hide and seek to try to swim himself to safety, and he does so as Revsy will finish off the Black Cat.
Swift little backhand there, and nobody was going to be there to aid Joji in that attack as the Rampage came out from Tinny early on. This is going to be Invisible Boundary from Winter, but they're lacking in stopping power. Peter trying to make up the difference, but with that Invisible Boundary, it's going to be so hard for JFT to get anything done. Juicy coming in with a Kraken impact, trying to take down Peter, and he will be bursted down, so Juicy rather, is going to go again. Kanga going to find the flip. It's Jeff. Slippery can't slip his way out of this one, and looks like he's going to be taken for a ride. Revsy taking down Wosh. OP is gone, and this is going to be Kanga taking Eldritch Monument. 99-99, though. We're kicking things off with a bang.
I mean, Kanga got the early momentum that they needed, and were able to use limited resources in order to extend that mission area claim for themselves. JFT, however, were able to get that retake down just in time, and were able to get up to 99%, but unfortunately just could not get themselves over the line. Peter even matching Juicy on the Winter Soldier. Very interesting move. Try to maybe shut down Isaac, who has been, like we've been talking about at that first fight, right? Covering every single little angle that JFT could come from. And being able to shut that down means that JFT kept trying to find different angles. We can't go up high ground. We're going to try the low ground. Oh, Isaac's also there. All right, well, we got to go somewhere else. And JFT just never found that opportunity. Isaac is doing such a good job at marking all of those angles. And maybe that might be the difference here in this second round. But Peter now on the Winter Soldier means that Isaac has to be just a little bit more careful.
OP also swapping over onto the Emma Frost. I think JFC have abandoned their dive aspirations and are instead just going to go for a little bit more anchor. They do still have this Wosh and Joji dive, but they won't have OP there on the Venom any longer to aid in that. So Wosh is going to have to be the one trying to mark them out for Joji. Holding up the shield, trying to get the most out of that team up, get a little bit of damage down range. You know, a little bit of quality of life. Perfectly accurate deflex coming out from that shield. JFT trying to anchor themselves on the point right now. OP building up that damage up against Tinny. Waiting to bait out the opportunity to go with that Diamond Form, Carbon Crush. Maybe even get an environmental onto Tinny there as the damage is coming through and not a lot of healing. Tinny nearly bursted down completely, and Peter comes in with a Rotostern shot, puts him down, turns him back into a fossil, and OP is able to live through it. A late Fate of Both Worlds going to come on down, and Song Inferno to try and burn down this Cosmic Yarn Amplifier will do just that, but there wasn't a damage amp from Rezzer's Fate of Both Worlds, so it's not going to convert into a KO. Wosh coming through with a two-piece, though, Revsy and Juicy, and now, as Joji goes in, wants to get active, can't let Wosh have all the glory, is going to have his pound of flesh as well, and JFT, off the back of that calling card, will get first cap.
It's just so difficult for both teams to try to play out this team fight, right? You can't play close to that environmental KO area. Everyone else has to play away from it, so effectively, half of that mission area is quite literally unplayable. And JFT were able to navigate the space to perfection and are looking to extend this even further with a good silent seduction to force away the rest of Kanga, because they're gonna get staggered for a little bit, but Joji is the first one to go down.
The Freedom Charge, sense that with Joji down, you need a little bit more staying power, and Wosh can provide just that. Goes in really aggressive, though, and is getting CC'd away, and when that Freedom Charge expires, he might be in a world of hurting right now, going to be able to get back to his team, but the damage just stacking up again from Revsy, who is hitting all the shots with this Phoenix right now, taking down Peter with a swift little headshot. The Invisible Boundary is but a formality right now as Wosh comes back into the fray, takes down Juicy. Peter taking to the skies with a Kraken impact, has to go deep to try and shut down the Jet Bolt, but Slippery fell too far back. Sector rather fell too far back. You weren't going to be able to get that one, and that is going to be Wosh paying the Pied Piper for that one. But it is traded out again every time Kanga seemed that they got one. They have to lose one in order to try and make anything happen out of it. So JFT still able to stabilize, get past the 60%. Isaac now with the Freedom Charge. Answer with a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Too much overhealth. Juicy wants to try and burst that one down with a Kraken impact. But again, so much overhealth. And see ya, White Queen. Tinny latches onto OP, digs those jaws in deep, and just yeets her off the side there. Isaac now going in deep as this is Kanga's moment to shine. They are going to find the flip. 80% for Kanga, but they are not done yet. Is Revsy with a nice little two-piece. Peter and Wosh, one after the other. Revsy, the cleanup man, winning this one out for Kanga, but like I said, 80% for JFT.
80% will get to the point for JFT, but Kanga will flip it over, so Kanga used quite a bit of resources there. Isaac starting things off with the Freedom Charge to sustain the rest of Kanga, and then Rester comes in with the Fate of Both Worlds, means that Kanga, although they do get the flip, again, the amount of resources used to just get the flip over means that Kanga are going to have to go for the close hold, because with the lack of ultimate economy means that Kanga need to play up close and personal. Tinny does just that with the Rampage and just barely gets himself out of there.
The shield just to conceal Revsy as he keeps hitting these shots. Look at the sparks just stacking up one after the other, bursting down OP. They caught out Joji early on in that fight, and Kanga holding so far forward that it's like we said, you know, you need map control in order to make the most out of this dive composition. It's so much easier to keep track of where Joji wants to play if the amount of places where he can reasonably play is basically null.
Yeah, look at the ultimates on the side of JFT. They're going to have 4, maybe 5 at the ready for this next engagement. Kanga, they want to pressure it as much as possible to try to maybe force JFT to use some of those ultimates outside of that mission area. But Kanga aren't able to do that. They instead reel back. Joji threatens things with the calling card, try to find an isolated pick, and they will find it with the likes of Sector.
And that is a high-value one. Revsy taken to the skies with Yensong Inferno, but it's the ground where you need to be looking, because Joji has managed to find 2 and put them in that aforementioned ground. Tinny will turn around and find the peel, but JFT have found the flip, and Tinny's gonna have to trade his life for it, and there's just no healing because Sector went down so early. 88% in JFT, threatening to take this to OT.
Portal going to be channeled, but it will be in time, so Juicy will channel it, and everyone on Kanga will at the very least step foot on the mission area to force overtime as we head into this fight. JFT still have a lot of ultimates to work with, but Isaac needs to get that Freedom Charge going and quickly, but Joji finds one. Revsy goes down as well. Everyone else on JFT just running over Kanga. The tempo is too fast for Kanga's metronome, and JFT take over round 2.
I mean, Joji just went in for Sector. Like, he knew exactly who he wanted. Good target prio to take down, again, that Jeff, where most of the healing is going to be coming from Kanga's formation. Went for Sector, not once with the calling card, but twice in the next fight. And then even through the amplifier damage, like, it's just too much. You just can't deal with it. Like, Kanga, without that healing, it's just all coming your way, and you have no way to deal with it, no way to absorb it. Isaac going to be coming into this next fight with a Freedom Charge, and that's really basically it. There's not the best map for the environmental. It feels a lot farther away than it actually is for that ledge. Or sorry, it feels farther away than it actually. No, wait. It is farther away than it feels. What I'm trying to say.
There we go. We got there.
Listen, I need more caffeine.
It's one of those days, but still, Kanga, like, every single time they win a fight, it's always because they use a lot of those resources, right? Overwhelm the likes of JFT in order to get the things that they want, but JFT are surviving very well, staggering those ultimates to perfection. And in that final fight, JFT played fast and quickly before Kanga got their ultimates ready to go. Isaac was so close to that Freedom Charge, but with everyone on Kanga going down so fast, he just never found an angle. So at the very least, he will have it available for this fight. And keep in mind, this is going to be that first fight here for Domination. By far, the most important fight in all of Domination.
Revsy nearly got bursted down there. If you were paying attention to the health bars, going to be topped back up. Have a Sonic Seduction now coming out for OP, trying to riz up Kanga, but the Freedom Charge is going to remind them of their patriotism, their heritage. They know where they are from, and they know that they have the sounds of freedom, but so too do JFT, as Wosh is going to roll out the red carpet, force out the Fateable Bullets to come out from Rez turn. Revsy is going to strike first blood, finding Peter the Panther through that. It's going to be Rez right back up, but Joji will not, as Juicy coming in with that Daredevil. Nothing righteous about that cross, and OP currently getting crossed up right now by Tinny, and this is going to be Kanga just marching on forward, stomping their big dino claws along and getting the first cap.
And again, Kanga used both of their safety nets, right? All they have is Isaac on the Freedom Charge, Rester with the Fate of Both Worlds, and they use both of it again. Question becomes, how does Kanga extend this lead? Because right now, JFT have done a great job at clapping right on back. Kanga needs to find a way to stabilize here, as Tinny wants to extend this a little bit more with the Rampage. Close hold JFT, just like how they did back in round number 2. And so far, it's looking all the same, as Kanga will find more picks.
Going to be a BRB burned early on for Wosh. It's going to be a while before that comes back online, but it does mean that Wosh will have access to, again, try and break through this stranglehold, peel far back. Juicy going to go ahead and pop that, let the devil out, but Isaac going in, taking down Peter, it's just too much. Like, JFT, even if Wosh is able to get out and force a little bit of aggro back, like, there's no one to capitalize off of it because there is... yeah, the back cap's coming through, but it doesn't matter. Like, Kanga are going to turn right around and basically take a 2v6. That might alleviate some of the pressure as the spawns from JFT start to come back on through, but is it going to amount to a cap? I don't think it's going to.
I mean, Kanga would want to try to close hold yet again, but I think Kanga know that JFT are going to have so many of those resources available. But Kanga, I argue, would have to play a lot closer into JFT's spawn, because if JFT are able to get away with using ultimates right on the mission area, it's going to be tough for Kanga to fight back the space that JFT are forcing themselves into.
Oh, the freeze, Wosh? Did he get caught in that jet bolt? I don't believe so. Tinny is going to come back out of it, though. A lot of bolts coming online right now for Kanga. Endsong Inferno and that Fate of Both Worlds. Invisible Boundary is going to keep JFT alive and in the fight, and give them a nice, safe veil from which to play through. And Peter tried to go big with the Kraken Impact, but got shut down by Revsy with a two-piece. Revsy is keeping Kanga in this fight, 94% and counting. And if Revsy finds one more, it might just be all over. But Juicy going in deep, sliding into the backlines, DMs, and taking them both down. 1, 2, and they're done. Wosh with the Freedom Charge, but what is freedom when you are all alone? No one is there. The TP now coming through for JFT, but the big boy Tinny holding the door, stomping around, throwing a temper tantrum, and throwing JFT to the wayside. The Ruse will take map number 1.
Oh, Kanga finally solved the problem. They realized, hey, we're dumping a lot of those resources way too early. JFT were able to come back time and time again, but that time around, Kanga were finally able to complete the shutout in round number 3. So far, it's only map 1, and this is a best of 5. We have a marathon at our hands. If this is how close both teams are going to play against each other now.
And I guess I was wrong. I was saying, you know, maybe the Phoenix, the one-sided Phoenix for the side of Kanga wasn't actually going to pay off too well on a map like Hell's Heaven. You would have wanted something a little bit more open. But it doesn't matter, because if you're just clicking heads left and right, doesn't matter what hero you're on. Revsy making a believer out of me. 19 final hits off of 37 and 5 KD. I mean, Joji, that even on the Black Cat, by the way, Joji getting checked 13 times, good lord. Like, they definitely had that Black Cat on a leash. Even Joji, like, couldn't get on top of Revsy to shut him down no matter how hard he tried, and you got to give the assist in that regard to Isaac, who was constantly playing bouncer, constantly trying to check all of the potential flanks that could have come out from either Wosh or Joji. So it seems like the objective is clear for Kanga. They do, in fact, have an answer for Joji's Black Cat. They just got to let Revsy click heads and do all they can to make sure no one can stop him from doing just that. And this highlight reel is no doubt going to be jam-packed with Revsy headshots and juicy Kraken impacts.
And you also got to talk about, right, JFT went the more aggressive approach. They went for the full dive composition. They didn't have any way to rebound to a different playstyle with the composition that they rolled out on. Kanga went full brawl and JFT went full dive. And if full dive doesn't work out, JFT didn't have anything to rebound towards to match the brawl potential that Kanga had. And Kanga, with that brawl, were able to just outlast JFT because JFT wants to go in fast, want to take you out quickly. And if they're not able to do that, they're going to lose space. They're going to lose out on the long term of those extended fights. And that's where Kanga really shined there, because finally, Kanga were able to stagger out their resources, play the long term, and they did just that, and they take over Hell's Heaven in a 3-rounder.
Yeah, it did have to go to 3 rounds, and I think that might be the thing that if you're JFT, you're going to be hanging your hat on, is you get to take the next map pick, take us to wherever you want. I like their performance on Super Soldier Factory, and I think if you can kind of lend yourself to something with a little bit similar map geometry, you might have a shot at getting yourself back in this one. Kanga take the lead 1-0. Can JFT even up the score? We're going to take it to a quick break, and we'll find out right after this.
Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat. You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Frink Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
Well, a bit of a surprise Phoenix takeover on Hell's Heaven in Map 1. Jean Grey helping Kanga Esports secure that first map. Dan, what happened here?
I mean, Kanga figured out Brawl, figured out how to shut down the Black Cat, and JFT just couldn't find a way to rebound. They tried to rebound to a more Brawl-style composition, where Peter even switched out from another dive character to, at the very least, help out the Brawl as well, but Kanga... We had questions coming in, right? Can they counter the Black Cat while also not having a Black Cat player themselves? And so far, after map 1, the answer seems to be a resounding yes.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like, you know, at the beginning there, JFT kind of able to take control. When Joji was able to operate, they were dominant there on Hell's Heaven. Kanga, like you guys talked about, you know, a couple ult dumps here and there to help them get control. But once they figured out that moment-to-moment gameplay, CB, it kind of felt like that's where the tide shifted, and it was all Kanga through the back half of the map.
And I think some of the biggest moments were when they were outright spawn holding JFT. And, you know, even though it's not like a sign of dominance, you know, a sign of like, you know, asserting your dominance over the other team, it's also a pretty valuable strategy. You know, we were talking a little bit in the green room about how, like, you know, maybe JFT could have swapped to something like the Star-Lord instead of the Bucky, but when you're being spawn held, you need the Bucky to try and brute force your way through it. What are you going to do on Star-Lord? Fly into a wall? Like, where are you going to go? There is nowhere that you can go. You have to rely on Wosh and Joji to try and go for those back caps, open the doors for you, and only then does the map open up and the Star-Lord become viable. So you kind of force a very specific hero swap out of JFT and capitalize off the back of that, and I'm going to give Kanga the benefit of the doubt and say that that was completely intentional.
Yeah, feels like they were just a few steps ahead of JFT there, all according to plan so far here for Kanga Esports, heading over to map 2, almost ready to kick this thing off, going over to Araco next. So I guess kind of the question hanging in the air now is, what does JFT do next? Because it is clear that Black Cat is not just the automatic win.
I mean, they're going to try to do it again, right? Araco is very, very good in those, like, dive/rush down style of compositions. We saw XOXO back in preseason pull it out, and maybe JFT are looking to do something similar. Although JFT seems like they have chosen the defensive side first, so we're not going to see anything aggressive right out the get-go just yet.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like maybe you need to cool their heels a little bit, take some time and kind of refocus up, because I imagine they were looking to just continue that momentum with Joji's Black Cat from last night that we saw so dominant there. But I have to imagine maybe they're not ready to give up on Felicia Hardy just yet.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's been their main meal ticket has been just get Joji on that Black Cat. Again, I think the Phoenix takeover of Hell's Heaven was not something that we predicted, and I think that could be another trap on Araco, especially once you get around that first corner. Phoenix is going to become a lot more deadly. The map starts to open up. There's a lot more verticality, a lot more places where she can play. You know, a couple places where it narrows and maybe something like a Punisher might be better, but you have to make sure that you don't just lose out on the Phoenix one-sided. That is a huge scout out from Kanga, and it ended up making the difference for them on Hell's Heaven. I see no reason why it wouldn't on Araco. If you're JFT, your mission is clear. Like, either ban out the Phoenix or just don't give it up one-sided again.
And it really felt like JFT were struggling in the brawl as well, right? We talked about it, right? They tried to match what Kanga were doing, and it just seemed like it didn't work out. Like, the Bucky that was trying to be mirrored never worked out. It just felt like that they were relying so much on the Black Cat being able to put in the work. And if that doesn't work out, it just seemed like JFT didn't have anything to rebound towards.
Yeah, and definitely not the first time we've seen that happen here in Oceania. Teams come in with a game plan, riding on one specific hero or one specific strategy. They get the rug pulled out from under them and can't find a backup plan in time. And it just feels like we've seen that played out again here on map number 1. Almost ready here to get into map number 2. It is a best of 5, so JFT still got some time here to try and turn things around. But yeah, you guys already kind of alluded to it. This is JFT's map pick here, so I have to imagine maybe they're going to try to go Phoenix for Phoenix here.
Probably the best case scenario is to try and go Phoenix for Phoenix. You know, don't make Peter have to think about it. We've seen Peter also be a member of this team that can take over when he is given access to the Phoenix. That's kind of been the 1-2 punch of this team, but one punch they value significantly higher than the other, that being the Black Cat. I see no reason why that is set to change here, but it's going to be Kanga that end up getting the first protect. They're going to stick with that Devil Dino. So I think if you're JFT, you know, maybe this first ban here ends up being the Phoenix, but what do you have to trade in order for that to come to fruition?
I mean, it's either the Phoenix or the Bucky.
The Mantis?
It looks like they're shuffling around. They gotta take away the Mantis, or else the rushdown potential of Kanga becomes so potent, and they're gonna do just that. Because they see, hey, Kanga locked in the Dino. We need to take away things that enable this Dino, and Mantis is one of those options.
Yeah, people forget about the speed boost coming through with some of the recent patches here. Like, Mantis is no longer just a damage boost merchant. The damage boost still nothing to sneeze at, but the speed boost can often be just as deadly. You know, you think about, like, Gambit's ultimate, like, one of the hardest parts of his kit to deal with when it comes to that ultimate is the speed boost. There is that Phoenix Protect now going to come through for the side of JFT rather than the Black Cat, so maybe they are going to be willing to give that one up. One-sided Devil Dino, and now as the simultaneous bans come through, you got to imagine that Black Cat's going to be on the chopping block.
Yep, Kanga looking at the Black Cat. JFT want to commit the ban onto the Phoenix to force that pick one-sided, unless JFT look to think of a different option. Nope, it's gonna be the Phoenix gone. Kanga take away the Black Cat. So JFT, although they still have dive potential, if they do want to use their protect on something like the Daredevil, JFT at the very least will have options to brawl this time.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to go for a protect onto the Daredevil, because I mean then you're using 2 bans there. The protect onto the White Fox, I think, does open up a world of potential here for JFT. So this is good. I mean, they're getting access to 2 things that were banned out from them completely. They managed to steal the Phoenix, and it's not actually going to be the Daredevil that gets banned. It's going to be the Rocket, and I think, like, that kind of hurts, but you might be okay with.
Yeah, I'm not too big of a fan of the Rocket ban. I would have been more satisfied with the Loki ban this time around, because JFT, keep in mind, they're on the defensive side, so as it stands, JFT will have access to Loki Atom, which could become a problem if Kanga don't play very, very fast on the attacking side.
I think both these teams are valuing the Rocket quite highly. Like, this is Kanga now going for a one-sided Rocket, whereas JFT did the same thing last time around. A Luna Snow ban, is that what's going to come through here for the side of JFT? I do kind of hope so, because Luna Snow is S tier right now, guys. It's the damage that she can put out, not just the healing. No more are we in the era of Season 0 heal bot Luna Snow. And that does also mean that it ends up being one-sided for JFT. They're able to sneak that one through, so Slippery gonna be having that. They get access to the full team up. Ultron also getting through, so that triple strategist lineup is also a viability for JFT if that's something that they're privy to. The Loki as well, the Mantis, a lot of things getting through here for the side of JFT. I love this ban phase for them.
They have so many different options, so many ways to navigate on the defensive side.
It's literally like Golden Corral. Like, they just have a full buffet. It's like, oh, okay.
Like, they find a treasure chest and they open it and they see a flash of gold and they're just like, oh boy, we have all these different ways that we can play on the defensive side. We have Loki, we have Adam.
I'll trade a Black Cat for I'll trade a Black Cat for literally everything. Sure, I mean, that's worth it.
And you can see it, right? Winter and Joji using the Vibrant Vitality team up as well. They're not going to run triple. They're not actually going to opt towards the Adam Warlock. Instead, they're just going to go for a more triple strategist focused lineup, putting all the damage boosts onto Peter, while Joji is just amplifying all of the healing, all of the damage, because Winter will get benefit from that Vibrant Vitality team up with a very large regen domain, which also does provide damage boost.
This is about the brawliest composition I can think of for Kanga. A good old-fashioned Rocket, Punisher, and Bucky. Unfortunately, again, we are not in the era of Season 0 where those two get infinite ammo courtesy of the Rocket. Sometimes I wish that would come back, but It might be one of the most busted team ups of all time.
That was so broken.
Yeah, what you think that one's worse or Gamma Gang? Which one do you think?
I think the infinite ammo. Because
yeah, okay.
not only was it infinite ammo, it was also increased attack speed, right? Everyone was just able to shred down the front line way too fast, but Kanga are making a lot of space at the current moment.
Yeah, speaking of attack speed, they have managed to take this attack with quite a bit of speed there. Isaac is going to have to peel back a good wall to section off OP, but he knows where it's placed, so can play around it and get all the healing that he needs. So JFT able to, at the very least, put their foot down for now, but now things are starting to open up, some more angles coming through. Hello, Peter, where has my Phoenix gone? Unfortunately, I don't think she will be rising from the ashes again this time. That is a one-way trip down, and with that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, too much damage is going to be coming out now from Revsy and Juicy that JFT, they can't match it, so they're just going to have to give it up.
And Sector got the ultimate so fast, again, to the point where JFT could not react. Kanga go in quick, they go in fast, and so far are looking to cruise control their way to a first checkpoint.
Well, we might need to take a mulligan on this one. JFT do have an opportunity to try and get a retake here, but the shotgun damage from Juicy and a little bit more peppered in from the AR going to take down Whoosh. There's going to be that strangling prison into the Kraken impact, and they all just burst right down. A quad penta for Revsy, and that is an explosive way to put an end to point A.
Isaac and Revsy, wombo combo, strangling prison into the Kraken impact. The earth shakes for Revsy with the penta, and they did it at a perfect time. Slippery and Joji were so close to their strategist ultimates. If one of those ultimates went off, there was a world where JFT could have held off Kanga to see another day in that first checkpoint. But with Kanga making that first move, that was absolute perfection, not only in timing, but also in execution.
Whoa, swapping over onto the Doctor Strange, leveraging that team up with the Invis Woman. 5 volts coming online from JFT. They have to leverage them now or never. Joji's going to go ahead and pop that Soul Resurgence. That is going to be the go button now for JFT. Can they convert this into an Elim? Not with the Invisible Boundary. They're going to have to mirror that one. So 2 Strategist Ultimates burned, and now the Final Judgment coming out. We're going to have a 3rd Strategist Ultimate coming out, but it's not going to be enough to save Woj's. Juicy mows them down like fresh cut grass. Isaac getting in there with a nice little 2-piece of his own, and Kanga overcome a 5 ultimate advantage for JFT, burn through all 3 strategist ultimates, and they're gonna get a stagger onto Peter for their money. That is value, baby.
2 for 2 in strategist ultimate, and then Joji comes in with the uppercut to knock out JFT. My word, JFT just cannot find a foothold so far. Kanga already speedrunning towards that second checkpoint. Here comes the Eye of Akamoto, 1-2-4, and the Maelstrom just pops some like a weasel. Everyone on Kanga fall. JFT finally stabilized. We're seeing multi-KO after multi-KO. 3 fights in a row now.
I mean, it did take a little bit of setup for Revsy's penta. Whoosh did it raw, all by himself. Just that Eye of Agamotto hitting onto everybody. The Maelstrom pop, and then all the damage coming through with the daggers of the knock. And now Kanga are, for the first time this map, going to be stalled out for the time being. But still nearly 3 minutes to get an offensive going here, and forcing Whoosh back to the rest of his team. And there's no stopping power for the side of JFT. No more ults coming online, and no real way to slow this one down.
Combo.
Yeah, they've got it again.
Kraken impact. No one on JFT can respond. If Isaac is able to nail that strangling prison onto multiple members of JFT, Kanga will for sure get that second checkpoint. Woj gets caught, but everyone is able to reset. Kanga needs to find it. Yeah, Region Domain invested. Joji's going to make the first move. Slippery does have the invisible boundary this time around, so if Kanga do want to make the move, they're going to have to find a way around that invisible boundary, but for now, it looks like they're just going to concede this fight.
Yeah, but that's Final Judgment coming through. Joji able to give JFT the bailout that they needed. You're talking about that wombo combo. The Region Domain from Winter was already forced out. Even that wasn't enough to save them last time around, but that would have been their only wing and prayer to be able to survive that. Now maybe, like you say, the invisible boundary can do it, but Kanga gonna take another crack at this one. They're mounting up to a 6 ultimate offensive, so even if they manage to live through that wombo combo, there's still so many more mines they're gonna have to navigate from here on out. Tiny going on in, trying to build up to that rampage. Wo's trying to keep him at the door, and there's going to be a final judgment coming up from Juicy. He managed to get so much value last time around. Slippery going to throw up the veil, but even through it falls. Juicy just pops him with that final judgment, and Revsy is good for a double as well. And with just those 2 ultimates, a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier and a final judgment, JFT shunted from the point, and even a late stagger onto Winter. That's disgusting, Revsy.
And Kanga, quick as you like it, Although a little bit of a resistance from JFT will be able to secure that second checkpoint. And with Kanga being able to identify where Slippery could have been, Isaac was able to throw that Strangling Prison down and was able to help Juicy pinpoint where that Invisible Woman popped the ultimate. And Juicy just had to fire in that general direction, and surely the damage wasn't enough to take him down. But Kanga, with all these resets, are looking to keep this pain train going as JFT will lose out on one.
Carbon Crush can slow down Revsy. No more Penta KOs coming through for you. But Isaac, even without it, just goes on in, takes down Joji with one swift shot there. And a Spore Bomb to take down Peter. And there's the front line of JFT already dispatched. And with 2 minutes in the time bank, Kanga, I mean, they only, I think, have one person pushing the cart right now. And the rest are holding the door, stopping JFT from even getting a contest going.
Revsy quickly swapping over from the Bucky onto the Moon Knight now. So they want to get this wombo combo going, and if Revsy is able to consistently put out the DPS, means that Isaac and Revsy could easily get their ultimates online at the exact same time. Peter's looking to do the exact same. Joji pops the final judgment, so that's going to give space for JFT to walk forward.
Kanga just walk away from it though. Like, that's an ultimate, like, you can't have a zoning final judgment, and through the teleporter, Kanga just come into the back door. JFT never saw it coming. It's gonna be a silent seduction, but it's not gonna be enough to lock them down. There's gonna be an invisible boundary mirrored on both sides, and that's gonna be enough to keep Kanga in the fight, and they are bringing the fight right to him. Wosh tries to put a stop to it with that Eye of Agamotto. Slippery is there with a little bit of damage, trying his best to keep Wosh alive, but a sliver of HP does bring the Sorcerer Supreme. The Doctor back to life, gets caught with the Strangling Prison, yeeted on in there, but there's another invisible boundary. Huge play coming out from Slippery, and JFT, despite a surprise attack from Kanga, are able to hold on.
But now with Sector with the CYA, JFT have nothing. The Strangling Prison from Isaac might have been the winning factor, forcing out Slippery on that invisible boundary. OP goes down. Joji and Wosh will be seeing that same fate. Hand the Khonshu, even covering the mission area, but it's not gonna matter. JFT could not answer Kanga. Off some offensive ultimates, were able to shut down JFT's defense.
39 seconds in the time bank. That's still not a lot, though, because it did feel like Kanga were setting a blistering pace through points A and B. JFT able to burn that down with a couple of fights, and that's how quickly that time bank can bleed out for Arako. But nevertheless, Kanga ensure that they get extra innings, and man, they just came with a comp that just comes right at you. Like, there's nothing fancy about it. No power windows, nothing. It's just full raw damage. Juicy on that Punisher, Revsy on the Bucky, later onto the Moon Knight. It's so front-loaded that, like, even OP on that Emma Frost with the shielding, with the diamond form, and even with all the healing Slippery was putting out, whether it was on the Invis or the Luna, it just was never enough.
And it just felt like that entire round, Kanga always made the first move, and every time we're able to capitalize into so much value. JFT played very reactively for the most part. Every single time they tried to play reactive, they still got shut down. Like, you can call back, right? When the invisible boundaries were used to try to react to Isaac's Strangling Prison, it still got nothing for JFT. Kanga were able to capitalize, and now with JFT on the attacking side, they're gonna have to match what Kanga did, but with Kanga being this coherent as a team, it is scary for JFT to try to match.
Oh, it looks like they're going to, they are going to try and match it. They make a good choice of words, because Peter coming out with that Punisher. Even completely foregoing the Phoenix, that they got one-sided this time around on a map that should favor Phoenix, especially this part of it, but they feel the full force of Juicy's Punisher, and they're like, all right, well, we can't let this be unanswered. Revsy, with that Loki coming out on the other side, also just has free reign, like permanent uptime. So much ult charge being granted, and even through it, just able to find Slippery in the neutral, and more are going to fall without that healing, and I think this is going to be an easy fight win for Kanga.
Yep, and with that stagger onto Slippery means that his ultimate is going to be delayed for a little bit. You're not able to stack up that ult charge quite as reliably when you're waiting to be respawned, as Revsy just puts down so much of that damage, and you talked about it a little bit, right? Because JFT are running this Loki, means that Revsy can just get so much value with this Moon Knight, and with Isaac getting closer and closer to that Strangling Prison, Revsy is so ready to land the Hand of Khonshu right on top.
I mean, Revsy has just been kind of like on a lawn chair sipping Mai Tais this whole time. Juicy, I think, maybe getting that might be a DC coming through. Yeah, match pause. I mean, Peter is going to take full advantage of that one as the CYA comes out for Kanga. Before this pause does end up coming into effect, we do have to kind of play out some of this fight, but as the Hand of Khonshu did come out from Revzi. There was a Wombo combo, so even missing out on Juicy with the DC there, Kanga still, I think, able to get that fight win, even 5v6.
Yeah, I mean, JFT, they do have another option in the likes of Winter with the Loki copy, but Rez can easily match what Winter is probably going to do. It's going to be up to OP with the Psionic Seduction, maybe even Loach with the Strangling Prison, but with both Peter and Joji gone, means that there's just not going to be much follow-up on the side of JFT. They're going to have to wait for a different opportunity, and I think as it stands right now, Kanga do have a slight upper hand here, because Tinny could easily
I wouldn't even call it slight. I wouldn't even call it slight. Like, it is a very firm upper hand.
Yeah.
Like, you're able to take out these trades on the attacking side, and sure, like, the attacker spawn is right there, but the longer you deny that car progress, the longer it takes for it even to get to the point where the ball is going to be in your court just by default. Like, as you round that second and third corner on Arako, like, it starts to tip more in Kanga's favor when it comes to the spawn, so it's so much, it's so hard to overcome that when you don't have the time bank on your side. So every single man that falls, every second that passes is another feather in Kanga's cap as they look to try and get a full hold here. And they're even going to come into this next fight with ultimates. Invisible Boundary was invested by Slippery, you know, to try and save from that Hand of Khonshu that came through. Wasn't enough to save Peter, wasn't enough to save Joji. Rezster has it on the other side, so even if, like, JFT, like, no matter what they come out with, Kanga are going to have a leg up, and I worry, like, I weep for JFT. Like, they have already been forced off of their game plans. I think we're going to be going back into the fight here very shortly, as we do, in fact, have Juicy back in the lobby, but not in the fight, as his corporeal form did perish and get forced back to spawn. But JFT going to show a little bit of respect, disengage for the time being, and maybe we'll have a gentleman's agreement. Let everybody get back to a nice 6v6, and then we'll clash yet again. But Wosh taking an aggressive angle, looking for an opportunity, maybe try to go for a three-pointer on his Steph Curry flow with that Strangling Prison. We'll see if he goes for it. Winter, regen domain force very early, and Revzi is like, a kid in a candy store once again.
Yeah, but there's so many different options for JFT. That's one of them. Peter with the Final Judgment, sped up by Joji with the Soul Resurgence, already able to laser down Juicy, who looked to try to match that Final Judgment. And Peter will only find one with two ultimates on the side of JFT, but thankfully JFT do have options here. Winter steals away Sector CYA, and it's going to give JFT so much damage amplification, and that might be JFT cruising on through that first checkpoint. Everyone on Kanga, however, are still fighting, kicking and screaming, and making the hold down.
Rester, Juicy. They've got a bit of a crossfire here. Juicy wants to go in close quarters with the shoddy and will take down Winter. Even gets the angle for OP. Kanga will put their foot down and deny the cap from coming through. I think that's less than a meter away.
Yeah, it was so close, but JFT now having 0 ultimates at the ready means that they're going to have to navigate all of this space to get back to the mission area with 1 minute left on the clock. Kanga need to play aggressively here. They need to make sure that JFT gets shut down before they're even able to create themselves the space that they need to, at the very least, enable themselves to navigate more and more of the map, find more angles of an opportunity, and they're already clumped up in this small little room. This could be lethal if Kanga are able to land this Groot Knight Wombo combo.
Yeah, only 35 seconds left, and Invisible Boundary, that's not going to be enough to save you. Like, it might if there's a little bit of discord between that combo coming out, but if it is not pixel perfect, and even if it is, I mean, like, that's your wing, that's your prayer. There's no other ults coming online anytime soon. Dance the Butterfly, maybe if you can build up to it, but there's the angle. Invisible Boundary, Hand of Khonshu right through it. There is your high five. Joji never saw it coming. It's only going to find one, and that's still going to have to be close enough to a win for JFT, but they don't have a plan B. That was their only ult. They have to try and build up to something before something even more sinister comes in. There's a CYA coming through. Rezster in the neutral just finds Woj, and Isaac going in, making a meal out of this entire defensive here. Joji back into the fight, does find the shotgun shot onto Juicy, will take him down, but it'll be rezzed right back up, and Kanga starting to come up to ults. JFT have none. They have no bodies left in the fight. Juicy coming through with a double, and Kanga will take it 2-0. Map number 3 will be JFT's pick, but that felt like their best shot, and they airballed it.
All right, Kanga. Putting themselves at a 2-0 scenario, putting themselves at match point over JFT. Keep in mind, this is an elimination match, so whoever loses out in this best of 5 series, your run to a chance at Pacific playoffs is over. And Kanga, I gotta give props to them. I think one of my biggest criticisms when they played against the Chiefs yesterday was they used so much of their resources too quickly. And this time around on Arako, they were able to space it out so much better. They had the wombo combos down, but it just felt like one or two players wanted to get in on the action and press their ultimates as well. And with so many of that resource gone, Kanga just could not extend any more fights. But JFT this time around just could not get a foothold, especially during that attack side on their own, because Kanga were able to just space out their resources perfectly every single time of the way.
You saw the scoreboard. You saw the 18 final hits for Revzy off of 30 and 4 KD. You saw, the most final hits on the side of JFT was 6. Wosh being one of those off a 5-piece from the Eye of Agamotto, and that was basically the only time that JFT felt like they were even in this map. That and when Juicy literally disconnected. The rest of it was just Kanga running away with it. They played their fights to perfection. All these combos coming out with the Final Judgments, the CYAs, the Hands of Khonshu's, the Strangling Prisons. Everything was coming in clutch. They were playing all the right notes all throughout and looking pretty dominant. And again, like we talked about, who is going to be the one to narrow the gap between Chiefs and the rest of the field? Kanga seemed to be at the forefront of that and kind of passed the eye test, but still fell 2-0 to them last time around. Maybe there's a rematch in their future. They are one map away from claiming a full 3-0 victory up against JFT. And I mean, if you're JFT, it's going to have to be Reverse Sweep City. You get one more map pick and the rest is going to be Kanga's domain. That is a scary sight to behold. But it is one that you are not going to want to miss. And we're going to cut to a quick break and we will be right back with map number 3 on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat. You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Frink Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
Well, we may not have gotten any Dino Dunks this time around on Arako. Plenty of old school classics back in play. Some Groot Knight on the battlefield. And Dan, obviously Revzy, the hero there for Kanga and driving so much of this team forward. But Isaac on that Groot, absolute insane timing on those ults.
I mean, every time Kanga went for the aggressive move, they were able to nail it perfectly and efficiently. Because JFT, they had ways to counter it, although it was so close to being up and ready. But Kanga were just able to get the aggressive move every single time, and were able to get maximum value.
I think the more telling thing, too, is that was A, JFT's map pick, and B, they had a game plan coming into it, try to snipe the Phoenix away from the side of Kanga, take it one-sided for themselves, and they ended up having to abandon that strategy. So they came into this with a game plan, Kanga completely shattered it, and there wasn't a plan B.
Yeah, and you could really see that laid out from the very beginning. In the draft phase, I felt like JFT walked away with so many resources, so much at their disposal, but Kanga, absolutely insane team play from this squad here, clearly hungry to keep the lower bracket run alive for them. But yeah, I mean, clearly Revzy, you know, driving this team forward. But yeah, I like this team play from this team. Of course, they are in lockstep with one another. And you know, at the beginning of this series, we kind of talked about, you know, maybe there's kind of a cloud hanging over Kanga. They don't have a dedicated Black Cat player, but so far it feels like that has not held them back at all.
Exactly, and the one downside of not having a good Black Cat player is other teams don't have to invest their ban onto the Black Cat, so that not only is it putting them at a disadvantage in game, but it's also right before they load into the game, right? That ban is going to be used on something more useful other than the Black Cat, and with Kanga getting a little bit more limited in terms of what they want to go for, means that they need to find different adjustments, and so far they're doing just that. Kanga have been using the Winter Soldier very, very well, but you gotta give props to Revzy in this entire series, in particular on the Phoenix, on the Moon Knight as well, just popping heads left, right, and center.
Yeah, I mean, not for nothing from JFT's side either. You know, we saw Woosh on the Doctor Strange there, single-handedly riding the ship for that team there and doing everything they could to try and get it over the finish line. But it is now Kanga standing on match point, up 2 maps already. We are headed to Central Park for the 3rd one. And CV, this is JFT's territory again, but as we've seen, it doesn't seem like Kanga is too bothered by playing by their rules.
Yeah, like, it didn't really matter to them too much on Hell's Heaven. You know, I got to imagine, like, with a map like Central Park, you're going to be, again, trying to go back to that same well, try to get Joji on that Black Cat and try and play for the flank routes that maps, or points A and B both kind of unlock for characters like the Black Cat or the Daredevil, but it doesn't really seem to matter if Kanga can get Revzy on the Phoenix. The map doesn't matter because Phoenix is just that versatile. You can play her basically everywhere as long as you click heads. The rest is just nothing. Like, the rest doesn't matter. You have to try and find a way to shut Revzy down, whether it's on the, you know, on the good old-fashioned hit scan characters or the more brawly ones like the Punisher or the Bucky, or whether it is the more long-range hit scans like the Phoenix. Either way, you can't just let him have that for free, and you also can't just let him check Joji every time he tries to get anything done.
Right, and it's clear that the draft phase alone is not going to be enough to stop Revzy. We've seen him on the Phoenix, the Moon Knight, the Bucky, big plays on all 3 of those heroes so far in just 2 maps. So, I mean, clearly a player with a deep hero pool. We saw the same thing in the preseason as well. I had my eyes on him a lot in those first weeks of this season of Ignite, and now delivering even more here, especially when it counts. So that's kind of the question here. What can JFT do in what feels like the 11th hour for them?
I'm a little worried for JFT because you could tell that their game plan was at the very least have Joji get access to the Black Cat and take over the entire lobby. And now, so far, even though JFT get the Black Cat, it hasn't worked out. Kanga even banded away in Araco, and it just felt like JFT wanted to go for these sort of proactive plays, and when they did, they only got like 1, maybe 2 picks, and that's not what you want to see when you have that wombo combo potential.
Yeah, I mean, really, you know, we're almost ready to get this thing underway. CB, you know, what do we do here? What do we change for JFT? What needs to be the game plan coming into map 3 here?
I mean, well, just like I predicted all along, Kanga has been in the driver's seat nonstop, you know, completely unstoppable, and I think it comes down to execution. You know, regardless of what the game plan is, Kanga are just executing on it better, and that's basically, like, that's it. Like, JFT need to be able to execute on their game plans. They need to be able to stick the landing. Whether it's the Black Cat, whether it's sniping the Phoenix away, doesn't matter. You have to stick to the plan, and you have to execute it. They can't just, you know, do what they did on Araco and abandon it and try and mirror what Kanga's coming out here with, because Kanga's practiced that, and they look very well practiced on it, so you are not going to catch up in, what, 4 minutes? Like, that's not enough time.
No, definitely not, and time quickly running out for JFT here. Kanga on match point, up 2 maps to nothing. Life bars blinking red for them here. Need a new game plan to try and take them down. Dan, CB, I'm going to hand it over to you. Best of luck to both of these teams in map 3.
Oh boy, here we go. So far, nothing too different. Gambit going to be taken away from both sides. Kanga will secure themselves the Devil Dinosaur for Tinny as JFT. Now the eyes are on them. Do they use their first save on the Black Cat like they did in map 1, or did they go for something else like the Phoenix in map number 2?
Oh no, they're going to mirror the Devil Dino,
Okay.
so I mean, I guess that's another way that you can look at it here. So, okay, maybe that does kind of give Kanga that Sophie's choice. You know, they're going to go for the Black Cat. Probably next ban going to be the Mantis. And does that mean they're going to be able to get the Phoenix through? Or are they going to try and, like, you know, maybe also try and go for a ban onto the Daredevil? They're hovering a Phoenix ban. I don't know. It is a bit of a curveball from JFT. They haven't shown themselves to go for the Devil Dino all too often, and when they do, it hasn't always paid off the best for them. But you know, they didn't look bad on it. It's just, again, like, they need to get the execution.
Yep, it really just feels like JFT are a little bit disjointed. Every time JFT won out a fight, it was usually just one player doing the hero move. Really, it's just Wosh with the Eye of Agamotto back on Arako. That was one of the bigger moments, but it was really just him. The rest of JFT kind of just followed his lead. They weren't like comboing together like, hey, you have this ult, I have this ult, why don't we use it together? But now, as we head deeper into the ban draft, JFT will secure the one side Rocket Raccoon, and it's been one of those picks that we don't really talk about, but has been so important for both teams, quite frankly.
It's going to be that one-sided Phoenix coming through for Kanga again, so I think another thing that JFT are going to have to do, especially on the defensive side, is basically do what Kanga did and close the distance to where it gets a little bit more uncomfortable for that Phoenix, and maybe it gets a little bit harder to hit some of those high-pressure shots when you know your life is on the line. If you whiff even one, it might be all over. I kind of want to see Joji pick up the Daredevil here, because I think Central Park is just too strong to not play either the Black Cat or the Daredevil, and even if you're going to try and go for the Devil Dino, something a little bit more Brawl favored, I think Daredevil can still thrive in that kind of environment. That's one tool that they're not currently flashing on the defensive side, but one that I think might be a good one.
And JFT have a lot of tools at their disposal, right? They're not looking to opt towards the dive potential of their team composition, most notably.
But it's like the illusion of choice. Like, you have all these options. Like, how do you know what's the right one?
And it seems like JFT have decided just overwhelm Kanga with as much damage as possible. Joji on the Moon Knight, Peter on the Punisher, as OP and Wosh going to be that front line with the Devil Dinosaur and the Groot respectively. So there is a different combo potential for JFT. Joji and Wosh could easily team up together with the Groot Knight Wombo combo. Peter and Slippery can team up with the Final Judgment and the CYA. So JFT, they have all these combos at their disposal, but one of those biggest criticisms that we had was that execution. Every time they went for those plays, they didn't get the KOs that they wanted. And now Kanga rolling out here. How does Kanga shut down JFT before those ultimates come up?
We'll have to see. It is JFT's last stand in this tournament, their last map pick of the series, potentially of the entire tournament. They need to stick the landing here and now, and they're taking a page out of Kanga's playbook with this Punisher look, and with the Moon Knight as well. It is just full-on Brawl City, Groot and Devil Dino on the defensive here, but it's going to be a shooting gallery for Juicy, basically. A good grab there from Tinny, taking down OP. He just gets bursted down, and that is already going to be the BRB bursted, and so much space given is now Kanga are going to claim this real estate, force JFT back, start taking up that percentage. JFT need to get themselves back on the point, but they go right back in to Tinny's jaws. He procs the bleeds, get all that damage over time. A good wall to split off the rest of the team, force Tinny to come back, break that wall, get back to the team, deny that first tick from coming through, but JFT needs something some finality. They need to find a fatality, but it's only going to be their own. They get three falling one after the other as Redster coming in with a cleanup onto Winter and another for Joji, and there's no time. Wosh making the swap over onto the Doctor Strange, but it's too little, too late. 5:21 in the time bank, and the Ruse will stake their claim. Oh my god, what a freeze!
Oh my god, Redster. Putting on a show. That was just insult to injury at that point, because the fight was already won. Yeah, poor Slippery getting caught out, ice cold. Ice in his veins is Redster, as the rest of Kanga just push on forward here, because JFT, they wanted to bunker down, but it got to a point where JFT's front line, if they wanted to walk up forward, there's going to be an Ebba Frost Shield blocking the heals from JFT, so JFT had to play that a little more carefully, and now as they try to defend the push coming in from Kanga, they are blistering their way through. They're already halfway towards the second one.
But as you say, like, they have to play it carefully. They're playing so scared right now. There's gonna be that CYA coming out with that final judgment, trying to burst Kanga down, but their wills are ironclad, or should I say diamond-clad, as Isaac able to escape with the diamond form. 27 HP. Revsy taken to the skies, and Song Inferno as Isaac gets bursted down by OP. Finally, JFT get a W in their column. OP gonna find another one, cleaning up Revsy as he comes back down to earth, and Kanga will, at least for the time being, be shunted from this point, but JFT need to stake their claim, and they need to stand their ground.
That's one wombo combo down. They were able to get 2 eliminations, and that was enough for Kanga to reset. But with JFT having a second wave of wombo combo, the Groot into the Kraken impact, Kanga are going to have to make some proactive moves here to try to shut down this wombo combo. Tinny goes in with the Rampage. Winter pops the Invisible Boundary in response, but with Kanga having ultimate still, JFT need to go for something right here, right now.
Final judgment coming down to burn. Whoa, she got that Strangling Prison onto the backline, but Juicy turns around and says, stay away from my backline. My supports will not be falling today. A 3-piece off the final judgment, and Kanga will continue this march.
JFT channeling the portal yet again. I think this time around they will be able to contest for one more fight. JFT, they have options. OP could come in with the Rampage, but the portal is being blocked by Ratatosker.
Well, I mean, the cart can't move if the portal is blocking it. Bro is stuck in a time paradox right now, but Sector coming through and taking with a double, and Isaac just going right through the portal, taking the fight straight to JFT's front door, and wouldn't you know it, that's right where the cart is going as they breeze right on through point B, and a cheeky little triple there for Isaac as the exclamation point, and 4:15 in the time bank. Kanga are setting they're looking to set a record here.
And JFT used both ultimates that they had at that fight. Joji, Kraken Impact, got no value. OP tried to stampede his way in, but the portal was a little too misplaced for JFT to get the value that they wanted. Kanga even holding close so that JFT, if they want to rely on those environmental KOs, it's going to be so hard. Great leap, like you said, onto Tinny. So JFT will have that man advantage.
Good little thread the needle shot there from Peter onto Revsy, and nice little double as well. And I mean, Kanga, they get scouted out off of that leap again onto Tinny, and like they lose any ability to hold the space, and Peter is making a meal out of all of this one. You can see the other 3 members of that Kanga formation off to the left-hand side. Silhouettes through there, and as Tinny gets back with the rest of the squad. JFT are going to concede a little bit of that space, let Kanga come back in, but that combo is about to come online. CYA and Peter with that final judgment could potentially just burst Tinny down. That's what you're going to be looking for. Also can burst Revsy down if he tries to use that Song Inferno to shut down the CYA, but the Tainted Voltage from Joji, there's the combo coming out. Peter is just taking the final judgment straight to Kanga like a weed whacker. Will find 2, can't quite get the 3rd as Rester is going to get it alive, but JFT are not done. They are going to march again right into Kanga spawn door. If you want to brawl, we are going to take the brawl to you. A shotgun shot for Peter and another for Rester, and that is it. The fight over JFT. It's still 240 for Kanga.
Good stagger coming in from JFT. They realized that they used that wombo combo, and they had to get as much of a stagger going as possible. Peter and Slippery, they had that wombo combo. They use it to perfection. But Kanga, they're okay with that, right? They're able to just hold on back, get those ultimates ready to go, because in this next engagement, Kanga are going to have all 6 ultimates. JFT are only going to have half the amount coming in here.
JFT needs to try and find something. That Devil Beast Rampage to stop from getting Dino dunked, and OP gonna get flipped, get rotated, nerd, the Carbon Crush. OP's gonna be able to live with that Invisible Boundary coming through from Windsor, but Peter is so far outside of it that all the damage coming through from the final judgment, he's not gonna be safe from it. Peter does fall courtesy of Sector, but it's traded out for Juicy, so both Punishers meeting a divine punishment of their own. Joji with a nice little Trooper's Fist, taking Sector outside of the Invisible Boundary, bursting him down and dropping the Veil, and now the pain is coming. Tinny gonna shut down Joji, but it's looking like JFT have found exactly what they need to stand their ground for one more fight.
Oh my god. Kanga had 6 going into that fight, and they come out empty-handed. JFT were able to utilize whatever ultimates that they had to, at the very least, force Kanga away, and with 1:20 left on the clock, it's going to get a little dire for Kanga if they want to get a full push going, because JFT, they've got that next rotation of CYA Final Judgment ready to go.
and they are going to use it. Sonic Seduction to try and shut them down, but I don't believe you can shut down the Final Judgment that way. You can only hope to burst them down with the damage, but it's just not coming through. They burst down Tinny, and Kanga have no choice but to evacuate the dance floor, but Peter is not done, marking it with blood. Revsy's spilled, and that is going to be 2 down for Kanga and another retreat. 50 seconds left, and Kanga are running out of steam, running out of options, and they are getting bursted down, staggered out. Isaac and Rester die late, so 43 seconds now, and it's going to be under 40 before they're able to even get out of the spawn door.
Is there even time for Kanga to get their ultimates ready? They need to brawl for at least a whole 20 seconds if they want any sort of ultimates ready to go.
Kraken
As
Impact.
JFT, yeah, Kraken Impact going to be available. Wosh also matching that rate as well. So they have that wombo combo down. Winter even has access to the invisible boundary. Kanga need to get a move on here. 17 seconds going into final fight territory. How fast can Kanga get their ultimates online?
Well, it's going to have to be pretty fast. Sector is coming up onto this invisible boundary to match Winters, and you are going to need that because of that Kraken Impact that's going to be coming through from Joji. Lickety split. What is the answer here for Kanga? They're trying to build up, and JFT are giving them a little bit more time to brawl out. There's going to be that Strangling Prison coming out. Kraken Impact on top of it, but the veil will be lifted for both sides. Double Beast Rampage now for Tinny. Stomping, throwing a Temper Tantrum, and Wosh is going to fall as a result. Final Judgment now coming out. Juicy trying to be the executioner that they need right now for Kanga to find the finish, and they take down Winter and turns around 180 degrees, puts the OP 6 feet under. A triple for Juicy. JFT will still have an opportunity to go for a recontest here. There's still a little bit of daylight between the cart and the finishing blow, but Juicy wants to try and shut it down, wants to try and hunt down Peter. Isaac catches Woes trying to go for the contest. The cart inches closer and closer, and Kanga do find the full cap. No time left in the time bank, but nevertheless they get it done.
They were able to get the ultimates right before overtime lit up. My goodness, Kanga, you are playing on thin ice, but somehow they are skating right on top of it. JFT just could not respond the amount of aggression that Kanga had, because keep in mind, we saw this in map number 2, right? Kanga make the aggressive move. They are always so proactive. JFT, they try to do the same thing, but we talked about it, right? JFT, every time they try to go for these kinds of plays, they don't really get as much value as Kanga do.
They get punished whenever they try to make a play, and then they get scared, and then they give up ground, and that's how Kanga are able to just blitzkrieg through points A and B. But point C, where they actually have that cushion of the spawn advantage and that high ground advantage of the top, up at the top of the stairs, they're able to leverage that and convert that into nearly a full hold, but Kanga still complete and set themselves up with a win con. JFT, whether it's as fast as Kanga did it or whether it's slow and steady, they have to go for full complete here. Like, it's that or they're gone.
And JFT on the attacking side. What is their win condition? Eyes are on Slippery right now on this Rocket Raccoon. Every time Kanga utilized the Rocket Raccoon on their attacking side, Sector was the one running the Rocket Raccoon in those kinds of maps. But with Sector not having access to the Rocket Raccoon, they're not going to be able to match what JFT are going here. Slippery surely will have the first cast of the CYA because of that buff that Rocket Raccoon got to his ultimate.
Hard to see. 20%, yeah, that's like, it's coming up real fast. Like, you're only gonna be waiting for something to combo it. Like, Slippery's gonna already be there, be like, come on, bro, catch up. Already a third of the way there, and Juicy doing a fair bit on the other side with that Bucky. So a lot of damage coming through JFT's way, and all that healing, I guess, got to come from somewhere. The front line of JFT trying to march forward, set the line of scrimmage further and further, force Kanga to play further back, but Isaac wants to do no such thing, wants to try and hold that corner, make it so JFT can't just walk right in. OP still looking for an opening here, waiting for a member of Kanga to flinch, make a mistake. Yeah, Slippery does have ult, but what do you combo it with? I guess you don't need a combo. You're just going to use that as the go button, and they're going to burst down Isaac, and no rocket on the other side means no res, means no second chances, means Joji just gets to have a field day. A nice little two-piece, and is looking for the third, trying to get down the other Bucky. Hey, Juicy, what are you doing? Come on back down there and fight me like a man.
I'm down. We don't bite. Juicy's trying to contest, but he's not going to find that angle. Portal comes too little too late from Isaac. So JFT off of Slippery, being that main guy with the win condition. That's the power of the rocket buff here in Season 8.0, ladies and gentlemen. There's a reason why JFT wanted to secure this Rocket Raccoon one-sided, and there you go. JFT will quickly unlock the first checkpoint. Now moving their way towards the second. Kanga will have ultimates this time around, but nothing really defensive. Rester only at 50%. towards that Fate of Both Worlds.
But the damage that came through from that CYA. Oh, a good kidnap there from OP, taking down Isaac, and there goes your anchor. Kanga are going to have to backtrack here. Rezder with a nice freeze onto Wosh, but, well, I mean, hello? How much damage came through? I thought Wosh was going to be able to live through that. He'll be rezzed back up with the BRB, so not too much ground lost here for JFT, but we're trying so hard to save Private Tinny right now. Strangling Prison comes out. Joji with the Kraken impact down from the heavens is going to find a Penta. And that is going to be an emphatic way to win that fight. JFT hit the Wombo combo, and Kanga hit the deck.
Sector on the Invisible Woman, tried to put out the invisible boundary, but the bad news was everyone on Kanga was not able to walk there inside in time. Wosh was able to perfectly time that Strangling Prison, and then Joji just stamps all out of there. Second checkpoint unlocked for JFT. Now they're cruising, almost speed running their way to that third, and we'll see if they're able to get themselves over the line and force overtime here.
Now, can they do what Kanga did, or can they do what Kanga couldn't and finish with time? Revzy says no, gonna take down Winter and looking to do the same to Wosh, and with a lot less healing, it's gonna be a lot harder for Wosh to stabilize, but a little bit of reconstruction happening to Dracula's castle in real time will be exactly the cover that Wosh needs to get back to safety, but nevertheless, Kanga are going to stand their ground. A nice freeze onto Wosh there again. I mean, this group, every time he tries to push up, Rezder is just checking him with the absolute zeros. Like, I didn't know you could just freeze wood like that, but Juicy going to freeze Winter in his place and put him in his place in the dirt, and that's going to be Kanga holding their ground here, and this is starting to look a little bit familiar, Dan.
This is big for Kanga, right? Not even using ultimates to win out that fight. Great positioning as well from Kanga. Staying away from the stairs because they know that the lethality of that environmental KO is very much in JFT's favor. A good bionic hook or a good bite from OP could mean the difference in these fights. But here we go, close quarters combat.
They shut down the Final Judgment. They tried to go for the combination. Slippery popped it. The CYA and the Final Judgment with the Devil Beast Rampage from Tinny just shuts him down. Revzy just goes on in, clicking heads as is his wont. Isaac taking the fight straight to Wosh and Joji, and that is a great, I mean, they just shut down one of the most powerful combos in JFT's arsenal wholesale.
And that's really been one of those combos that JFT have been relying on. The second one being Joji and Wosh with the Strangling Prison into the Kraken Impact. We talk about this time and time again, but JFT, those are their two main win conditions, and Kanga have been navigating around it quite well. The only times that these fights haven't worked out is because JFT were just able to put down the pressure, make those proactive plays. And with Kanga, now it's their turn with the Final Judgment. Are they able to get value? No, Winter is able to go in with the Fate of Both Worlds, so Kanga are going to have to find a different way in.
Revzy has the God angle right now, but he's just not finding the shots. JFT are trying to make it difficult for him using the natural cover of the map. OP getting bursted down, though. So much damage. Revzy just can't seem to find that final blow, and OP now going to pop the Devil Beast Rampage, force Kanga back, get some of that bleed action going, and get around this first corner. There's going to be that Fate of Both Worlds coming in late. A little bit of extra healing and some damage amp for Revzy, and it's coming on through as the sparks stack up, and everybody starts popping, but again, no elims. It's a push, it's a pull, it's an ebb, it's a flow. JFT, now it is their turn to take a rotation here. Joji has that Kraken Impact. Wosh, I think, tried to yeet in that Strangling Prison, but it didn't land, so we're not going to see that combo. And Revzy, once again, up on high. Burst Joji down. Endsong Inferno won't destroy the CYA, though. Peter with the shotgun shots. Damage amped. Revzy finally going to break it, but is it too little too late as Joji shut down in midair like a shooting star? Revzy brings him crashing right back down to earth. Wosh, though, trades him down for Sector. JFT are really getting down into the nitty-gritty of this one. A nice little double for Wosh. This will be a little bit of cart progress, but 2 minutes still in the time bank, and we're only just now starting to inch up the stairs of death.
Oh boy, Kanga, what else do you have in ya? Tinny has the Rampage coming up. Juicy with the Final Judgment, but it's going to be matched with Peter with the Final Judgment of his own. And with the 1v1 happening between the side room, Revzy will lose out because Joji goes for the more aggressive move. Juicy and Peter both popping their gunshots. It's bullet hell here, right in front of Dracula's throne. Everyone goes down. JFT have the upper hand. Half of Kanga are gone. They're just trying to stall. No one is home. JFT complete the push, and we're going to overtime.
It's because of Joji making the swap onto that Daredevil. That was the difference maker. He was able to scout out Revzy, shut that one down, and while both of the Punishers popped their Final Judgments, Joji went in deep, and there was no turn. Like Juicy couldn't turn around to try and deal with him because he would have lost the duel to Peter, so Joji just gets to have Rezter for free. Just takes down the back line, cuts off that primary artery, no healing for Kanga, and the dominoes all fall as they will. JFT may have fallen to Kanga on their attack, but then JFT take a crack at it, and they do it better.
Here's the thing, though. It's overtime now. JFT have a lot more time in the bank compared to Kanga. Kanga need to play fast here. Slippery on the one side of Rocket Raccoon could be the finisher if Kanga aren't able to get the push that they want, because quite frankly, 2 minutes 38 compared to 1 minute, JFT have all of the upper hand here.
I think it's not even the CYA, it's also the BRB that you have to worry about.
Too, yeah.
Like Juicy's gonna be on the Daredevil, he might be able to scout it out, but I mean, if you don't do that and you give up a pick, it doesn't matter. You got to do it twice.
And how does Kanga play this out? They're looking to experiment with different compositions, but right now the name of the game for Kanga is play very fast. You need those eliminations come in very, very fast, or else JFT, once they get on the attacking side, they could easily end things with a single CYA. But right now, we have to stick to the present here. Kanga looking to go fast. Juicy on the Daredevil. Isaac on the Captain America. They need to disrupt JFT as much as possible.
And like I mentioned, Juicy is going to try and scout out that BRB on the Daredevil, but you do have to worry about Joji potentially scouting him out, and Joji has found the secret sauce. Isaac going in deep, and is going to get caught. No, it's actually Juicy that gets caught out, trying to follow up on the dives coming out. Joji, now having a field day, gets frozen up, but will have the deflect when he gets thawed right back out, and oh, he is heating up right now. A nice little double onto Rezter, and a triple as he takes down Revzy, and only 20 seconds left. Kanga opening a portal, Juicy trying to get them back on the point. Is it going to be in time? JFT have it scouted out. They are ready to meet them at the door. Joji taking to the high ground, looking to pick his target, find his man. It's Rezter. That is exactly who he wants, and he is going to burst Rezter down, and there goes the healing. Sector going to be next on the chopping block. Chopped clean in half. No heals left for Kanga. No lifelines left. JFT will demand another map. They will take it here. The overtime wick slowly burning away. Tinny, the only thing standing between JFT and that promised map number 4. They will take us 2-1.
I think they still have one more chance, right? JFT will have another round at their disposal. They haven't used that overtime bank just yet, so they're gonna go for it on the push, but with Kanga not having a whole lot of room, I feel like JFT just take this outright.
I agree to call the JFT won the map. That felt like a winning moment. That felt like
you could be a prophet right now, because I just feel like Slippery, as soon as he gets that CYA, no one on Kanga can match it. So I feel like,
and all you need is one tick. Like once that CYA comes out, like Kanga, last time they were face down with that CYA, they just backed up. They gave up like the first tick almost for free.
And now coming in here, Slippery, we talked about this when they were on the attacking side back in round number 2. You saw how fast Slippery got that CYA, to the point where Kanga had nothing. No one was close to matching that CYA, that 40% damage amplification, as well as that overshield being so one-sided that Kanga literally could not match it. JFT could do the exact same thing. Let Slippery do all the healing and make sure that that CYA comes up way before anything else.
238 in the time bank, and that is more than enough time to build up to a wealth of CYAs. And either way, I mean, we're either going to a draw or we're going to a map 4 either way, whether it's a draw or a dub for JFT. But I feel like you said, like that CYA, it's a foregone conclusion. You're going to get one, if not 2 of them in that time span. And Kanga have to try and find a way to build up to it. I think the answer has been Revzy building up that End Song Inferno and trying to use that to burst it down, but can you get the execution on that ultimate before somebody on your team falls? Good damage coming out onto OP. They might be able to get an early stagger Elim, and you can see Tinny going in, trying to get a grab, but he's going to find himself grab himself. He is in hostile territory. The healing will come through. They retreat back to his team, get topped right back up, not going extinct today, but Wosh goes in deep, got frozen up there by Rezter. Maybe they can convert that into an Elim. Gonna try and burst down Joji, but now as things start to fall apart for for Kanga, they have to back up. They're giving up ground. JFT have managed to get their foot in the door. If they can get just a few more appendages in, they might be able to get this first tick.
JFT are spreading out, though, looking for opportunities to get into the back line, but Kanga are not giving it. And so far, Kanga are doing a good job, but 2 go down. This might be it.
Yeah, no, that's it. That's 4 down now for Kanga. No res is coming through. No Revzy. No nothing. JFT, just as I predicted, will take us to a map number 4, and with a scoreline of 2-1. It was a foregone conclusion, and the CYA does come through in the end, but it wasn't even needed.
I think when JFT were on the attacking side, I think they let Slippery do all the healing so that his ultimate could be up before anything else. It's almost a little bit of a callback to what Pirates did all the way back in preseason Asia. Have one of the strategists do all the healing, essentially, pump it all into the vanguards of their own team, and once that ultimate comes up, it's way before anyone else, and it felt like JFT did something similar, but thankfully, it was not needed as much in overtime, because as soon as Kanga went down, JFT just walk on through. 2 quick picks meant that everyone top was over, and JFT will stay alive here in OCE.
17 final hits for Peter, 18 for Joji. That is disgusting stuff. On the first attacking side for Kanga, it felt like it was all the juicy show, right? Like all these, whether it was the Kraken impacts, the final judgments, what have you, like bro was just farming, and then JFT just simply said, we'll do you one better. In fact, we'll do you 2, 3, 4, 5 times better, and they execute Central Park. But here's my question, Dan. Can they do it again, and can they do it on Kanga's home turf? As the map pool is going to open back up, Kanga can take us wherever they please. It could be back to another domination. It could be back to another map like an Araco that was not close, and it could be another map where, you know, the Phoenix or the Punisher, like, you know, you might not be able to get the better of that exchange. It might open up a little bit more, and that Phoenix pick might end up paying off a little bit more for the side of Kanga Esports. So, like, I don't know, like, Dan, what do you think they have it in them to do it again?
It's going to be hard to say, right? JFT were, at the very least, able to just barely get a slight edge over Kanga in terms of those ultimate usages, right? Being able to combo them and get at least a little more value this time around compared to map number 2. It just felt like JFT looked for those plays, but they just could not translate it into the eliminations, into the value that they wanted. But Kanga, they made a lot of those corrective moves, but it seemed like here in this map, JFT were able to, at the very least, equalize. But for now, we're gonna have to see if JFT can do it one more time to force that deciding map number 5. We're gonna go into a short break. We'll see what Kanga decide to choose in terms of map pick, because they have a whole catalog to choose from. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back and see Kanga's answer.
Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat.
You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Frink Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
Well, it's not over yet. In the 11th hour, as the bell tolls, JFT turn things around and they take an insane Central Park. Both sides getting their licks in, but what the heck happened here? How did JFT pull this one off?
I mean, it was just...
we both hesitated. I was like, you want to take this one?
A lot to say, a lot to say.
Yeah, there's a lot of different factors, right? I mean, the big one being JFT actually found value with their ultimate combinations. We didn't see that a whole lot in maps 1 and 2, but this time around, JFT were able to lock that in quite easily, as JFT really just strayed away from that dive style of play that they've been relying on for a lot of that OCE bracket so far. But coming in here, they finally answered our question, right? Can they rebound to a different style of play? And so far, they have done just that.
I think there was a couple of factors. You know, I do think the map pick had a lot to do with it. I think Central Park, you know, did kind of lend itself to what JFT really like what they ended up playing with. Like, I don't know if they really wanted to start off on the Punisher, if that was their game plan, but it's another map where, like I said, you don't really feel all that bad about giving up a one-sided Phoenix to Kanga. Like, that has been their bread and butter just as much as the Black Cat has been yours. So, okay, you can have it, but you're going to be taken to a map where, you know, even if you ban the Black Cat, Daredevil is going to be just as good. It took a little while for Joji to realize that start to come online, but I think once that Daredevil came out from Joji, it was pretty much over, right? Like, there was not really anything left that Kanga could do. Their backline was constantly being scouted. They couldn't play the way they wanted to. It was just like they were playing against that Black Cat again, and it's like, we banned the Black Cat. Why is she still here? Like...
Yeah, I mean, really feels like once Joji got it locked in there, peak performance on that Daredevil, and it was just the JFT show all the way up to the end of Central Park. But speaking of map picks, it is all gonna be Kanga's territory from here on out if JFT want to complete this reverse sweep. So definitely an uphill battle ahead for them, and it looks like we're gonna be headed to Krakoa, as you saw there. I feel like this is a pretty interesting map pick, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it like right before we came on back on live, right? Interesting move coming in for Kanga. Krakoa is a very dive favored style of map, and Kanga don't really like to go for a dive style of composition, because if they do go for it, it's going to be reliant on the Daredevil, because they don't have a Black Cat player like we've been talking about.
But Dan, have you considered that Krakoa is an anagram for Araco, and Araco wasn't close, so maybe Krakoa will be an anagram for success.
Right.
Yeah, like any map that has a K, an R, an A, another K, an O, and an A in it, that's just Kanga's domain, right? Like, you know, it's not going to be close there.
But either way, what we do need to talk about is that ban draft. Black Cat going to be taken away from JFT, so if they do want to go towards that dive style of play, it's going to have to be Joji on the Daredevil instead of the Black Cat. Both sides also saving the Devil Dinosaur. A little bit of a similarity from what we saw back in map number 3, and now here in map 4, both sides taking away that Rocket Raccoon, because we saw how effective it was for JFT when it was one-sided.
Yeah, JFT went for the one-sided rocket on both Hell's Heaven and on Central Park, and then Kanga stole it on, I believe it was on Araco. And like, I think both teams have kind of realized the value that CYA gives you. How fast you're able to build up to it means that you will almost always have it for a combination, whether it's with the End Song Inferno, whether it's with the Final Judgment, Kraken Impact, doesn't matter. That damage boost is nothing to sneeze at. Losing out on the Black Cat, though, JFT will use a Protect onto the Daredevil to make sure that Joji has access to that one. I think they were like, yeah, Joji got a little bit too much done towards the latter half of Central Park, that it's going to be on Kanga's radar now, that they need to make sure that they save it.
But JFT do get the second save onto the Daredevil, so dive is available on the side of JFT. Kanga, however, would want to try to find a way to bunker down, try to self-peel, maybe try to withstand the aggression that JFT are more than likely are going to pull out again, because keep in mind, it is domination after all. It is also Krakoa, so you have a lot of portals to work with. You have a lot of different rotational plays as Kanga. How do they decide to utilize their own composition to shut this down again here on Domination? Because, I mean, we talked about it. Juicy on this Winter Soldier has been cooking.
I mean, the Winter Soldier, you're right, he has been cooking, but speaking of cooking, one other thing has managed to sneak through the ban draft for both sides. both teams for the first time this series are going to have access to the Phoenix, which I do think might end up favoring JFT, regardless of how, how much Revzy has been clicking heads. Now he's got to take the duel with Peter on the other side, and also could potentially find himself under pressure from Joji and Wosh, on that good old-fashioned Captain America dive duelist combination, whether it's the Black Cat or whether it's the Daredevil, this time going to be the latter. It's going to make Revzy's job a lot harder.
We're going to see how Kanga try to withstand this aggressive setup that JFT are looking towards, albeit it is a little less aggressive than what we saw back in map number 1 where they went for the full dive. JFT this time around will have options if they need to rebound towards that brawl style of play, and Kanga are looking to do a very similar style of play. Sector is really one of the bigger differences here on the Jeff pick. Winter going towards the Invisible Woman. So how will both teams play out in this first fight? Both sides will have access to the information thanks to the Daredevil, so everyone knows where everyone is at all times.
Now the key thing, like you mentioned, is going to be Sector and the survivability that the Jeffs gives you. I think Winter might have his head marked. Joji goes in, finds Sector. There goes that survivability right out the window. Joji going to get traded out, though. Slippery for Tinny. It's back and forth, but Kanga coming up a little bit behind Winter with a nice little push there, and JFT going to be able to find that first cap if they can just deal with Juicy on the point. The only thing standing between them, and JFT will fire the first shot on Carousel here on Krakoa.
All right, quick as you like it. JFT win out on the neutral. No ultimates going to influence the tide here, as Kanga will have to hit that reset button, walk their way through. It's going to be up to Isaac to try to figure out where this Daredevil is, but thankfully he does have Juicy at his side, so he'll have an easier time to try to mark down where JFT are positioned towards. And Kanga getting closer and closer to some of those ultimates. However, JFT are going to have to do the same in terms of navigating towards it. Both sides will have Endsong Inferno, but I feel like they're going to use it more as a safety measure rather than that aggressive move.
Joji doing a good job of playing bouncer, sees one of his... Oh no!
Okay.
He sees both the strategists in his sights and is going to take them both down one after the other. Revzy next on the chopping block. You can right-click, you can psionically detonate all the time, but the only bomb I see right here is Joji, and farewell, Juicy. A nice round of applause for your attempt, but you have been outmatched, my friend.
My fault, Peter. I was not familiar with your game. Use the Endsong Inferno to put the backline at a sliver of HP, enough for Joji to finish them off. So, great combo coming in from JFT, really. Peter goes in, chunks them down, Joji then finishes it off. Kanga, however, will have ultimates ready to go, but it's going to be matched by JFT in terms of those strategist ultimates. Isaac and Wosh also going to go ban for ban with the Freedom Charge eventually. But when do these triggers be pulled? When does one team make the move over the other?
Isaac trying to keep both Wosh and Joji at bay. Fate of Both Worlds going to come out from Reztur. Slippery is going to get the better one coming out secondly. There is going to be a Let the Devil Out coming out very soon from the side of JFT. So Kanga are going to have to be privy to that, and it's going to come out right now. There's the invisible boundary, though, for Kanga, but Sector just gets bursted down right through it. The invisible boundary doesn't matter at all, and OP just stomping a mud hole right through Kanga. A triple KO, and 100-0 JFT stamp Kanga out on Carousel.
That was huge for JFT, shutting down Sector on the invisible boundary. JFT didn't commit their own invisible boundary, so now they're going to have access to it coming into the second round. So JFT, they complete the shutout in round number 1. They could easily do the same here in round number 2, but thankfully Kanga do have their safety net of their own. Isaac with the Freedom Charge being available for Kanga, so if Winter does commit the invisible boundary, it has to be reactive towards Isaac.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Yeah, it's gonna be, yeah, like you said, it's gonna have to be reactive towards Isaac, but like there's so many other things that you have to worry about. Just the sheer amount of damage that a Devil Beast Rampage could inflict on you. Tinny has been clutch with those in the past, especially on Hell's Heaven, and I don't know, this Kraken impact from Juicy I think is gonna have a lot of heavy lifting to do. I think that's gonna be the main thing for JFT. You have to try and scout that out and shut it down. Maybe Joji is gonna have to be the one to try and win that duel out with the help of Wosh. We'll have to see, but the first fight should favor Kanga, but JFT, they've got the momentum right now. They've got the wind in their sails, and Kanga are a little bit on the back foot. You know, they failed to execute on Central Park, and maybe things are starting to slip through their fingertips, and they can feel it.
JFT, I think their game plan here in this first fight is to pressure the backline. Make sure to try to force Isaac to use that Freedom Charge to help save his fellow members in the backline. And if JFT are able to expose that ultimate being used so early, it's going to be rough for Kanga to try to recover from it, but Tinny's going to go in with the Rampage to force out Winter's ult.
Joji just cuts Sector down, just walks right in and takes him down. Traded out by the Double Beast Rampage from Tinny, 1-for-1, but there is no healing now for the side of Kanga. It's going to be Rezzer trying to do all of it. Juicy takes to the skies with the Kraken impact, but his health bar is so low, he's too afraid to try and go back in. He tries, but Winter cuts him short. Winter has come, and Winter is here. JFT with Winter with another one off the Force Physics will find this first cap as Peter just clicks on heads, cleans Kanga up, and stakes JFT's claim, and someone's gonna have to go back and actually find the cap. We're getting a little bit too aggro here. Guys, the point.
All right, there we go. Okay. It is a crucial few seconds being wasted away, but JFT get the first cap down.
They're feeling themselves. Themselves. Maybe a little too much, but they are feeling themselves, and that's important.
Yeah. You just have to cap out and just follow through their swing at Kanga. Now, Kanga, how do you navigate your way into the mission area? You don't have many ultimates to work with. JFT, like you talked about, they have the upper hand. They have the momentum. And with this dive between Wosh and Joji, it's going to be so much potent.
You can't wrap around together like that. It's just too much members, too many bodies grouped up that the sparks just build up once Peter hits the shots. Rester is going to take a dive to try and reset with a team, and that is going to be a swift eviction for JFT, swiping Kanga off the face of the earth with just one shot.
No ultimates anywhere at the ready. It's really just Sector on the invisible boundary, but it has to be placed very, very well. If JFT are able to force it outside of the mission area, that is a huge win for JFT. Slippery is getting closer and closer to the fate of both worlds. Peter gonna use the Ensom Inferno to again chunk down the back line, and then Joji just cleans up house. We're at 64%. JFT are effectively spawn camping at this point, as the rest of Kanga need to recover quickly, because 71% in climbing, we are so close to final fight territory.
And the ults for JFT, like, it's going to be an insurmountable wall that Kanga are going to have to try and find some way to just smash their head into over and over again until a brick comes loose. JFT with a Freedom Charge, Bull Strategist ultimates, they can stall this one out seemingly for forever. Devil Beast Rampage is going to come out early on there from OP. Trying to burst him down is Juicy, and will do so. Invisible Boundary from Winter is too little too late, and Kanga will finally have some say in this fight. If you're JFT, I'm wondering, do you invest any further in this one, or do you just call it, chalk it, say good enough because you managed to get to 99? If Kanga can find another Elim without needing to invest a ultimate, which they will do, they're going to take down Slippery and Joji as well. Kanga will return fire here. They are not out of it just yet. And Juicy with a nice little parting shot there onto Wosh will be the punctuation mark on that fight. 99-0, but Kanga start ticking it up.
Huge recovery from Kanga. A must-win scenario as well. And also being able to save their ultimates. All they had to do was match Winter with the invisible boundary, and that's really the only ultimate that they use. JFT, however, they do have ways to fight back here. I can see Wosh going in with the Freedom Charge, and then Joji follows up with the Devil Out, because if they do that, it's going to be a lot of pressure onto Kanga. Tinny goes in with the Rampage. Rez is going to use that Fate of Both Worlds early.
The dance floor is going to be a safe haven for Kanga as they're able to take down Slippery early on. Revsy taking him down with the End Song Inferno, and Tinny is continuing that rampage. Even as the ult expires, he's still on one. Will take down OP, establishing himself as the alpha. 40% now for Kanga, but they did use a fair bit of ultimates just to get that.
And this might bite them back, right? Kanga, the biggest criticism was using too many of those resources way too quickly. JFT quickly regrouping and going for a second engagement. Joji and Slippery could easily team up together. Devil out into the fate of both worlds, but that Devil is almost shut down. But JFT are able to wipe out half.
Kanga still trying to stabilize Rester, taking down Joji, but she needs to do so much more than that. Wosh has Sector on a sliver of HP, can't quite find the slam, but will clamp down JFT. They were nearly out of it, but their heart still beats, and it still beats strong. They will take us to a map number 5. The reverse sweep might be on deck, Dan. We're one away.
Hey, don't do me like this, man. My predictions are on the line here. JFT, however, they're making a series out of this. My goodness, what a recovery from JFT. We talked about it, right? They needed to find something else because Kanga are so good at shutting down the Black Cat, shutting down the dive composition, and now JFT, they're coming in with this different style of play, right? They were able to utilize the brawl, the front to back style of play.
It's not even that different. It's literally they just swapped the Black Hat out for the Daredevil, and Joji is profit skyrocketing to the moon.
I mean, JFT also utilized a more aggressive style of dive. They went all in on the dive. If the dive doesn't work, you don't really have anything to rebound off of. But now JFT with more brawl options, with the Devil Dinosaur, with Phoenix as well, JFT now have different ways to utilize their composition, whereas instead of just playing that linear style of play, they've got different routes that they can go for. Kanga did the exact same, but we're a little more focused on trying to shut down the dive.
How fitting is it that JFT eliminate DXA in the lower bracket and their next trial on the road to success is Kanga, and of course it had to go to 5 maps. There was no other way. We would have been satisfied. We crave the feud between these 3 teams, and these 2 are all we got left. Only one of them can carry on in the lower bracket. It's going to be a heartbreaker for whichever team ends up bowing out, but I mean, at this stage, like, who's it even going to be? The momentum is very firmly on JFT's side, but the dominance from Kanga early on still could rear its ugly head when we go to a map number 5. It is going to be Kanga's map pick. Don't go anywhere, chat. We have got map number 5 right on the other side of this break. We'll see you in just a bit.
Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat.
You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Frank Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
I say again, it is not over yet. The matchup we witnessed on map 1 of this series is not the same matchup we are seeing now here all the way on map number 5. JFT have locked in and have become a different team. Dan, where has this JFT been this whole series?
I guess right now. We didn't see JFT's full potential, but right now they are going on one hell of a run. One more map is all it takes for the first best of 5 reverse sweep we have seen in stage 1 here in 2026, and I'm all for it, because right now Kanga on the back foot, they need to find something quick and fast, because right now it's effectively a best of 1.
I think it's not only like the first potential reverse sweep we've had in OCE, but also the first potential map 5 at all, and how fitting that it's these 2 teams. Who else could it have been aside from maybe DXA?
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, JFT and Kanga, no strangers to dragging things out here in Oceania. Back in the preseason, they were 2 of the 3 teams that were caught in a deadlock coming out of the group stage, and now yet again here, locking horns and going all the way to map number 5. You know, I kind of thought in the Phoenix v Phoenix matchup that Revsy would come through yet again for Kanga, and that would be all she wrote here on map 4, but it really feels like Peter and Joji have come into their own here in the back half of this series.
Peter has been such a solid hit scan player on JFT. He's been doing what he does best, right? He's been the main Elsa player way back when Elsa was such a dominant hero in that meta, but thankfully Elsa has toned down quite a bit. Now Phoenix has been taking the reins as the best hit scan duelist in the entire game at the current moment. As we take a look at our final map, we're going to the Museum of Contemplation, and what better way to settle it here in this map 5 banger.
It almost feels like a home field advantage for Kanga because, I mean, they pulled out some trickery on this map in the past. My mind goes back to that series against with Kanga and DXA Diatonic that you and I got to cast, and all the strange portals that Tinny was busting out on that Doctor Strange, you know, things that DXA would have never seen coming that buy Kanga so much time to end up getting the dub on that map. Maybe that's the kind of trickery they're gonna have to pull out if they want to get momentum back in their favor, secure the dub, put JFT down for good, and deny that reverse sweep.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, this is Kanga's map pick, the last one of this series, and I do like it. I do give them the advantage a little bit here, but we've seen Museum of Contemplation so many times in both arms of the Pacific region that I have no doubt that JFT are ready for this one as well. Map number 5, Kanga JFT elimination on our hands. We will find out who goes home in just one more map. Dan, CD, take it away.
I am so ready for this. We get a map 5 here in OCE. This is the first one, and I'm sure we'll have more along the way, but something that has not changed so far is the first half of this band draft, because I think almost every single map so far has been ban Gambit first, secure the Dino, and then whoever's on the top side of that band draft will take away the Mantis.
Yeah, but one thing that you cannot take away, or I guess you can take away one thing, but you need to take away two. You can't run from it. You cannot hide from it. You have to ban out either the Black Cat or the Daredevil, or both. And you also got to worry about some of these other potential threats, like the Rocket Raccoon, which again, both teams are currently hovering a ban on. Kanga, maybe a little bit gun shy on that one. We'll commit to it. But then there's also the tricky matter of the Phoenix. Which team, or will both teams, end up with the Jean Grey? Like, there's so many things left to navigate. Only 2 more protects and bans to get through it.
JFT, at this point, they more than likely are able to secure either the Black Cat, the Daredevil, or the Phoenix as well, because Kanga, they're not going to be able to ban it until JFT commit their second save, as JFT thinking about what they want to go for. They are looking at that Groot right now.
I think, honestly, like, if you're JFT, it might be a trap to try and go for a protect on the Black Cat here, because you're gonna get one or the other through either way, and Joji has been goated on whether it's the Daredevil or the Black Cat. This protect would just secure his pick of the litter, unless Kanga decide just to not ban out the Daredevil if they go for it. They are gonna commit to that Black Cat protect, and it's the first time since, I believe, Hell's Heaven that they've managed to get that one through.
Yeah. And Kanga could force the Phoenix one-sided, or go the more different approach. Take away a resource that complements the Black Cat, and what better way to take out the Captain America here? I think this is a great move for Kanga.
Yeah, it's kind of like I said, I think the Black Cat protect was a bit of a trap, because now you're going to lose out on the other side of that 2-pronged attack, and Wosh does have, other dive heroes in his bag. He's just flashed both of them. You know, I'm wondering if maybe the Hulk comes out to play, or if he does try to commit to the Venom. I think Venom has been the more traditional plan B for a lot of teams that end up staring down the barrel of a Captain America ban. But it's kind of dealer's choice, right? Like, whether it's the Venom or the Hulk, you still kind of know what you're dealing with when it comes to these other potential dive vanguards.
But the issue becomes, right, if Wosh is gonna utilize the Venom, you have to stay away from Tinny. The Devil Dino, if you're able to get a good bite onto the Venom can't use the symbiotic defense if he's inside the jaws of a Devil Dinosaur, and that might just spell doom for Venom. So JFT, knowing that Tinny is just gonna play this Devil Dinosaur, we're gonna have to navigate this entire map just a little bit differently. Thankfully, JFT are on the attacking side, so they're gonna be able to get as much space as possible to try to corral Kanga into an unfavorable position. but with Rester on the Loki, it might be just a little bit more difficult. JFT just need to find the soft hits that they need to try to force out that regen domain, and then go for another hit where they go for those eliminations.
The double anchor Vanguard setup for Kanga with both the Emma Frost and the Devil Dino. It's going to make diving very tricky for Joji, but if the backline gets too split and the peel doesn't come in time, that might be the death blow. See JFT trying to make that one happen. Tinny going in on close quarters, trying to find the first down onto OP, and Winter will fall as well. First successful defense for Kanga, and Revzy going to get into the action with a nice little headshot there onto Slippery. JFT going to have to take a mulligan here.
Ooh, I like this positioning coming in from Kanga.
Joji got sector.
Using a small room right near that first corner, and that's where Kanga set up camp. JFT looking for that full dive, can't really make it happen because everyone on Kanga are just so bunkered down. Thankfully, they're gonna have to concede, so JFT can move on forward, but with this full dive, JFT are looking so impressive.
Yeah, but it's because Joji on the exit there got sector, so Kanga had to peel back. That gave room for Woj to go in for that dive, get the symbiotic resilience, swing back out, and every time he goes in for one of those, Kanga have to peel further back, and that's more room for Joji to come on in and start raking those claws across the face of Revzy and Juicy. Your front line, gone. Your Isaac, gone. Your cart potentially being delivered all the way in to point A as Winter getting active now in that KO feed with that White Fox going in on the dives. The whole team getting active right now. We got the whole crew pushing this Batmobile, and JFT will have this first cap, but there's going to be a strange TP coming out here for Kanga. JFT are going to know exactly where they're all coming from. It's no secret, but Winter still getting Revzy through it all, and he's going to go in through the portal, pop that Kumiho Unleash, get an Elium on one side, come back through, stomp a Rampage on the other. Speaking of Rampages, Tinny going to pop one. All the ults from Kanga coming up, but they can't convert it into anything. Joji now with a calling card has taken down Sector again. The healing now cut short for Kanga. They need a lifeline somewhere, somehow, some way. Rezzer is going to have to be the only one alive to make it happen, but now Joji going in again, taking down Juicy. Peter on that Black Cat is going to be the one to take him down, and JFT looking to try and brute force this the rest of the way. This whole time I thought it was Joji on the Black Cat, but it's been Peter all along. They've both got a deep bag of tricks. Psionic Seduction now coming out from Isaac to try and force JFT back, try and give Kanga any sort of lifeline, but it's being cut short, and the first cap will come through.
Oh boy, Kanga make it competitive, but in the end, JFT were able to outlast Kanga. Slippery on that Fate of Both Worlds meant all the difference that JFT needed. We're able to outlast Kanga. I don't know how, but Rester was able to get the copy on the White Fox ultimate when Sector wasn't even running the White Fox. So a little bit of an interesting move coming in from Rester when he was on the Loki. But either way, they're going to move away from the Loki, go towards the Fox and the Luna team up together. JFT will do the same, but with Joji letting the devil out, things could get really problematic.
Oh, there goes Kanga. All one after the other. Like dominoes they fall, and Isaac will be amongst them as well. Joji is not done. One Sector will get it. A triple for Joji. The devil has been indeed let out on a Museum of Contemplation, and 3 minutes left for JFT to complete the point B cap.
Kanga, though, what do you do here? You don't really have the best Black Cat player. You put Juicy onto the Daredevil to try to match the aggression that JFT are giving them, but Kanga don't have the map space right now. This dive composition is not going to work out. JFT are the ones with the upper hand.
Every time Joji goes in, again, Kanga have to peel back. Woosh goes in, takes down Rester, and everybody bursted down on the side of Kanga. That Kumiho being unleashed, but so too is Joji once again, bursting down Peter, even through all the healing Sector could have possibly put out. Devil Beast Rampage from Tinny, but it's a very defensive Rampage in nature. It will be enough to repel Joji for the time being. Healing coming through, but it's not going to be enough. Tinny stomping right on through, getting Kanga back in this fight as Isaac is going to clean up Winter, and Kanga, but seemingly for the first time, stake their claim on this cart.
Yeah, at least it's better late than never. Finally, Kanga are able to stabilize, so they have a little bit of room to breathe. Let Isaac and Juicy do their thing. Try to cover all of these little areas on the map. Try to figure out where JFT wants to hit from, but OP is just going to run it down main with the Rampage.
Be able to convert that one though. Peter goes in with the Ensong Inferno and clamps right down on top of Rester, and Revzy will be joining his comrade in the afterlife. Joji and OP still running riot in the front line, and I mean that front line is all but gone, and there goes your back line as well. I don't know what Sector was doing in that deep, but I know what he's doing now, and it ain't much.
And JFT, quick as you like it, bring the momentum swinging back to their favor, but Rester is going to make things competitive with the Fate of both worlds. Juicy is going to try to complement with it with the Devil out, but is there enough damage to outlast what JFT are throwing at them? Peter does go down. The Devil is going to be countered here as everyone is throwing everything into the kitchen sink.
The copper's being bled dry, but so is JFT's backline, but Juicy can't confirm the elims there, so JFT able to hold on strong. Yeah, Peter, on his namesake, Peter Parker is his last name. No more Peter the Panther. Kumiho now being unleashed for the side of JFT. They want to try and get this one. They will trade out Slippery for Sector, but getting Rester as well. Peter coming in through with the uppercut. Yes, no heals. And Wosh taking down Revsy, and point B cap seems like a formality at this point. You're going to see a little bit of stagger coming out from Isaac, but it's going to be a token resistance. JFT will continue the map. They unlock the they unlock Doctor Strange, take the Batsmobile to point C. Can they deliver it all the way?
JFT tried full dive in map number 1, didn't really work out. They went for a different approach in map number 2 and 3 as well. And then map 4, they're just like, yeah, we could match the brawl potential, but now JFT with this full dive coming in yet again, they have so much value at their disposal. Here we go, though. Lots of particles being thrown around. 1-for-1 trade overall as the Doctor Strange gets transformed.
Sector going in there, getting Joji. That is now a 2-for-1. Kanga going to be in the driver's seat. They want to reclaim control of this card as quickly as they can so they can ensure a potential spawn hold for JFT. Bleed out the rest of this minute and a half that is going to be on the time bank. Kenny taking down OP. Great way to do it. And Peter and Slippery both getting split off there. And there's going to be a punish. Rester cleaning up Peter. And that is going to be now Kanga staking their claim on the cart.
JFT do pump the brakes on that full dive competition. Putting OP on the double dinosaur. Peter going over to the Phoenix now, so they just wanted to use it to go in swinging in that first checkpoint and then alter their composition to something that they really want to brawl it out for. Sector is going to go in with the Kumiho Unleashed, but gets immediately burned.
Slippery with the Ice Arch, just weaving, threading the needle, and piercing right through the heart of Kanga's defense, and that is going to be a double for Wosh. Joji getting the cleanup there onto Isaac, a near full team wipe for Kanga. Had Rester spawned a second later, that would have been a full ace.
But now Kanga, how do you navigate this? You have ultimates coming up close at the ready. Isaac going to the Doctor Strange, very close to the Eye of Agamotto. Juicy could also come in with the Devil out, as JFT will have ways to react towards it. Fate of Both Worlds is the main name of the game, but with 20 seconds left, Final Fight territory is inbound.
Isaac has the backline in his sights. I think might be looking for an opportunity to use that Eye of Agamotto. Peter with that Endsong Inferno. Joji gets cleaned up there by Rester. A good angle now for Kanga as they manage to have a 2-man advantage. OP taking down Juicy, but that's the only KO that JFT have managed to secure right now. They need to try and find more. They're turning around, trying to find the members of Kanga going for the flank. Eye of Agamotto from Isaac is going to put that Devil right back where it came from. And the Maelstrom of Madness popping Slippery like a balloon. And JFT may seemingly be out of this fight. They're still looking for an answer, looking for a miracle. And Peter may have just given it to him. Finding one, looking for the second, but can't confirm it. His health bar is too low. He's a little bit too scared, but he does find Rester. That is about as huge as it can possibly get. But Juicy letting the Devil out. Finds 2, finds 3, and will put JFT in the dirt, put an end to this attacking phase, and set the bar for Kanga's attack.
Kanga just spread out the entire map. It got to a point where Rester and Sector were on the attacking side of the map, just throwing down the heals, putting themselves in an off angle, it seemed like, because JFT, it got to a point where they had to contest the mission area if they wanted to progress any further. And that limits the space that JFT wanted to use in order to get a push going. Kanga took advantage of that and just spread themselves out throughout the entire map, and then eventually were able to clamp down JFT, because you know that JFT aren't going to want to move away from that little area that they only had to themselves.
JFT, this time it is going to be Joji on the Black Cat. No confusion this time around for me. Peter really, it really tripped me up. Like, I completely forgot. Like, even yesterday we saw Peter coming out with that Black Cat, and I was like, dang, I mean, we really got 2 of the best Black Cat players in the region on the same team. That's not even fair. Like, I specifically remember saying those words, and then when it happens again before my very eyes, I completely miss it. I gotta give an apology to my boy Peter there. He's gonna be manning up that Phoenix, who he has been clicking heads with, and sometimes being the hero that JFT needs, but they are going to need more than a hero. We're not going to extra innings. That battle line has been drawn by Kanga. and JFT cannot let them match it. As the doors are going to open up, JFT on this Loki with the Invis, going full on brawl with this composition. Devil Dino and Groot holding up that front line.
Yeah, they're just gonna poke and prod, see what sticks, whether it be an elimination or an ultimate to go off. Both sides just landing down as much damage as possible, try to get that eliminations down, or else some of those members could become batteries for ultimates that could be online and ready to go. Both sides still brawling it out, but Kanga are forcing themselves their way in. JFT are giving so much of that space so far.
I don't know if I saw if the regen domain came out or not. That might be a go button for Kanga, but Joji gonna put a stop to that with a shot in between the eyes of Tinny, and that is one way to go dino hunting. JFT will get the first fight win.
And quick as you like it, Kanga hit the reset button. Albeit, the spawn room is very close, so they have a lot of time to adjust and figure out a different way in. As JFT, they're just sitting pretty. They have both strategist ultimates ready to go, and Kanga not quite at that pace right now. Sector only at 90%, so if Kanga wants to pull the trigger, they're gonna have to do it pretty soon, but JFT, with all the resources that they have, it's going to be an uphill battle for Kanga coming in.
Either burst through these strategist ultimates or bleed them out. Invisible Boundary going to come out from Slippery. The second ultimate should be online from Winter before long to veil the team from that final judgment. A low health bar there, but can't confirm the elim there. There's the Invisible Boundary now. Peter with the End Song Inferno to match Revs. He usually does catch Josie on a flank there, but OP trades out Isaac, and I think this one favors JFT, but as Rester coming in with that late fate of both worlds, there's an opportunity. Strangling Prison coming out, and the damage coming through the headshots. It's so easy. It's literally fish in a barrel. Peter taking down Juicy. There's gonna be another one as JFT will stand their ground.
Oh no. Kanga tried to go for the offensive move. They even committed the fate of both worlds, both on Sector with the Loki copy and Rester himself. And they weren't able to get the value. Great retreat coming in from JFT. We're able to disengage it to perfection. No one going down from that aggressive move from Kanga. And now with that upper hand, JFT with the final judgment could come up huge here.
The double beast rampage from Tinny, and the final judgment is just gonna put that that temper tantrum back in a corner. No torch for you, sorry Tinny. Root walls to block his path as well, and gonna be JFT easily repelling that potential ultimate. There's a Sign of Seduction on deck, and Isaac is gonna let that one rip. Double beast rampage from OP, but he's bursted down with a freeze and a flame. A song of ice and fire, and OP is pressing skip as hard as he can, but he's gonna be set back to the spawn doors. JFT now down a crucial member, an Invisible Boundary to make sure there is no further losses, but Peter on death's door. Slippery trying to keep him from falling through it, will be able to get him healed back up. They're giving so much cart progress in order to make that one happen. Kanga threatening the full cap here, 4.5 meters, and OP is back on the Doctor Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme. A Sorcerer arrives exactly when he is most needed, and that will stop the cap from coming through, but Kanga refused to be denied. Fate of Both Worlds will force out the Invisible Boundary from the side of JFT. Final judgment time now for the side of Kanga, but another Strangling Prison is going to lock him down, and they will find the elim onto Rester. It's traded out for Joji, but the final judgment still going, still culling, still ripping, still shredding, but it's not going to be enough. Another trade out, but Juicy with a shotgun shot, but still traded out every time Kanga finds something. JFT take it away from them, but the cap comes through.
Oh, Peter almost clutched it out, but unfortunately was not able to get it done by the skin of their teeth. Kanga get the first checkpoint down, and they add another 2.5 minutes to the bank. Kanga off some heroic plays from Juicy, drawing out all of JFT's resources meant that even with the portal play coming in, JFT were not able to hold him down. Peter was so close to that clutch, but we are not in that reality.
And we are in a reality where Kanga have 3 ultimates to try and brute force us the rest of the way. And End Song Inferno off the diving strike. Joji on the Black Cat is going to go in and clean up the damage. Finds 2. Winter is there to clean up Rester. And this should be a fight win for JFT, but potentially a costly one as they invest the Invisible Boundary as well. I'm not quite sure if that was necessary. You probably would have liked that for this upcoming Sonic Seduction.
Yeah, Kanga are completely okay with it. They have all the time that they need. The matter is just making sure that they're able to force themselves their way in. Thankfully, Isaac does have access to the Sonic Seduction, so it'll be pretty easy for Kanga to, at the very least, reclaim some of that map space that they lost out on just now. But JFT, on the other hand, they're going to have to wait a little bit longer before they even have ways to respond.
Fate of both worlds from Rezter is going to be the go button for Kanga. JFT are going to be waiting. You know Joji has that calling card. That should be the win condition, but Wosh is going to be there to try and help with the cleanup damage. Calling card now popped, and Joji looking for that kill shot, but can't quite find it. Kanga are doing a good job of weathering the storm, and in fact, it's even going to be the shotgun shot that puts Joji down. Silent Seduction is going to be answered with a late Fate of both worlds coming through from Winter. It's not going to be in time. They've already lost their man, and now all JFT can do is hope to try and stall out the cart for as long as possible, putting the two biggest, beefiest bodies they can, but Revzy is chomping down on that beef. He's getting his protein today. And that is going to be Kanga winning another fight as JFT have to take their leave.
Yeah, and that's a huge loss for JFT. Winter wasting away the Fate of both worlds means that if JFT wants to find any way back in, it's going to be up to Slippery with the invisible boundary. OP's trying to make space with the Devil Beast Rampage. Juicy goes in with the final judgment. Sector's there to help him out.
Slippery catches Isaac, and Tinny was on a sliver of HP. The healing I don't think was allocated where it needed to go, but you need so much more healing to be able to survive through, and the invisible boundary is not going to be enough to save the Dino, but it doesn't matter because the damage is there, and JFT are coming up clutch. Peter has the flank. He's found a double, looking for Sector to try and find the triple. Is he going to get it? Silent Detonation. He's not able to. Okay, he gets it. The assist comes through. 15 seconds left, and Kanga are going to have to go for a teleport play.
They need to cancel the TP. They need to cancel the portal. Peter doesn't have to right-click down, so it's going to be 6 seconds left on the clock. As soon as that goes in, everyone on Kanga jump right on in. This is dire for Kanga. This is their final fight, maybe in this entire tournament. They need to win here, right now.
Revzy gets the late end Song Inferno. Sector with the cleanup, and Winter is going to fall as well, and Isaac has managed to find it. Two going down for the other side. Joji taking down Sector, but Isaac will bring him to a swift justice. Tinny is going to finish off OP, and this should be Kanga getting the cap. There's no TP play coming out from JFT,
so
and Kanga,
close.
they can see it. They can look straight ahead, and they see the finish line. The next round is in their sights, and JFT are running out of time to deny it.
80 more meters is the difference between a potential reverse sweep or a reverse sweep denial. Kanga just needs to win one, maybe two more fights. JFT do have access to the portal, I believe. It should be back off cooldown now, so if JFT want to try to take over this fight, they need to, at the very least, concede the fight if they need to, quickly. But with Kanga on Doctor Strange, they're going to have to be confined to this little area.
It's a miracle Wosh does not fall there. Got hit with everything. All the CC, all the stuns, all the charms, all the everything. The tenacity of this guy, quite literally, is going to be able to keep him alive. Peter nearly finding Rezter, and does get Revzy with the headshot there. Fate of both worlds going to come out a little bit late from Rezter, and Kanga are going to have to try and make up for that loss in manpower, but the firepower is still very much so on JFT's side. End Song Inferno to utilize all that firepower to its fullest potential. It's not going to be enough to confirm another KO, but Joji goes in, and he finds Revzy, and he finds Juicy, and 17 seconds left, and it is a team wipe as only Isaac is left for the side of Kanga. They have to collect themselves, try and push this cart the rest of the way, get control, wrestle it away from JFT. But with 7 seconds left, Freedom will ring out. Isaac is going to go in for the touch. Kanga ain't here, no bell, but Rezter has fallen. Peter takes him down. The Kumiho being unleashed now for Sector. Answer for the Fate of both worlds from JFT. The final blow could be coming through as both Dinos gonna let the Devil Beast Rampage, but Peter is still clicking heads. He's managed to find Juicy, shuts him down. Invisible boundary so far forward from Slippery, and Kanga are bleeding out one by one. JFT, their heart is still beating strong. They will deny Kanga. They will complete the reverse sweep, and they are going on to face their destiny.
Oh my god, JFT get it done. 3-2 is the final score. Kanga are gone. Kanga are done. JFT move on. My god. This museum is probably the most intense one we have seen in Ignite 2026 so far. Winter coming out with the MVP. Everyone on JFT, they use all different kinds of that composition. They go full dive, they go full brawl, they do even a mix of both. And Kanga kind of just got juked out every step of the way there.
You guys can't see it, but I'm looking at Diatonic's camera right now. He is in disbelief. Like, that was a series. What a show. The heart of OCE beats strong, and the heart of JFT lives to beat another day. As they complete a reverse sweep, they send the Ruse packing down out back to the Outback. 26 final hits for Peter. We were singing the praises of Joji all day long, saying this was the guy, this was their ace, their point guard. But in the midnight hour, when it mattered the most, Peter came up clutch with the Phoenix shots, popping Kanga like pop rocks, and they are going to pop their way one round deeper into this bracket.
One more chance to, at the very least, maybe get themselves a chance at claiming that second spot, because it really feels like Gen G are going to be claiming that first spot in the Pacific playoffs. But with JFT coming out guns blazing, at the very least, it's better late than never in terms of when they showed up, when they're able to perform. Because we came in criticizing them at around what, map 2, maybe map 3, that JFT lock things down in terms of that synergy, because every time they went for those kinds of ultimate wombo combo plays, it just never worked out for them. And this time, it has done wonders for them. Not sure what happened throughout this entire series, but JFT have clearly woken up.
I know Kanga's hearts are going to be broken after that one. It always sucks. Like, it always hurts staring down the barrel of a reverse sweep and not being able to shut it down, not being able to find that mojo, and ending up having to take your leave, and you're going to be kicking yourself, like wondering, like, where did it all go wrong? Where was the point of failure? Where could we have put this team away and not been in this situation? I do kind of want to counteract that and say that Kanga, I think, have nothing to be ashamed of. They should very much so be proud of the way that they played, especially Revzy and Juicy, and the way that they popped off when Kanga needed them most. It just wasn't enough when it came down to the wire. JFT had the momentum, and I think that was the difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, nothing to be ashamed of here for either side of the board. Kanga and JFT both getting their licks in, but JFT, justice for tomorrow, will live for tomorrow here. They take it in a 5-map barn burner, and yeah, you guys called it out. I was losing my mind over here, right along with you there, Chad.
I looked up and I just saw, like...
Maybe the most intense back and forth on top of that Doctor Strange I have ever seen. We know we've seen a lot of Museum of Contemplation in Pacific, but maybe the most insane run there for both of those teams. So yeah, hearts definitely broken here, but it is JFT that walk away with it unbelievably. They lock in the back half of this series, and they just never looked back.
Oh, it's just so cutthroat, right? Only the top 2 teams from OCE make it into the Pacific playoffs, and you gotta, we talked about it for a little bit, right? You gotta feel for Kanga, right? This is a team that came in with one roster change after coming in 3rd in OCE preseason. Now they tried to make a deep run, but unfortunately just was not meant to be here. Rester coming in, maybe that was the extra firepower that they needed in order to get themselves over the line to maybe get themselves a spot in the Pacific playoffs. But with this kind of result, you gotta really feel for Kanga here, because they played out of their minds as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dan, you called this out. I was going to bring this back up. You're talking about Kanga's positioning on that first run there, the first half of Museum, and how there were some spawn swaps and some kind of fanning out and dividing and conquering among Kanga, something we hadn't seen from them in the previous 4 maps in this series. So you can tell they are trying everything in the playbook they possibly can to turn this thing around. But at the end of the day, it is Peter and Joji, the heroes there for JFT, helping to right the ship and turn things around for them. I mean, what a run here. I can't sing the praises for both of these teams enough. You know, clear upward trajectory of improvement for them from the preseason to now. And of course, JFT and Kanga, no strangers to each other, and maybe a little bit of a developing rivalry between the two of them after, you know, first dance in preseason and that tiebreaker. So yeah, you know, back and forth.
I'm throwing DXA in there. I think all three of them do have a friendly rivalry, unfortunately, of those 3. And then there was one, you know, one of them had to establish their dominance. You know, last time around, it was Kanga coming up by only 1 map to get through that tiebreaker, show up in the playoffs, and, you know, unfortunately be the only one out of that 3 to get to represent. But now this time it is JFT by 1 single map, getting ahead of Kanga and getting to advance in this group stage onto the next round. And I got to imagine that, like, again, like, these 3 teams, they're all homies, they're all friends, they're all gonna be cheering on JFT and hoping that they can get the better of, whether it's Fury, whether it's Vulcan Red, whether it's the Chief, whether it's Gen G, no matter what the skill check is, they are going to have the rest of the OCE squad very firmly in their corner. And that's something that I think warms my heart about these 3 teams, and part of why they have captured my imagination as a caster so much. It's like, it's so fun to know how evenly matched they all are, but how at the end of the day, like, it's all in competition. They're all friends. They all love each other. They all support each other. But only one team can win. The road to victory is very narrow, and there ain't enough room for all three of them, so there will only be one for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, the sportsmanship runs deep in Oceania. You'll love to see that. And we've seen that come through in a lot of the interviews here. But these teams do leave it all on the battlefield. There are no friends. There are no allies. There are only rivals when they go head-to-head here. And yeah, again, just what an impressive matchup here. We talked about JFT a lot last night and how they looked so much better, so much improvement from that preseason. And now here tonight, clutching victory from the jaws of defeat. I had thought, you know, okay, we're 3 maps. We're going to move on to the next one. And JFT proved me wrong around every turn in the rest of this series. So major props to them. And of course, we're going to be hearing from one of the members of JFT here shortly once we get them on the line here, because you know, I gotta wonder, what is the energy like for that team? What are the comms like when you're coming back from that reverse sweep? You get all the way to that map 5 and it gets as close as it did there.
Just as I predicted all along. I never doubted JFT for a second.
I mean, my predictions are now at risk of losing out on that All-Seeing Oracle title, so I'm starting to sweat a little bit. Either way, I mean, if another upset happens, or quote-unquote upset happens, then my bracket might effectively be cooked. But
JFT already broke my Preds when they bounced DXA out. Like, the least they can do is follow through and win the whole dang thing for me now.
I was about to say, I am 100% unbiased. I'm always on Team Diatonic predictions, but my backup team is, of course, Team Cinema, and that's what we got here tonight. An absolute film from start to finish. So I know, you know, Kanga got to walk away from this one heartbroken for sure, but I imagine they will look back on it with a lot of pride, and, you know, they'll find things that they saw and they said, darn, I wish we could have thought of that sooner, wish we played that differently, of course. But yeah, the tape doesn't lie. An absolute banger of a series. And, you know, just to add on to it, that's just the first match of the night. There's plenty more Oceania after this one too.
And my voice is gonna have to hold strong for at least one more. Like,
I was gonna say, you guys doing okay over there? Feeling all right?
Surely, Fury and Vulcan Red make it a little bit easier for us, but obviously, as casters, we hope that we get a competitive series. I mean, that was a really fun one to watch, not only just in terms of how hype it was, but also seeing different adjustments throughout the entire series. We saw teams going full dive, we saw teams going full brawl, and we saw teams going a little bit of both, and just that mix and match of those kinds of compositions that we saw throughout, not only just in that last map number 5 where we saw that kind of rotation happen the most, but throughout the entire series. It went from dive, it went from brawl, it went from a little bit of both, and then just that different styles of play that we've been criticizing a little bit, right? We saw that, what was it, JFT, right? They really relied heavily on the Joji Black Cat, but they have shown that they can spread their wings out in terms of figuring out that adaptability in terms of what kind of comp they want to go for.
I think it took them a little bit too long to realize that, like, you can just sub in the Daredevil for the Black Cat, and it works all the same. Like
or
Joji.
Why not both? Why not both?
Yeah, just go in with both.
Yeah, I mean, definitely feels like we got a buffet of all the different comps. So many heroes making spotlights here on the battlefield in this matchup. But we are going to hear from one of the members of JFT now. We are going to speak with Winter here and get a feel for what the heck the energy is like over there. Because no doubt after a 5-mapper like that, got to be a lot of emotions riding high. Winter, I think we got Winter on the line here. Hold on.
There we go.
Yeah, hello.
Hi, Winter. Hello. Hey, congratulations on the win. How are you guys feeling over there after playing out that entire series from start to finish?
Obviously we're a bit like worn out, but we're obviously very happy we won that reverse sweep. Like, it was very hard maps as well.
Was there ever like a point where you guys were like, oh, we're down and out, like it's cooked, like any like? I'm not gonna say like, did you ever consider giving up, but like, was there ever a moment where you kind of felt like, you know, you were about there?
I mean, like, we always knew we were gonna win. Like, from map 1, we just gave them 2, so yeah.
make it a fun one for us to watch, but I gotta ask, right? You guys were really reliant on Joji, right? On the Black Cat. Have you guys been working on like things that, in case that you guys weren't able to make the Black Cat work, were you guys ready to go towards that different comp, that different level of playstyle?
Yeah, we have the DD as well, so it's like very hard to ban out Joe's hero pool. We have DD and Black Cat, and of course if they ban both of those out, we get like better backline and frontline. And Kanga, like, they're not really known for their dive, so of course we didn't really ban their Black Cat and DD out, which like obviously just gave us better backline, and we were able to ban their like Rocket and Grid out on the Central Park and last map.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like you guys had to spread your wings several times. So many comps, so many strategies hitting the battlefield this time around. Looking kind of a step ahead, you know, now you guys moving on to the lower bracket semifinals, either to face off with Vulcan Red or the team that put you down in the lower bracket in the first place, Fury. So I'm kind of curious, you know, what's kind of the thought going into this next match? What are you looking to prep for looking ahead at that next matchup?
Obviously get our revenge on Fury. I think we really fumbled the first match. Like, that should have been 2-0 easy, but and then VR, we haven't scrimmed them or versed them in a while. Like, we've never versed them before, so interested to see what VR has for us. I know they got like Quan XT, like best tank in the region. So
let's assume that it does end up being a rematch up against Fury. I mean, you say like you kind of fumbled it. It should have been 2-0. If you go against Fury again here in the lower bracket with tournament lives on the line, what's the score gonna be? What's the map score?
probably like maybe 3-0, maybe 3-1. Maybe we give them a map, like
just to be nice, just as like a charity.
yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess, you know, plenty to celebrate here, but of course, job's not done yet. Winter, any words for the fans out there or for any of the other teams and players here in the Oceania region before we cut you loose?
Yeah. Shout out Omni-Man, shout out Pekka, and shout out all the fans for supporting us. Shout out my teammates as well, of course. Couldn't have done it without them. And hope you still support us for like the next few games.
Yeah, perfect way to wrap it up there. Winter, thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on the huge win here. Looking forward to that next matchup for sure.
Thank you.
I have seen cucumbers less cool, calm, and collected than Winter is. Coming off a reverse sweep like that, like you'd expect to be like your hands are shaking, you're all clenched up, you're like still coming down, but like bro's like just another day at the office.
All right. It's like, all right, we just gave him 2 maps because why the heck not? And
had to put on a show.
Yeah, we had to put on a show. That's what Winter's thinking right now.
Yeah, especially playing all that Luna throughout that whole series, definitely putting on a show there. And you know, I have to say, I'm with you guys. Cool, collected, calm for sure. I think I was more emotional about that matchup there. I'm not even playing it.
You definitely were. Like,
oh, you're talking about yourself. Look at us just screaming at the top of our lungs, man.
Yeah, I mean, cannot sing the praises of these two teams enough. Absolutely insane, and that's what you get here for tuning in to the Oceania region here, but we are not done yet. That is just game number 1 of 4 on the docket for tonight. We're going to take a very short break here, let these two recover their voice a little bit before we dive right back in. Fury versus Vulcan Red coming up next. Stick around, you don't want to miss it.
Thermal anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. Optic blast!
Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat.
You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Frink Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
Well, Kanga Esports have played their last here in Ignite Stage 1, and the field ticks down to 5 teams remaining. But we're not done yet. We've got one more to send home before the end of the night. If you're just tuning in and joining us, you missed a banger of a series, but we've got plenty more Oceania action where that came from. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Diatonic, and I am here joined by the legendary duo whose voices are probably starting to hurt a little bit, of CV and That One Dan. Guys, unfortunately said goodbye to Kanga Esports. Now we will decide who goes home next between Fury and Vulcan Red.
No, I don't gotta worry about my voice. Like, maybe I blew out one lung, but that's why I got 2, you know, 1 for each series.
There you go. And then after that, we're gonna be cooked. That's why we're hopping away. We're gonna have a next fresh set of lungs to bring you guys some more Ignite action. But
I got medical insurance.
Before we get there, we gotta set our sights on Fury versus Vulcan Red, right? Kanga and JFD put up such a banger of a series. It really just didn't feel like any of those teams were down and out. And hopefully this series does the exact same. Vulcan Red coming in with possibly a good lower bracket run. They were able to come out 3-1 against Revolt and now set their sights on trying to take down Fury, who got sent down here by Gen G.
I think.
Yeah, Vulcan. Sorry, go ahead, CB.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, the rebuild for Vulcan Red has really been showing its benefits. You know, especially when it comes to that guy right there, showing that Namor, that Lil Rang. That is a name that is going to be on the tip of our tongues for a long time to come. And he's shown himself to be a tremendous asset to this squad. You know, at times, you know, the tip of the spear for this squad, keeping them in the fight, buying them into fights that they have no business winning, and. Or, like, I don't want to say hard carrying, because that feels like a mean thing to say to the rest of the team, because they are all, you know, more than carrying their weight, but Lil Rang is carrying his own weight and then some. The stocks for this guy, I think, are going to be going to the moon.
Yeah, I mean, Ancient was my pick for this team in the preseason. An insane Phoenix player who's done some work here in Stage 1 as well, but you guys are right. Lil Rang definitely was his night last night here, so they're going to be looking for him in this matchup here, taking on another familiar quantity here in Marvel Rivals Ignite in Fury. Again, a little bit of a new coat of paint here, some new players, just like Vulcan Red, but, you know, again, I feel like this is another team that has benefited from some change here, and some big names on this team as well, Dan.
I mean, go ahead, CB.
Yeah, I just want to say
we're just on top of each other at this point.
There is one big name that I think is missing here, and I think that's a true MVP for this team, and that's Snoop Cat.
Yes, yes. Someone had to say it. Someone had to say it. Doxu's Cat, Snoop Cat. You probably saw it on Twitter. Everyone has seen it, right? One big baby, but I don't know. If that's the buff that Fury needs, so be it. As they are facing elimination right now against Vulcan Red.
Yeah, definitely some experienced players there. Haluk and Konya, I had my eyes on them when they jumped in the preseason, and now here as well. Definitely going to look for them to pull their weight in this matchup. Now, you know, I feel like we had a pretty unexpected game number 1 on the broadcast here. Went all the way to 5 maps, got a reverse sweep. So I got to ask you, I'll start with Dan. Do you feel like we're headed for map 5 territory here as well?
It's under the impression that if Vulcan Red can lock in, right? I feel like, do have that slight upper hand against Vulcan Red. Vulcan Red, they did come off of a big rebuild after preseason. They realized the preseason didn't work out so well. We're going to change things up a bit. Hit that reset button, change out half of the roster. But it's just a matter of that synergy, right? Does Vulcan Red have what it takes to overtake what is Fury, who look really, really strong in their own right? They had a pretty decent run back in the preseason and are looking to get a deeper run here, but now starting out on Burn and T'Challa, how does Fury decide to navigate around Vulcan Red? How does Vulcan Red navigate around Fury? Because there are a few flaws for both sides here.
I think you're absolutely right, Dan, when it comes down to like the confidence, because it was kind of a slow start for Vulcan Red. You know, they ended up getting kind of bounced down here pretty quickly, and seemed like they were going to continue to go that way in their match against Revolt. But then something just clicked, and it all started to come together piece by piece, and they were able to just win 3 maps in a row back to back. And then, you know, on the other side, where they're finding their confidence, Fury have to try and regain theirs. They just went up against Gen G, and I don't know if you've ever fought a raid boss in your time, but there's a little thing called a damage check, where if you don't just have enough raw DPS, you simply cannot proceed. That is what Gen G is. They are the raid boss of this region, and going up against a wall like that can really shake your confidence. So if you're Fury, I think you want to try and get your feet back underneath you, remember who you are, and take it to this squad, Vulcan Red, that's just starting to get a little bit more wind in their sails.
And step 1 of trying to get that map win is through the ban draft. Both sides taking away the gambit. That has not changed so far here in OCE. We're not going to talk about the other regions that tried to experiment with it. Maybe it was a little bit of that brainwashing that we've been kind of hinting at. Maybe that's a whole different.
We've got our tinfoil hats on over here in OCE.
Yeah, that's a whole different conspiracy.
The 5G waves from Na'Vi and EMEA that can't control us.
But what can be controlled is the ban draft, right? Both sides taking over their first save with the Devil Dino. Fury going to invest their second ban on the Luna Snow. We saw that Luna Snow be Mantis in the last series, but it looks like both sides really value that the Luna Snow is very, very much more valuable here.
One-sided Black Cat coming in for Fury. And speaking of Fury, by the way, I gotta say, Kanuya, not a team player right now. I mean, everybody else giving the shouts out to Zaza again, but Kanuya says, no, I'm locking my main. We're going in with this Cloak and Dagger. Phoenix Man gonna come out for the side of Vulcan Red. Not gonna be securing that one-sided, I believe, as the Protect is gonna come through. And I think there's a lot more high-value protects that you're gonna want to go for. You don't want to make sure that you got Lil Rang and Ancient set up for success here.
You have a lot of different options in terms of what you want to protect. You could go for the one side of the Phoenix, which might be the case for Vulcan Red. You could even go for the one side of Mantis if you really wanted to at the very least enable the rushdown potential with the Devil Dinosaur. But by going for the Phoenix, I assume Fury would invest their final ban on either something to prevent the rush or something to prevent more dive potential. I'm not a big fan of that Captain America ban. It probably could have been towards that Mantis. Because now Vulcan Red, if they really want to, they could use the Dino and the Mantis with that extra movement speed to just rush Fury down.
Necronix is already flashing at Lil Rang. It looks like his tool of destruction is going to be the Ultron, and if this is the look they want to come out with, I don't hate it, but Fury, I think, do come out with something a little bit more classic, something we're a little bit more used to. You know, you're going to have Doxu currently hovering over that Star-Lord. It's always attack response. It can always change, but the more things change, the more they stay the same here in OCE. There's still barn burners aplenty to be had here. We had one map 5 banger, and I don't know about you, Dan, but I came for 10 maps, and if I don't get it, I'm going to be upset.
You know what? I'm here for 11. Let's make it happen.
All right, yeah,
let's get a draw happen. Let's make a draw happen. Why not just go for 11? If we want 10, let's just one up.
Can we get a gentleman's agreement for map 3 to be convergence, and then just for the height of drama? Let's get a back-to-back win for Fury, then a map 3 draw on convergence, and then a reverse sweep for Vulcan Red. How's that sound? Like,
that's one way to put a step above the first specified we just had. But for now, the gates are going to open up here on Warrior Falls as we take a look at what both teams are running. Vulcan Red have a lot of that damage amplification with the Mantis and the Ultron to amplify the damage of Ancient on the Phoenix. Fury on the other side, they don't have access to that Phoenix, which is currently the best hit scan duelist at the current meta. Silver is going to have to resort towards the Star-Lord. Doxu on the Black Cat with Haluk trying to help them out with the Venom dive. Both teams are running wildly different styles of play. Which one comes up on top here in this first fight?
well, with Vulcan Red's eggs all in the Phoenix basket, like, Warrior Falls is going to be a must-win for them so that they, actually, no, it's going to be a must-win for Fury because it's going to get even harder to deal with this Phoenix as the time goes on. Miracle going to strike first blood, take down Haluk, and now Ancient has the angle. IX9 getting bursted down, and with that headshot right where it needs to be, it should be Vulcan Red finding the first cap here. And just like I was trying to say, you know, for Fury, you do need to get the dub on here because this is where your Black Cat should get the better of the Phoenix, but so far in this first fight, no such luck.
Yeah, Haluk staying on the Venom, not even going to switch, or at least have an idea of switching over to the Captain America, which could be a better choice when it comes to that dive Vanguard to help out Doxu. You do have the team up together, but Silver, identifying Lil Rang, is able to laser him down as he's going to look for the Blaster Barrage, try to find some extra eliminations. Dox is able to find the isolated pick onto Chronix. So with good picks, yeah, Miracle goes down as well. Fury will be able to flip.
There's a triple coming out for Doxu. That is clean. Like, bro just swoops in and steals all the glory and gonna steal all the cash as well and use it to buy a Flame Orb. So now when Vulcan Red come back on through, Daxu's gonna know exactly where his mark is.
And with that Flame Orb, being able to scout out the members of Vulcan Red means that Doxu has a lot of room to work with, and so does the rest of Fury, right? They have the mission area to themselves. They can play as far ahead as they want, and with that more of a dive-oriented composition compared to Vulcan Red means that Fury, with that map space, can do as they please.
Luke going in for the dive, but gonna get punished. Garbage Rush coming out from Genzo, and now using the Psychic Spear to try and burn down IX9. The healing is gonna have to come through. Citrus holding on to that CYA and is gonna invest it, but not gonna be enough to save IX9. In fact, the CYA gonna get burned down as well, as is the BRB, as Vulcan Red are just stomping one after another right over Fury. We'll be getting this recontest as Fury have taken the lead, albeit only temporarily, as the Rage of Ultron raining on down from Lil Rang, and with one swift Cosmic Flame to IX9 and another for Haluk. A nice little two-piece for Ancient and Vulcan Red back in control.
Fury just never had an opportunity to use their ultimates. Haluk and IX9 both had the Feast of the Abyss and the Rampage respectively, but they just never found that angle. Vulcan Red, however, will have lots of defensive options. Miracle with the Invisible Boundary, Chronix with the Soul Resurgence, and Fury, they're going to look to go for the high ground access. They do get a lot of information, however, with that Flame Orb.
Feast of the Abyss and the Calling Card. Doxu is running crazy right now, and Silver is there for a little bit of cleanup. Invisible Boundary from Miracle is a little bit too late, and Quan, not even inside of it, gets caught out there, and Citrus with the cleanup. Now Silver gonna take to the sky and try to mop up the last vestiges of Vulcan Red, and this is gonna be Fury swinging the pendulum back their way.
And Vulcan Red tried to go for the aggressive moves, Silent Seduction and the Rampage, both being invested. Miracle even using the Invisible Boundary, but thankfully Vulcan Red do have the Soul Resurgence still. So they're able to, at the very least, rush down Fury. But with Fury having that defensive option with Kanuya on the Kumio Unleashed, Fury are going to try to make that first move to try to keep Vulcan Red at bay.
Don't Beast Rampage, good grab. IX9 getting bursted down. There's that Kumiho, just like you said, there to try and save him, but that's going to get bursted down, and Kanuya as well. BRB will be on deck, so Kanuya will be back into the fight, but still means that Fury have to give ground. Vulcan Red can take this high ground, try and set Ancient up for the angle. Haluk and I believe Daxu both there to try and deny it. Daxu actually going to take Lil Rang right out of the sky and then go in Viz like a thief in the night, get out completely clean, and IX9 going to chomp down on Genzo, and as Daxu just running rough shot over here up on the high ground should be enough for Fury to secure the dub here. 69% for Vulcan Red and 99 for Fury as OT will slowly tick away. Genzo on the Doctor Strange looking for a portal play to come through from Vulcan Red, but it's too slow. Not going to come through.
Great play coming in from Fury. When they had the opportunity, they seized it immediately and were able to do it quite convincingly. And whenever they had to concede, they conceded quickly and were able to recover just as fast. So Fury just riding the ebb and flow of the battle as Vulcan Red, they looked for opportunities, but it just felt like at times they just invested a little too much, and Fury were able to capitalize right on top of it. As we take a look going into this next fight, Vulcan Red, look at how low their ultimate economy is. It's only going to be Ancient on the Endsong Inferno. It's going to be crucial if he's able to take down Citrus, if he does put down an aggressive CYA. So all eyes are between these two ultimates right now.
I think Ancient does need to be the focal point of Vulcan Red, just like you say, not just because of the ultimate, but because it's Imperial Institute of Science, which is going to favor the Phoenix a little bit more than Warrior Falls. I do still think for Fury's sake, though, it's a better role than Stellar Spaceport for our map number 2, so I think Fury still have a chance here. It should be a little bit easier than it would be on Stellar Spaceport to shut down this Phoenix. If Ancient is able to get an angle, though, and start popping off, clicking heads, especially onto either Citrus or Kanuya, or even burst down that CYA, I think it might spell disaster for Fury, so we'll see who ends up striking first blood. You can see Haluk already going in with the aggression, getting caught out there, a little bit of damage coming through, bursted down to half HP, but only going to make him approach a little bit more slowly. CYA is going to speed up the tempo now for Fury. There's that Endsong Inferno just to burst it on down, and now we are back to a full armistice. No team with an ultimate to their name, but Fury threatening to find the capture. Genzo wants to go in and deny it, and with one frame left, does come through and do it, but IX9 taking to the skies, falling back down like the meteor that made his kind extinct, and isn't going to fall quite yet, still getting the healing that he needs. A complete stalemate for these two teams. Who is going to be the one to break it? Genzo looks to try and be with a diamond form, but his health bar getting so low, has to retreat to safety. Citrus on death's door, trying to confirm the Elim, but takes Daxu instead, and that is just as good, if not better. It'll be res right back up, but now Citrus has to try and keep this healing going. Miracle taking down Silver. Raging Voltron now going to come out from Lil Rang. Haluk is looking for a place to chomp, a nice little buffet, but it's only going to be Quan, and that is way too big of a health bar for you to chunk down, my friends, and Vulcan Red will be getting the first cap.
They had ever so slightly the better tempo there. Vulcan Red were able to just barely get their ultimates ever so slightly ahead of Fury. Fury were getting closer and closer to their ultimates, but unfortunately Vulcan Red just got theirs first and were able to make the first move, and Fury just could not respond in time. If Fury had a few more seconds to at the very least build up that ultimate, there was a world where this could have been a way closer fight, but with Daxu with the calling card, everyone on Vulcan Red reacted perfectly.
Lockdown! The Sonic Seduction just locks him down. He can't get anything off of the calling card, and that is a fight already chalked for Fury. They're still going to commit to it with the Rampage and the Galactic Legend, and as Silver takes down 2, the fight is very much so turnable. Fury have themselves in the driver's seat right now. Genzo with a sliver of HP, and Silver will be there to clean it up, and this should be Fury finding the flip. 41% and ticking for Vulcan Red, but it ain't going to be a whole lot more than that, as Ancient is going to have his pockets rummaged through by Daxu back into the fight just in time.
Good exit trade onto Citrus to deny the CYA being used aggressively for Fury. So Fury can't move up to close hold. Vulcan Red will be able to navigate a little bit closer to the mission area, but Chronix is there with the Soul Resurgence to allow Vulcan Red to run right on in. Ancient does have the Endsong Inferno just to deny Citrus the CYA, but with Chronix kicking things off, Vulcan Red make the aggressive move.
They have the Soul Resurgence, they burst down IX9. Kanuya gonna fall as well. Neither are gonna be coming back with the BRB. Or sorry, IX9 will be coming back. CYA now for Citrus, and there's again that Endsong Inferno just to burst it down, but the damage boost is still enough for Silver to get that KO onto Lil Rang, but you need so much more than that. That's the only KO that Fury are going to get in that fight, as a matter of fact, and only 37%, and they are going to give up the flip, and Vulcan Red, once again in control of the fight, and more importantly, in control of this angle that you see Ancient on right now. I mean, Fury just have no choice but to walk into this choke point or try and send Haluk to check him, and that's where you're wishing you had access to that Captain America.
Yeah, and Haluk staying on the Venom deems that the symbiote is the better option this time around, as Vulcan Red needed to navigate towards their next win condition. Quan getting closer to that rampage to try to give Vulcan Red some more space. Haluk goes into the depths yet again. This time is able to find value. Kanuya is able to capitalize. Silver will as well. It's looking like a team ace for Fury now.
Now the Feast of the Abyss goes huge, and Silver being there with a cleanup, a nice swift little double. 88% though for Vulcan Red.
88%, and now Fury get the flip. Kanuya holds on to the Kumio Unleashed, so if they ever so need to, Kanuya can easily deny Vulcan Red some of that space. Silver getting closer and closer to that Galactic Legend could get blessed by the Kumio Unleashed, so that Silver is able to get that CC immunity, some extra lifesteal to work with, so that his Galactic Legend is going to be all but likely to get maximum value, as Vulcan Red moving on forward. Here we go. There's a lot of ways for Vulcan Red to make space, most notably with the Rage of Ultron, maybe even the Rampage.
Big Galactic Legend for Silver, but there's so much cover for Vulcan Red, and even a Rage of Ultron. I think more of a defensive one to try and heal up the rest of the team. Double Beast Rampage now coming out from Quan, and Fury are going to respect it, as all of that was just to claim the high ground. IX9 now going to go in with the Rampage, gets right on into the back line and just crunches down Lil Rang. Haluk going to go in, can't confirm the Elam onto Ancient as the Ansong Inferno is forced out, but now the attention is turned to Miracle, as everybody just clamping right on top of that Invis Woman. So but with another double, a triple for him in this fight. And they're a little bit too greedy to give him the quad, but that will give Fury the dub here. Strange TP gonna come through though, potentially deny it, but Silver is there. CYA, Daxu with that calling card. You're only just taking a portal straight to your own grave. Fury will have map number 1.
That was a huge draw of the Ensong Inferno. Getting rid of that so that Citrus is able to get the CYA down. Great looks coming in from Fury to pressure down Ancient, to force himself to use the Ensong Inferno to get the health reset instead of denying the CYA on Fury. And that's all it takes here. Fury will be able to win out here in this map number 1. Great looks coming in, honestly, from the entirety of Fury, making sure that they identify the win condition on the other side and are able to shut it down quickly and relatively efficiently.
And when it comes to this map, like, Warrior Falls is the one that you always need to win, but especially when you're up against a Phoenix. And for Phoenix, Stellar Spaceport is what you really want. So for Vulcan Red, like, they were hoping they could get that roll, but still losing out on Warrior Falls and then again on Imperial Institute of Science, it's like, even if we had gone there, they still would have lost. Like, Fury just got the read, they got the RNG, they had the better composition, 16 final hits for Silver. We were focused so heavily on the Black Cat for a good period of time, but every time, like, Silver was just there with the cleat up. Haluk goes in with that Feast of the Abyss time and time again. Silver just goes in, Elemental Barrage. It's about as easy as it could possibly be. And then just a little bit of extra pepper and damage in there. Even got a 5k in there at some point.
Yeah, another Penta. We just keep saying multi-frag after multi-frag at this point. But Fury, great looks from them. And I gotta give props to the entirety of Fury, making sure that they knew what Vulcan Red wanted to go for, because it got to a point where Citrus on the Rocket Raccoon never found an opportunity to get as much value as he wanted to with the CYA, but finally drawing out Ancient Ensong Inferno was the difference there. And with the portal coming in, no one on Vulcan Red was able to identify where the CYA was, because it was very, very well tucked up, way up in the sky. And with that amount of verticality, Vulcan Red can't afford to look at it and try to burn it down.
It's also kind of a catch-22, right? Like, if you're trying to use the Ensong Inferno to try and burn down the CYA every time, you're not going to get the damage off of it. Like, you're not going to be able to combo that with, like, a Feast of the Abyss or with anything else that, will actually help you reach that damage breakpoint to find the elims off of that Duelist ultimate. Like, it ends up just kind of being a utility ultimate, and for something that you're putting, so heavily into for the Phoenix, you need to try and use it with a little bit more lethality, I think.
Yeah, but I think that's what Vulcan were trying to go for. Just making sure that they try to get rid of what Fury wanted to go for, and then just move on to the match in that sort of way. But with Vulcan Red losing out on that map, they will get the map pick as we head into map number 2. We'll see what they decide to go for, whether it be Convoy or Convergence. We'll figure that out after a few short minutes.
Chrono anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. Optic blast!
Well, no stopping the Star-Lord there on map number 1 for Vulcan Red as Fury jump out into an early lead here. Dan, feels like a pretty kind of open and shut case here, especially between those Star-Lord plays as well as that Black Cat focus for sure.
I mean, Fury have been playing very, very well, right? Making sure that they identify the win condition of the enemy team and just shutting it down before Vulcan Red were able to, at the very least, try to make that win condition work. It just felt like Fury were just ahead at times. They knew what Vulcan Red were going for, and Fury just kind of land that counterpunch time and time again.
I'll say history doesn't often repeat itself, but it does usually rhyme, and we saw kind of the same story, though, with Vulcan Red up against Revolt yesterday, where they got kind of blown out of the water completely when it came to domination, but then they won 3 maps in a row. And I think if you're Fury, you have to be aware of that and still give Vulcan Red some respect. Like, you can't let them get that momentum and try and pull that same stunt twice.
Yeah, I mean, just map number 1 here. Definitely not ready to kick your feet up on the desk just yet because, again, yeah, we know that Vulcan Red can lock in and turn things around after a slow start on map number 1. Of course, Fury focusing down Ancient for sure, trying to make sure that the Phoenix cannot get enabled here. And yeah, you know, I had some high hopes for Phoenix coming into this season. I thought stocks were definitely up, and at least here in Pacific, it seems like that has come to fruition.
I've got her in my permaban tier on my own personal tier list because she is either going to be banned or protected in like every pro match. Like, you're not going to see her just completely dodging ban drafts. Like, it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, no more Elsa becoming that server admin. A lot of people are rejoicing, but I don't know if we should celebrate too fast because you got Devil Dinosaur and Black Cat taking that exact spot because they can easily take over lobbies just as well.
Yeah, and interesting map pick here as we are gearing up for map number 2. We are headed to Araco, and this is Vulcan Red's map pick. Last night in their matchup with Revolt, they dropped map number 1, but they went to Araco next, and that started the upward trend for them, where they turned the whole series around and took 3 in a row here. So I guess that they are looking to try and capitalize on that, maybe have lightning strike twice here.
We'll see about that, because it really feels like Araco has been the big comfort map now coming into stage 1. Back over in preseason it was Museum, but now a lot of people have been adapting into Araco, it seems. Maybe they want to try to take advantage of a little bit more of that dive style of playstyle. Maybe they've got something else cooked up. We have no idea. Maybe this is just the comfort that people have gravitated towards. But for now we gotta head into the ban draft, see what both teams are trying to figure out here. But one thing's for sure is Gambit, again, nowhere to be seen here in OCE.
Yeah, I will say, like, as strong as Phoenix has been, she's not so strong that she is competing with Gambit for that first ban slot in the way that Elsa Bloodstone was, unless you're mind controlled by EMEA, in which case, you know, splash some cold water on your face, you know, go for a walk, touch some grass, get back in touch with reality, and just see how dominant Gambit has been every time he has been let through. OCE is very much so privy to that. They're not willing to put their hand on that stove. We will see a Phoenix ban come out. No, actually, get the... You know, debate me there, switch that up to a Luna Snow ban, which I think is another year that kind of flies under the radar as being, like, kind of up towards that S tier, finds herself in the pick and ban draft a lot, and for good reason.
And it's very, very well utilized in the triple strategist lineup. You can let the Luna Snow play a little bit more aggressively, and both sides are aware of how potent that could be, and they will take it away. So far, it's been pretty much the same from what we saw back in map number 1, as both sides now get a chance to ban at the exact same time. Fury eyeing the Phoenix ban, Vulcan Red do the exact same here.
So you think we're going to see some Punisher with both sides not going to have access to that Phoenix?
Very, very likely, yeah.
We're going to see some Black Cat for sure.
Yeah, Black Cat's going to be secured for Doxu. He's been very, very solid on that pick. Is it really Doxu, or is it actually Snoop Cat playing? Sometimes I wonder.
Which cat do you think is Doxu's favorite? A Black Cat or Snoop Cat?
It's gotta be Snoop Cat, right?
Yeah, like you can't let him here. Like,
you can't. You just can't. Snoop Cat is so cute. Anyway, we gotta get even more deeper into the ban draft, as Manta is gonna be taken away by Vulcan Red as they look to get their final save on the Black Cat. So we will see a Black Cat mirror. Are we gonna see a full mirror here? Fury just have to ban out the Mantis.
Yeah, those early Luna Snow bans do kind of like ensure that the protect onto the Black Cat is basically a freebie. I wouldn't hate a rocket ban though, because we've seen how much value the CYAs get, and that's what's going to come on through here. So Citrus actually is going to get that one-sided should he so please. And you know, you mentioned how it was a little bit difficult for them to leverage that at certain times for Fury, but it still does make up all the difference when you're able to build up to it so fast. You're able to play so much more aggressive with the BRBs, and without the Phoenix in play, because both of them have been banned, you don't even have to worry about the end song potentially burning that ultimate completely.
Yeah, as long as you put it in a spot where Vulcan Red have to look at a different angle in order to burn it down. This is great for Fury. You even have access to the BRB so that if things do go a little bit awry, you still have that safety net to bring one person back on the side of Fury, who are starting on the defensive side, so they're gonna be definitely relying on it here, as Vulcan Red still have a little bit of time to figure out what kind of composition they want to go for. They're looking to get a little more aggressive. They do have ways to rebound towards the Brawl, because Ancient right now, without access to the Phoenix, is looking towards rolling out on the Elsa.
And we talked about how Elsa's kind of fallen out of favor. Phoenix has overtaken her. So some people's eyes, Elsa might be the next best thing, but I don't know, it's had kind of mixed results. You know, we haven't really seen it pay off too well here in OCE, and I don't think I've seen a whole lot of it showing up in EMEA. I was asleep for Americas, unfortunately, because I gotta rest sometime. As much as I wish I had the energy to watch Marvel Rivals Esports 24/7, I like at some point.
It's just not possible.
Yeah, I gotta hibernate at some point in time. I need my beauty sleep. I don't just wake up this gorgeous, but Vulcan Red are gonna need to wake up in this series before Fury put them to bed. A nice little crunch onto Quan, and IX9 will strike first blood here on Arako, and there is gonna be a lot more damage coming through with Doxu on this Bucky. There is a shot for Genzo's got one more with Miracle's name on it, and looking for another target, and all targets are going to retreat back into spawn.
Fury almost got wiped out there. Vulcan Red put down so much damage, but we're not able to follow through on those eliminations, so that's a lot of ultimate charge on the side of Fury. As Vulcan Red, with those eliminations not in their favor, are gonna have to force themselves in. Ancient still has to navigate towards those maximum instinct stacks, because that's when the Elsa Bloodstone really shines, as Vulcan Red still looking for opportunities. Genzo looking for opportunities to, at the very least, disrupt the backline, and also try to mark down different areas of the map. But with Vulcan Red falling apart yet again, they will find one in the likes of Citrus. But with Kanuya threatening that CYA, Vulcan Red are going to have to be a little bit more careful.
Yeah, I think Genzo was actually just trying to set Ancient up for an angle on that Elsa, was trying to play bouncer, and not really disrupt the backline, but just, you know, be the shield, be the guardian, the bouncer, so that you can actually start leveraging the full power of this Elsa. And now that things are starting to open up a little bit, this might be where Ancient could potentially go for an environmental with the Glartrox, or even just send it right down the middle, try and hit the strike. Gonna put a lot of damage down into IX9. The Monster Piercer is going to go a-hunting indeed, and does find that shot onto IX9. There's another one for Haluk as well. Who even needs the ultimate? Just good old-fashioned buckshot to the brain is all you need, and Lil Rang with some cleanup on Silver, and Vulcan Red are cooking.
Fury probably are going to have to try to invest the portal. But are they just going to concede it? We'll see what the decision comes in. Haluk switches over to the Doctor Strange, but is there enough time to, at the very least, contest? They will step foot just in time. Dox was able to find one. Citrus is able to trade, but either way, Vulcan Red, with all of this offensive opportunities, Fury are going to try to fight back, but with that invisible boundary gone, Fury are running out of options.
Another final judgment from Silver. The only thing that Fury have to their name right now, the invisible boundary making it so hard to find any joy on these targets, but it is still making Vulcan Red flinch, and that cart not being pushed the rest of the way. But as these elims start to come through, Ancient with a shot onto Daxu there, IX9 getting carried off by Quan, potentially to his demise. Might be all over on this attacking side. Yeah, that's gonna be the cap coming through with a nice little two-piece for Miracle at the end.
Still a solid hold for Fury. We're able to keep Vulcan Red for as long as they could, but Vulcan Red thankfully are able to stabilize and at the very least add some more time to the bank, maybe try to get a deeper run here in Araco. As Fury, do they want to switch up their composition? Not just yet. Haluk did have to sacrifice some of that ult charge to switch over to the Doctor Strange, so now going back to the Emma Frost, he's going to have to navigate a lot more to make sure that Fury, if they do want to go for the aggressive move, they're going to have to wait for that to be online, as Doxu is dangerously low and finally gets taken down.
A low Rang with a nice little two-piece getting Silver as well. Genzo taking down Citrus, and this is a very aggressive power play now coming out from Vulcan Red. A quad for Lil Rang, and that is why this guy, we have been singing his praises all day long, and I think the day is far from over.
Calling card now available very, very soon. Kanuya does have the CYA, so if Fury do see Vulcan Red get a little too crazy, at the very least they will have that ultimate to rely on, but that's really it. They're gonna have to resort to using the rocket ultimate in order to stabilize.
Look at all the damage from Fury, the CYA.
So much AoE.
The CYA has to come out just to try and keep Fury alive. Invisible Boundary is gonna mitigate all the damage that comes out, but Genzo gets caught out outside of it, trying to conceal himself through that little teeny tiny bit of it poking through the wall, but it's not gonna be enough. But Lil Rang coming in with a vengeance with the calling card. Another triple coming through from him, and that is going to be a team wipe. Vulcan Red with the cap onto point B, and with 3:30 to go all the way.
It's all Lil Rang. Great looks coming in from Vulcan Red to draw out the CYA. Fury could not use it the way they really wanted to, because they had to use it in reaction to the sheer amount of damage output coming in from Vulcan Red. And now Kanuya completely ditching the Rocket Raccoon, now going over to the Cloak and Dagger to try to enable the team, maybe add some more peel to the backline, and also try to enable some more damage with the Terror Cape.
That's a comfort pick, though. I think I'd be worried right now if I'm a Fury fan, seeing some of these swaps coming through. Invisible Boundary from Citrus will give them a little bit of leeway for the time being, and a nice little crunch there onto Ancient. They're able to take down Quan as well, and now I think the mission for Fury is to try and go for the spawn hold. And you can see Haluk taking the fight all the way to that spawn door, pushing the rest of Vulcan Red right back on through it, and trying to catch Genzo out, try and force him back to the rest of his team, and not let him have any sort of angle here. Fury, they need to kind of try and keep this aggression going. They can't let Vulcan Red get themselves back into this. Yeah,
and they can afford to, because they have so many ultimates to work with. Doxu, Haluk, and Silver are very, very close to their ultimates, but with Silver gone, that's a huge advantage for Vulcan Red to try to get the spawn break.
Rang trying to go in deep on Kanuya, and you mentioned those Terror Capes earlier on. They're going to need to come on through, but the only Terror I see right now is Lil Rang. The peel is coming through, so Citrus going to go in deep, clean up Genzo, and that's going to be Fury finding first blood here as they're not able to confirm that elim onto Kanuya. Now Lil Rang going to be checked by Silver, hot on the trail, is going to hunt down Lil Rang, bring him to justice, and the Glartrox comes out from Ancient. It finds two, Citrus and Kanuya, the backline of Fury, cut right out beneath them, and have a look at Daxu's health bar. Where is it?
It's nowhere to be seen, because no one on the strategist line of Fury are able to help him out. So Dox is going to have to make the long way back into the spawn room, so that he's healthy and ready to go for this next engagement. Haluk is trying to draw a bit of attention, but he might have overextended just a little bit, but thankfully he's able to preserve his life. So Fury now grouping up together will look to try to make some way of entry in with that Eternal Bond. Haluk gonna use the symbiotic defense to try to sustain himself, but he's getting taken dangerously while Silver is finding that same thing. Haluk finally goes down, and now Fury gonna have to navigate this with a man disadvantage.
The burst damage from Ancient is just too much, but now Silver gonna try and retort with that Let the Devil Out. It's gonna be hard to find anything through the invisible boundary coming out. Kanuya trying to even the score with that Eternal Bond. That is enough to clean up Miracles. There's not gonna be a second strat ult that ends up coming out from Vulcan Red. That is a huge boon for Fury, as the pseudo strategist ult in the Freedom Charge is gonna be keeping Vulcan Red in this fight, prolonging it until they can try and find that next win con. But Fury able to stand their ground, repel Vulcan Red for the time being.
And the Fury, this is all they wanted to do, but here's the problem. When you use all those ultimates, Lil Rang can just go ballistic in the backline. Doxu and Kanuya already gone. Citrus finds that same fate. No one can stop this guy. Fury used too much in that past fight, and now it's coming back to bite them.
Yeah, there's a lot more than bite. There's some claw marks. There's a quad for Lil Rang, his second in this one, and a nice little triple earlier on as well. Bro is cooking when it comes to this Black Cat, and even Silver on that Daredevil can't keep him in check. 15 seconds left, full cap potentially coming through. Huge Glartrox is going to take IX9 for a ride, bringing the monster right to the Hunter herself. Doxu going to try and retort with a Glartrox of his own. It's going to be enough to help clean up Lil Rang, and Quan going in deep though has managed to find the crunch onto Citrus, and now Fury are bleeding out resources. Invisible boundary coming out from Miracle. Vulcan Red want to keep this fight going. Devil Beast Rampage now for IX9. Gonna try and proc some bleeds, build up to something. Maybe they can find a final shot, one last bullet to put a member of Vulcan Red down for good, but they're holding on strong. Ancient will get pushed down to the brink though, and Silver is there waiting for them, taking down Miracle, going crazy, trying to put a pummeling in onto Chronix, but Chronix is able to live for another day. Teleport play now coming out from Lil Rang. Haluk going in deep, trying to augment this dive from Silver, but they've lost their target. They can't quite find him. They will get Chronix in the end, and the healing from Vulcan Red is now running dry. Kanuya wants to wet things up, though, with a nice little pool for everyone to play in, and Silver is splashing all over, taking down Miracle, and Fury will find the full hold here. 2 points and just shy of the full cap, but Fury, they do not give it all.
Very thankfully, we're able to deny overtime happening here on Arako. Vulcan Red, still a very impressive push overall, was able to, at the very least, get all the way down basically to a third checkpoint, but unfortunately was not able to complete the full push, so there won't be that extra inning buffer that they kind of wanted to go for, but still, Fury being able to, at the very least, wake up in that final team fight. Better late than never, it seems like, because right now Fury, now on the attacking side, are going to look to do the same, but right now, it feels like Fury just don't have a great answer against this Black Cat of Lil Rang.
I think it kind of comes down, though, to the Glartrox from Doxu. Like, just getting the better Glartrox at the beginning of that fight was the complete difference maker. But I think you're right, like, they don't really have a good answer for Lil Rang on that Black Cat. Doxu is going to try his hand at the Black Cat as well, now on the attacking side, and Lil Rang going to change up the equation and bring out the Wolverine. Dan, how do you feel about the Wolf? Because we've seen Lil Rang do some crazy stuff with the Wolf before.
I mean, it's still a great option, right? IX9 and Haluk, and they're not the greatest in terms of Vanguards that can deal with the Wolverine. Yeah, you can probably use a bite onto Lil Rang, but that's really all you have in terms of that peel. Lil Rang can get so much value, but I'm very interested in Vulcan Red going for the Wolverine without that Primal Flame team up, so we'll see how Lil Rang navigates it without that team up as a Fury
I've
now
seen this
begin
guy.
their push.
I don't think he needs it. He's gonna go right in, tear IX9 to shreds, and yeah, you don't need no Primal Flame when there is a flame burning within, and that is going to be an easy elim there. Doxu has gotten access to the backline though, but the health pack is good. No, it's not! Chronix actually just gets swept up there, and Silver is in there as well, and we got this double dive duelist composition as Doxu finds a double to match Silver's. Silver brought to justice, but Vulcan Red brought to a heal.
Extremely aggressive approach from Fury. Vulcan Red just weren't able to handle it. Fury running both the Daredevil and the Black Cat means that the plan is really cut out for Fury, right? Get into Vulcan Red's face, do as much damage as possible, pressure the backline to the point where even if Vulcan Red want to go for something, they're gonna have to do it at a very big disadvantage.
Silver has an angle, Daxu has another angle. If Vulcan Red want to do anything, they have to keep their heads on a swivel. Their backline is in the crosshairs, and Miracle never saw it coming, and the charm is there as well. Kanuya to clean that one up. Daxu gets a nice little two-piece, and this should be the cap inevitably coming through from Fury off another team wipe from Vulcan Red. Lil Rang is going to make the swap over onto the Doctor Strange to try and get a portal in time, but no, he goes back to the Wolverine. He abandons that plan. They're going to give this one up.
Yep. Quick as like if Fury are able to take control. And they're looking to, at the very least, get that second checkpoint. And then step 3 is completing the map. But right now, Fury still navigating towards those ultimates. So far, huge fight wins without using those ultimates. It means that Fury are just able to get themselves all of that map space. But Vulcan Red are looking to fight back with a quick pick onto Daxu.
Yeah, able to clean up Daxu does mean that the backline from Vulcan Red is going to be a little bit more comfortable, but I think they need to be very careful about where they play. They have to stay very close to Quan, because if they stray too far from this Devil Dino, then whether it's Silver or whether it's Daxu, there is going to be a very dangerous flanker breathing down their necks, and Vulcan Red trying to reclaim this high ground that Fury want to take away from them. Haluk getting kidnapped, though, by Lil Rang. An opening frag coming out. Ancient is there with the cleanup, but make no mistake, that was Lil Rang. The glory may go to Ancient, but now as the CYA comes out, Silver wants a little glory of his own, and he and IX9 and Daxu are bringing hellfire to the backline of Vulcan Red, and the backline has flatlined.
Great timing with the CYA. Vulcan Red were so close to responding with that Eternal Bond, so close. Miracle was just not able to get it. Chronix nowhere near that invisible boundary either, so overall great chance for Fury to make even more space as the charm cancels that Apex Predator. Vulcan Red just can't do a damn thing because they were relying so much on the Apex Predator. Last Stand even going to be invested, and Vulcan Red just have no answer to Fury, who are using minimal resources.
It wasn't even just the Glartrox, it was the whole damn defense that got canceled right there. Vulcan Red, 450 in the time bank to try and hold on. They have to deny the full cap here. Fury, they've got victory in their sights. They can take a 2-0 map lead if they can clean this one up here. Silver is looking for his man, looking for his target, and Vulcan Red, they don't have him scouted out because they're too busy worried about Daxu and what's in front of them. They will be able to burst down Kanuya, and that will slow Fury's approach here, as without that healing, while still being rezzed up, they're going to have to take a moment to breathe, but there will be no breath left in the lungs of IX9 if Ancient has anything to say about it, and he is speaking loud and proud. But now Daxu going to go in with the calling card. So Fury, they still want to take this fight, they still want all this smoke, but Lil Rang is giving them the smoke, giving them the fire, and taking down Silver. Kanuya is going to fall as well, and Fury may regret trying to pick that particular fight.
And Vulcan Red just used the Eternal Bond, give Vulcan Red some of that space and the extra healing to make sure that if Fury get very aggressive, and that's exactly what happened there. They could not find anything on the side of Fury, so Vulcan Red are able to stabilize, maybe try to get that spawn hold as quick as you like it. As Vulcan Red, they will have options of defense with that invisible boundary.
Yeah, but I mean, I think some members of Vulcan Red were trying to retreat from the Devil Beast Rampage, but the invisible boundary will let them get back on point. But Silver getting cleaned up off the Terror Cape there, and a little bit of extra damage from Silver. He'll be res right back up, but the CYA is good. And a crunch from Haluk. Hello? And damage amplified. Feast of the Abyss, and Bro's belly is big and round as he definitely feasted.
Yeah, he's eating good tonight. We talked about Haluk as well, right? One of the more aggressive vanguards on the camp of Fury as he finds himself another KO onto Lil Rang, but huge props to Haluk, right? Great pull as well. Just being that aggression on the side of Fury to give everyone else on his team that space to control that area. We did criticize him a little bit early in OCE, being a little too aggressive, but right now it's working wonders.
And speaking of space, that is running out for Vulcan Red as Fury look to try and push this the rest of the way. Devil Beast Rampage coming out from Quan. They need to try and find something. Ancient can't confirm the Elim onto Silver, so we'll turn his attention to Daxu, and we'll get that one. So that is huge, and that is going to slow things down again for Fury, as the man advantage and the spawn advantage both in favor of Vulcan Red, but Ancient is not done. Releases the Glartrox, and will get a double and a triple in the fight off of that one. Oh, and one more, a parting shot with a little bit of breathing buckshot, and Citrus is dealt with.
Hey, if Ancient may not be as strong on the Elsa in the neutral because of that mobility being nerfed a little bit, at the very least, Glartrox was untouched, so that ultimate is still so influential. Being able to control a whole lane on any sort of territory is just way too much value, and with that, Glartrox being able to get to there, Fury had to immediately concede that fight, but with Quan getting a quick pick onto Silver, I feel like Vulcan Reds still have some fight left in them.
Gonna take down Haluk as well, and Daxu, yeah, no fight left in him. He is going to head right on back and take his leave. Fury are gonna have to try and reassess here. A minute 30 left, and Vulcan Red are doing a good job of standing their ground. And as the ults start to come online for both sides, a longer and bloodier ult fight will favor Vulcan Red because they will have the spawn advantage. So Fury need to come through with overwhelming force, and Silver looks to do just that, trying to let the devil out. But is he finding a whole lot with it? I don't see the health bars from Vulcan Red moving a single inch, and the Rage of Ultron coming through from Lil Rang is going to keep them topped up, keep Silver, keep him honest. IX9 now going with that Devil Beast Rampage. Try and make a little bit more space for Fury. Haluk going in deep. There's a diving strike. It can't quite find what he needs to. Lil Rang has got the moves, but Haluk has got the body, and he is stacking them high, taking him down, trying to find one more. Retreats back into the spawn. One way or another, Fury will win the fight, though. Vulcan Red have an opportunity to try and go for recontest here. Haluk jumping right on top of Ancient. Daxu is there, and the 1-2 punch, the two-man hit squad. They take down Ancient. Silver turns right round, takes down Miracle. That's a key healer gone, and now Vulcan Red running out of resources. Next healer on the chopping block. Invisible boundary to keep Vulcan Red alive and in the fight for the time being. Glartrox from Ancient is going to have to come up huge, but no. Genso finds the roundhouse onto Silver, and Fury are running out of opportunities here. They have to try and make something happen. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is going to have to be the answer, but there's that Glartrox. Does it find anything? I think it might have gone down the middle. Gutter Ball found the 7-10 split. However you want to see it, it did not find what it needed, but Quan stomping right on through, taking down Daxu. Haluk falling as well. There will be a res for the former, but not the latter, and IX9 needs a lifeline, is going to be kicked through it. 5 seconds left. There might be a teleport play that comes out from Haluk, but Daxu gets checked by Chronix. A little bit of straight damage. There is a touch. Silver comes through, but he is going to regret the day he ever tried it. It buys enough time for the portal play to come through, but Haluk is all alone on the other side of it. No friends, no power, no firepower, no dinosaurs. IX9 gets carried off to his demise, and Vulcan Red will even the score 1-1.
Somehow, some way, Vulcan Red were able to make it work. They just got so staggered at the start of that fight. Haluk was doing a good job at anyone who tried to walk out of that spawn room. Haluk was there to strike, but it got so dire. But Vulcan Red somehow, some way, again, found an angle to work with, and we're just able to just fully capitalize. My goodness, what a hold from Vulcan Red.
I feel like for me, it was like Fury just kind of like, they failed to stick the landing. Like, look at the stats. The final hits on the side of Fury, like, it was kind of like all theirs, especially on the attack. Sure, 19 final hits for Ancient, but Silver had 19 of his own, then 13 for Daxu and Haluk respectively, 10 for IX9, the 21 for Lil Rang. Okay, like, we're getting a little bit crazy here. It was pretty evenly matched all throughout, but towards the end, like, on Fury's attack, it should have been all Fury. Like, they were cooking with gasoline, and they just didn't execute when they needed to. At that last second, that last hurdle, when the spawn advantage was in Vulcan Red's favor, I think Fury just got a little shy and maybe tried to overcook, maybe tried to plan a little bit too carefully, ran out of time, only took, maybe 2 fights when they had time for 3, and it came back to bite them.
It just felt like Fury tried to go for those aggressive moves. Maybe at one point it was just like, hey, we're using those ultimates a little too fast. Maybe what if we just try to hang back, wait for Vulcan Red to make the move? But I feel like that's where it really bit them back, because Fury, when they got a little more passive, it got a little more problematic. Vulcan Red just kept that stagger going, especially with Ancient on that Apex Predator, has been proving to be so valuable on a hero that we thought was pretty much down and out here in the professional level.
It's all about those Apex Predators. It's all about those Glartroxes, like you say. Like, if those come through at the clutch moment and they manage to find, if they manage to find value, like, that's not something that you can discount, no matter how strong or how weak Elsa might be in the neutral, which she's still pretty strong in the neutral. Just because she's overshadowed by the Phoenix, who does cast a pretty wide shadow these days, doesn't mean that she is any slouch, and Ancient is showing us that she is still a viable option. You can still play Elsa, you can still profit, and you can still stick around because we've got map number 3 in this series. We are all tied up. We're going to throw to a quick break, and we will be back on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Chrono anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. A kick blast!
Threat neutralized.
Well, Ancient delivering a history lesson to Fury there, taking the MVP for map number 2 and putting Vulcan Red on the board here in this series. You know, it looked for a little while there like Fury was really catching up when they took the offensive reins. CB, what changed at the last second for Vulcan Red to turn that around?
I mean, I don't think anything really changed for Vulcan Red. I think they just stood their ground and they didn't let Fury bully them over. And I think Fury just kind of ran out of steam at the worst possible moment. Like, they were cooking. They had like 5 minutes going into point C. They should have, by all measures, gotten that full capture, but they got caught out a couple times. And then, you know, when it started to go around that last corner and Vulcan Red started to have the spawn advantage, Fury kind of overcooked. They kind of like tried, I guess maybe tried a little bit too hard to make something happen, but either there wasn't full commitment to the plan, or the plan wasn't good, or whatever it was. We're all left scratching our heads wondering, what if, you know, what if Fury had managed to close that one out, because they fell shy, and Vulcan Red are going to even up the score. Now Fury going to take us to map number 3, Central Park, and maybe Fury can get a little bit of wind back in their wings.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of momentum building for Fury as they were on that offensive run on Araco. 2 or 3 team fights in a row was a total ace onto Vulcan Red, and it just felt like that inertia sent them into basically a crash landing as they rounded that last corner before the final checkpoint. So, Dan, you know, I'm wondering here, what does Fury need to try and change here, or do they just need to lock in and clean up a little bit?
It's just following through, right? We talked about it. Like, Fury have been cooking. They were just winning out every single fight, full ace after full ace. And then when they tried to just win one more fight, they just disappeared. Nowhere to be seen. It just needs to be more consistent in terms of these fights, right? Fury went in so well, and then towards the end, it just, like we talked about, ran out of steam. Fury just had no more momentum, and they just never found that perfect fight win, and Vulcan Red were easily able to capitalize with some great picks, honestly, coming in from Ancient on the Elsa Bloodstone as well.
And something that I alluded to on map number 1 that I think is a little bit scary if you're Fury is, again, it seems exactly the same as that Revolt series for Vulcan Red, where they got blown out on domination, but then they bounced back on map number 2. If they win this one, then I start to worry for Fury in this one.
And let's see if there are ways that Fury are able to adjust here in the ban draft. We do figure out that Fury will in fact choose the attacking side here, as Devil Dino will be the first save for Fury. Vulcan Red looking to take away the Luna Snow, same as what we've been seeing so far in this entire series.
By the way, I gotta give a shout out because Ancient giving us a history lesson. Diatonic, my boy, that's chills right there. Coming in with the bars. Yeah, do the cooking motion again. You can't see him on his camera, but I can. He did a little like stirring motion with his hands. I love that I can see things that the audience can't right now. One thing that we will not be seeing is the Phoenix, as both teams going to use that simultaneous ban to take her out of the playing field, burn her flame back out, and maybe that history lesson is one we should have paid attention to, because maybe Ancient is going to go right back to that same Elsa Bloodstone well.
I mean, if Ancient isn't so good at the neutral area, like we talked about back in that second map, he still has that Gartrox that could easily clutch out a single team fight as Vulcan Red. They're gonna get access to the Black Cat. Lil Rang will be given the option if he does want to go for it, as Fury are just gonna quickly use their final ban on something that complements that Black Cat and then take it for themselves.
Yeah, but it can still be mirrored, so you might worry about that. But you also haven't seen a whole lot of Captain America coming out from the side of Fury, so I mean, Vulcan Red might use that on something like the Mantis, or yeah, like, Mantis is what they're hovering currently, so that's what's gonna have to be. Yeah, like if you're not gonna flash the Captain America, then I guess we're just not afraid of it. I do kind of like what Vulcan Red got away with here, though, because I think if you want to try and go back to the Elsa Bloodstone, which Daxu is already kind of flashing as well, this map is, I think, just better for Elsa than it is for Phoenix, as much as better can be, quote unquote, because Phoenix is still kind of like uncontested. But if there's a map where she can be contested, it's probably this one.
Yeah. But Fury on the attacking side, how aggressive do they want to go for? How much of that space do they want to seize for themselves in how much time, right? Vulcan Red now on the defensive side, they do get away with the Ultron and the Mantis. We'll see what the complement is going to be. They're going to try to dump their damage amplification on Ancient, who is actually going to roll out on that Elsa Bloodstone.
Also like the Ultron and the Mantis, you know, the good old-fashioned duo there. The triple strategist lineup here from Vulcan Red. So, yeah, like you say, putting all that damage amplification into Ancient, that's going to be the main tip of the spear for Vulcan Red. But they're on the defensive side. They need to have a strong shield as well. Quan and Genzo with a double Anchor Vanguard lineup here coming out for Vulcan Red. And Fury, I think, do have the means to break it. The Black Panther from Haluk is not what that is. Yeah, that's a much better look. Yeah, back to the Venom. Don't tease me with a terrible time.
But Fury now rolling out here. How do they decide to maybe leverage that ultimate charge, right? We've seen teams funnel all of it onto a single strategist. Not sure if Fury are going that same route. Doesn't seem like that will be the case.
I think they just want to throw the charm in there with the dive there going in from Luke. But they left IX9 and Quan just chomps him down to bits. And now, I mean, even as the BRB comes out, that's going to be Fury now completely in disarray. And Vulcan Red can just kind of have their pick of the litter. Like, which way do you want to go? Do you want to just take the fight right to IX9 off the spawn again? Sure. Do you want to turn around and deal with Haluk? That seems like it's going to be Child's Play. What a leap coming out from Quan. I mean, like, I talk about Child's Play, using Haluk like a chew toy.
And now Fury just, they tried to spread out. They're looking for different angles. Daxu even on the side, they're trying to draw the line of sight of Vulcan Red, put their heads on a bunch of different swivels. As Fury looking to push on forward, they do get access to the mission area for a little bit, but Daxu gets called out.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension there from Daxu, because like, look how far back IX9 is. I think Daxu was trying to capitalize off the dive from Haluk, but the dive from Haluk was a little bit too slow. So a moment of discord between this dive composition for Fury, and I almost kind of feel like, you know, maybe you get one more crack at this before you consider swapping.
I mean, Haluk, we criticized him a little bit, right? Being a little too aggressive, essentially outpacing his own team, where there's just not enough follow-up. Now with Haluk getting closer to that Feast of the Abyss, it could be used in tandem with Citrus on the CYA. See if that will be the case, as Vulcan Red, they will have access to Gartrox very soon. Genzo could easily make space, but that is a huge eat if it does come in. Big tether, big bite, and a big fight win for Vulcan Red. But there will be a portal coming in, so surely Vulcan Red will have one more chance.
Fury's still going to get at least 2 ticks off of this. It's going to be Ancient making the portal play happen. There's a BRB that got yeeted out there for Citrus, so a second life for whoever on Fury ends up falling. There's a Sonic Seduction and a Rage of Voltron trying to double down on this retake, but they never saw Silver coming. A hit and run onto Chronix, and now taking the fight right back into Vulcan Red's front door. Lil Rang got one though, but the cap still comes through, even with the Glartrox coming out from Doxu. It's just overwhelming force. A triple for him at the end of that fight, and Fury will have point A.
Cleanup duty for Doxu as everyone on Vulcan Red just resetting real quick. Fury, huge win as Haluk makes me eat my words, right? We said that he got a little too aggressive, but then he goes in, preps the feast, and no one on Vulcan Red was able to escape.
You're the one who keeps calling him too aggressive.
That is true. It's just me, but I mean, we've seen him do so well over in preseason, but here, not having access to the Vanguard Deadpool means that he's gonna have to pump the brakes just a little bit, as it's just a little bit of that, you know, just feel it out, right? See where can he draw the line, how aggressive can he get until it gets to a point where Haluk is just straight up overextending. As Vulcan Red are looking to stabilize for just a little bit. They do get control of the convoy, as Fury are threatening so much of that offensive prowess right now.
Got 3 big ultimates coming online for Fury. 4 letting the devil out. Ancient, though, going to shut down Haluk early on. Invisible Boundary is going to keep Vulcan Red nice and tippity topped up, and Silver is going to be dropped down in the dirt, courtesy of Ancient, who is, again, trying to take the fight far forward. Catch that respawn beacon. Doesn't quite catch it, but doesn't matter because it was practically in the spawn already. And now Vulcan Red have their feet back beneath them, and Fury have to try and find a way to sweep it out beneath them. Haluk taking a ton of damage. There's a flanking Glartrox from Doxu. Nobody saw that one coming, but he brings the fight straight to himself. Ancient now with the Glartrox straight down the center lane. Get a catch on to IX9. Take him for a ride. There's a CYA to try and save him. It's going to get burned down, but it does its job. And now the temper tantrum being thrown as the Devil Beast Rampage coming out. Kanuya is there. Doxu with a shot onto Chronix, but the card is in control of Vulcan Red right now. Sonic Seduction from Genzo trying to lock down the members of Fury. Will lock down Haluk. In fact, put him down. Now Doxu all on his lonesome, isolated from IX9, who gets caught out. But Silver coming back into the fight, taking down Lil Rang. And now the W's rampage for Quan. Baby is going to be put in a corner here. A sliver of HP. He can't rampage where he needs to. Breathing buckshot coming out. Now Doxu taking him down, putting a finality to that one.
Again.
Potentially. No, I mean, there's no damage yet this time, but still the Feast of the Abyss is going to be enough to take down Chronix, and Fury keeping their foot on the gas pedal here. Doxu with a cleanup shot onto Genzo. And I think Vulcan Red have finally been forced to bend the knee on this attack.
It looks like half of Vulcan Red getting zoned away from the convoy, but the other half were able to get a solid foothold. Fury just made sure that they were able to clean up the members that were away from the convoy and then set their sights on the next objective, as I think the cap did come through. Second checkpoint is already claimed.
It did. Quan literally like carried IX9 back on and helped him finish the fight there, and it's gonna be a late cleanup onto Miracle. And yeah, the cap comes through 2:30 in the time bank for Fury to try and find this full cap, but they can't risk stalling out here the same as they did on Araco.
So now, how does Vulcan Red adjust here? They're gonna match the Rocket Raccoon by putting Chronix on that pick. Lil Rang finally whipping out the Black Cat. See if he's able to quite literally whip down the backline of Fury, but with Fury having so many of those resources, Citrus still has the CYA. Doxu has access to the Apex Predator again. Kanuya could easily extend this fight with the Kumiho Unleash, as Vulcan Red still navigating towards their ultimates, but with Fury not pulling the trigger just yet until now, Vulcan Red are gonna have to get defensive.
The Invisible Boundary is quite defensive in nature and will save everyone's life, keep them alive. Kanuya now going to pop that Kumiho, try and run a rampage of his own. Silver wants to let the devil out. The Glartrox is going to force Kanuya down, put the big fox in the big hole, and Ancient is good for another one as well, cleaning up Doxu. Kanuya is going to get res, Feast of the Abyss again, damage amped, and it will find 2. Haluk gets aggressive at just the right moment when he's got the damage to back it up. Psionic Seduction and a calling card, though, to turn the tides back in Vulcan Red's favor, and Fury will be shunted off of a triple, potentially a quad coming through from Lil Rang. Haluk is still running rampant in the back line, but will be brought to a heel courtesy of Ancient. But even as they lose that fight, Fury did a fair bit of damage there.
Yeah, lots of great exit trades. Lil Rang I swear, every time he goes in with a calling card, it is perfect. As soon as Fury exhausts all their resources, Lil Rang just goes in and rips them apart. But thankfully, Fury were able to equalize, so the fight loss wasn't as punishing. IX9 even going to use the Rampage to give Fury even more of that space, as Vulcan Red, with no ultimates online, Fury are gonna just run right through.
I mean, that's it, right? Like, Genzo, the last man standing here for Vulcan Red, and Fury continuing to march on through. No sense in going for a portal play, no sense in trying to go for heroics. Might be a small opportunity for a touch as the Glartrox comes out from Daxu. Anybody that would have even had a chance to touch gets carted off to the Nether Realm, and that is Fury completing the attack, doing what they could on Arako, and at the very least securing extra innings no matter what happens here on Vulcan Red's attack.
And that was honestly a great push coming in from Fury, right? Being able to handle what Vulcan Red are throwing at them. Haluk, props to him as well. Being able to, at the very least, get aggressive, but not too aggressive.
Yeah, we keep saying how aggressive he is, don't we? Don't we, Dan?
I keep saying we because, I mean, I thought it was like a whole collective thing, but, I mean, that's what I've been deserving, right? Haluk, way back in preseason, was one of the more aggressive players on Fury, and he was really doing a great job when he was able to get access to the Vanguard Deadpool. Unfortunately, is not as contested this time around here in Stage 1, so he's going to have to get aggressive with other heroes. The Emma Frost was a bit of a criticism, I would say, because when he played that up against JFT earlier in the OC bracket, it just felt like at times he was getting way too aggressive, but Haluk on this Venom has been so good at handling it.
We gotta be careful. We can't let Haluk become your mace. You gotta start like singing more of his praises. Can't keep criticizing the guy, especially when he's putting up beast numbers like that.
Yeah,
with
exactly.
Those big crunches
the
coming
blow-up
through.
was crazy when he was playing against JFT. I'll just say that. I gotta give a huge amount of credit to Haluk.
Well, we'll see how he fares on this defensive side. Looking to potentially set up a pinch with IX9, holding down the fort here as Vulcan Red are going to put Lil Rang on that Black Cat, so the angles of approach are going to be something to pay very close attention to, but he's actually on the hunt for Silver, and we'll find him. Hey, buddy, I don't know what you were doing, but this is our neighborhood. You might be in the wrong place. Let me send you back where you belong, back to the spawn door. Now with a man advantage, Vulcan Red going to look for an opportunity to kick this door down, trying to catch Haluk out, trying to draw a little bit more aggro. Haluk going to swing right on back to safety, but all that space conceded off of that quick KO onto Silver. As he comes back into the fight, Citrus won't be there. No BRBs, no backline as Genzo finds them both, and now the diving strike coming on through. So much damage, and Fury swept to the wayside.
Yeah, Silver going down very early in that fight just gave Vulcan Red enough momentum to work with. Vulcan Red are going to have to fight one more time with the portal coming in.
Right into a Mento Fish, though. Like, you can't even, like, play safely. Like, you come right back out, and you're just stuck to the ground, like, with a magnet, and Lil Rang is just taking all of their lunch money. Look at the fortune building up. The coins are flying. It's like Sonic hit damage there, and Lil Rang putting in the damage onto the backline again, taking down both Daxu and Kanuya, two key members of Fury dealt with, and a late CYA, not even needed from Chronix, as Vulcan Red, with 5 minutes, will seize the castle and take point A.
The iframe from Lil Rang was absolutely perfect there. Being able to just buy a little more time and then go for the finishing blow, allow the rest of Vulcan Red to draw all of that attention onto the backline of Fury, and they all just go down like flies. Daxu even making an adjustment onto the Hela to try to poke down Vulcan Red before they even get into their face. So this might be the best adjustment for Fury. We'll see if it does come into fruition as Citrus falls to the hands of Lil Rang again.
Yeah, I don't know if this is actually going to be the best adjustment. This is in the weeds. Like, we are searching for an answer here. Daxu, I think, after falling, he's going to swap right back over onto that Elsa Bloodstone, but all these swaps are just costing Fury more time, and what's worse is they're losing in the neutrals of Vulcan Red. Not only are they mounting momentum, they're mounting ults.
And with so many ults at the ready for Vulcan Red, Fury are going to have to navigate through it. Haluk does have a piece of the Abyss. Oh my god, what a Glartrox.
Brings him right back. Kanuya right to his demise. Miracle is there to clean up IX9 as well. I thought we were going for a Glartrox environmental, but it doesn't matter. Piece of the Abyss now going to come right on through from Genzo, and that is going to be more death, more destruction coming through. Miracle stomping a mud hole with the Kumiho is going to be mirrored out on the other side by Kanuya, but The cart is in favor of Vulcan Red still, and still inching forward as this fight happens, seemingly at Fury's front door. A Glartrox to try and get them off their stoop and reclaim their domain for their own, but it is Lil Rang's domain with the calling card. He snipes out Haluk, puts the rest of Fury in a corner, goes into that corner, takes what is his, a triple KO for him, and that'll be the cap coming through for Vulcan Red. Surely as IX9 is only a few short bullets away, and Ancient has plenty of bullets for all of you.
Again, Lil Rang, perfect timing with the calling card, able to weave it in right before Citrus was able to get the CYA ready. And Vulcan Red off of it. Again, this perfect timing coming in from Lil Rang are able to secure the second checkpoint, able to move on forward. But Fury now with CYA ready this time around. Surely, Fury do have an angle to equalize or at least stabilize in this map space. Chronic still getting closer and closer to that CYA means that Vulcan Red, once Fury's gone, just like that, Vulcan Red could easily strike back.
I mean, Vulcan Red are just going to wait. You know, they see that CYA coming out. They already know they burned the BRB, so they're not going to try and fight into this. They know even if they manage to find a KO through it, it's not going to amount to anything. So they just tuck their tail between their legs, take their leave, and utilize the ult advantage coming on into this next fight. They don't scout out Haluk. He goes for a diving strike, but not dislodged from this back line. The damage coming through in the front line, though, is IX9 going to pop that Devil Beast Rampage. Clamps right on down to Lil Rang. Ancient will bring him down, though. So a trade coming out. Remember, no BRB coming out for IX9, so his death is a permanent one. Haluk is coming in here to try and deal with Genzo alongside Silver, but his health bar is just too low, and Ancient will be having all that is left of it, and that is going to be Fury dispatched from this fight. Vulcan Red getting their foot back on the gas, and Daxu getting put in his place.
And Vulcan Red were able to play as a team. Fury tried to claw their way back, although they were quite essentially just picking up scraps at that point. They knew the fight was almost essentially lost. Maybe they were trying to find some sort of light in that dark tunnel that they put themselves in as Haluk goes into the depths trying to bite someone, as Genzo will get picked out here. It's going to be the opener here. Ancient trying to find one. Will find the likes of Kanuya, so it's a 1-for-1.
Kumiho now unleashed from Miracle, but there's a huge Glartrox, and it will find the environmental. No, they are able to get back alive, keep their toes on terra firma. I thought for sure it was curtains for Vulcan Red, though. Silver looks to try and make it so with that Kraken impact going on in. Daxu taking down Chronix, but have to pay his life for it. So now it is all up to Silver to make up for that damage, and he has got it in spades, taking down Quan, and it's just not going to be good enough as Lil Rang coming back in, swipes him down. Daxu, though, going on in with Kanuya, and that will be enough for Fury to stand their ground mercifully, forcing Vulcan Red away for the time being, but only for how long?
Fury needs to be careful in this next fight. Lil Rang has the calling card. If Vulcan Red are able to draw out Citrus's ultimate, Lil Rang just completes the full push for Vulcan Red. Just outright, because Fury are not going to have any sort of response in time to match what Lil Rang is going to throw at them, because Lil Rang has been absolutely perfect in this calling card timing. Quan going in with the Stampede. What a grab, yeah.
Quan shutting him down. Lil Rang can't follow up the calling card. CYA, though, for the damage. Quan is getting bursted down, though, but so too is Fury, and everybody is just taking so much damage. Now is the time for Lil Rang to pop that calling card. He goes in deep, but isn't able to find any fatalities as a result. In fact, only going to find his own grave as Silver puts him in it and stacks Miracle right on top of him, and he's got one for Quan as well. The Rotastern shots still lodged deep in the frontal cortex, and Genzo wants none of that smoke. He's gonna get out of dodge, and that has bought Fury another opportunity on this defense. 1 minute left and only one more chance for Vulcan Red to push this through.
Yeah, it's looking like closer and closer to final fight territory as Vulcan Red still looking to regroup. Look how much ultimate Fury have at their disposal. Haluk going in with the feast just to buy even more time for Fury to get a foothold and try to keep that stagger train going, and they are doing just that.
Silver with a nice little two-piece there off that Kraken impact, and that's another fight easily won. 30 seconds left.
Portal.
Quan, yeah, he's even gonna have to use the portal just to try and get a fight here. I feel like maybe you have a little bit more time. He is going to go ahead and swap back over onto that Devil Dinosaur, but Genzo tried to make something happen and got caught out. A nice little rack attack that comes out there from Citrus, and now if the touch comes out here at all for Vulcan Red, it's going to have to be desperation as Fury have them now in dire straits. Glartrox to deny the touch even coming out. 7 seconds still left. There's another opportunity, but Quan is just praying for dear life. Kanuya is going to take that life away from him. Glartrox now coming out on the other side. Quan res right back up. Vulcan Red back to full strength, but Fury trying to sap that strength away from them. Denying the Kumio from Miracle. Denying Miracle an opportunity to get back with his team. So the rest of his team is trying to deal with Haluk, but Haluk is making himself a big problem. And as the CYA comes out, you're absolutely right, Dan. It is over. Fury will stand tall, they will stand proud, and they will reclaim the lead in this series.
Wow, great looks coming in from Fury. They were able to withstand the next calling card that Vulcan Red had at the ready. Low Rang, we tout him as one of the best calling card users on the Black Cat, but that time around, it was just not meant to be. Everyone on Fury knew that that calling card was at the ready, and knowing that they didn't have any way to rely on like a safe ultimate to at the very least deny any sort of value coming out of the calling card just meant that Fury knew that they had to rely on their basic abilities in order to handle the aggression coming in from Low Rang. And they did just that. Silver switching over to the Winter Soldier was all the difference, especially being able to CC any sort of members that try to dive in with the Trooper's Fist, maybe slow them down with the Tainted Voltage, maybe even pull them into unfavorable positions with the Bionic Hook. Although those cooldowns did get nerfed a little bit, we talked about it, right? The damage is still there.
Especially when the headshots come through, and Double Dino, he has got a big old noggin. There ain't a whole lot going on in there, but there is a lot of damage potential if a Bucky can hit Page out there, and Silver was absolutely finding his mark every single time, and that damage just becomes too much to be able to like maintain a front line at all. It just turns into full-on, all-out knuckle drag-out brawl, and Fury are able to win it outright when it matters most, but Low Rang still got a lot done there. 40 and 14, yeah. not a great, not a great KD. A fair bit of casualties there, but 19 final hits. Like, he was still making it happen, especially with those calling cards when he had the opportunity to do so. 21 though for Daxu is a little bit of a one up there. So I mean, if you're Low Rang, you want to be trying to look for more opportunities to use that calling card, get a little bit more value, and maybe try and get that one last little leg up. And Vulcan Red will have one more opportunity to set the stage to do that. It's going to be their map pick for map number 4 on the other side of this break. We'll see you in just a bit.
Chrono anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. A pick blast!
Well, the bell tolls once more, the bell of elimination here as Fury take their second map win in this series. And what a map for Haluk on that Venom, of course, putting up some serious numbers. And Dan, I really got to ask here, cage match with Haluk, when are we getting that?
No, I think Haluk just smurfs on me in game and IRL. I can't lie, but no, he has been really good. The glow up from the start of OCE, especially in that series against JFT, is massive. You gotta give props to Haluk working on that aggression. It looked a little rough in that first map against JFT way back. It felt like what? It was like only 2 days ago. It feels like, but it felt like what? Ages ago at this point. But so far in this lower bracket run, Fury are definitely relying on Haluk to make all of that space to enable the rest of the team to just spread their wings a little bit, give themselves more leverage, more map space to work with what they wanted to go for in terms of that game plan and win conditions.
Yeah, definitely feels like he's got some more support from the rest of the team. They are on the lookout for that hyper aggression that we've seen a little bit of there on map number 3. But yeah, improvement has really been the name of the game for a lot of players and teams here in Oceania. Such great looks here in stage 1 so early on compared to how they were doing in preseason. But, you know, this has been pretty back and forth here. It was close there. They almost got us to extra rounds on map number 3. CB, I know you said one lung kind of busted already here. Are we maybe looking at a map 5? Are we going to be able to take that?
I mean, I said that's why I got 2. Like, that's the whole reason. Like, you got to use what the good Lord gave you, right? Like, if I only blow out 1 lung today, it wasn't even a good day. Like, come on, give me another 5 mapper. I will say though, I think Fury have dodged the critical thing that they had to look out for, which was letting Vulcan Red get that momentum and sweep them in the way that they managed to sweep Revolt. Fury evening up the score there and taking that decisive defense on Central Park, I think, is going to be the key. Snuff out that momentum before it can get started, and hopefully snuff out the flame before Vulcan Red can take us to that map number 5. Otherwise, my insurance premiums are about to skyrocket.
I was going to say, I imagine you're going to be paid a little bit more here if we do see that map 5 come to fruition. But it's clear to me that both teams still have a lot left in the tank here. A lot of back and forth. Good looks on both sides of the board. Of course, Lo Rang as well, putting in some serious work here, as he's done consistently in stage 1 here. But we are off to Hall of Djalia for map number 4. Somewhat infamous for ties here. A little bit of deadlock. Dan, how do we feel? Maybe 6 maps this time, perhaps?
Maybe. We'll see how long it takes for Vulcan Red to get that done. Maybe we see a draw here on Hall of Djalia. Vulcan Red do choose the attacking side first. We'll see how much of a factor that plays into the ban draft. So far, both teams have been doing very similar things in terms of this entire series, at least in the first half of this ban draft. Getting rid of the Gambit early, getting that first save onto the Double Dino, and maybe stray away from the ban onto the Luna Snow. Maybe that's where I could see some adjustments happen there, but then again, we're going to have to load in and see how they decide to adjust here.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely room for teams here to make some adjustments, and obviously, Vulcan Red not out of this just yet. They do have 1 life left, but time very quickly running out, and that window of opportunity slamming shut. I like some of the changes we've seen throughout this series in the draft phase. Now, a little bit more focus on Phoenix, of course, as both teams have some prolific Phoenix players, but it seems like they've just gone back in time just a few weeks and started picking up the Elsa Bloodstone again. I'm surprised to see her back in action, but they've definitely proved she's still got a place here.
Yep, 100%, especially in that place being right on Ancient's toolbox, right at the hip, ready to be drawn at a moment's notice. And I got to imagine with a pick like Hall of Djalia, where Phoenix, I think, is very heavily favored, she's also going to be heavily prioritized in the ban once again, unless one team wants to try and go for a Protect onto her. I don't know if that's a good option, because then you lose out on either the Devil Dino or the Black Cat, whichever you want to try and go for. And yeah, Vulcan Red, they ain't that dumb. They ain't going to try and go for that one. They're going to secure their future, make sure they've got that Devil Dino. But a first ban onto the Phoenix from Fury, which might be just as good.
Yep. Great early ban coming in for Fury, taking away one of those options that Vulcan Red have been relying on. See if they're going to extend it by taking away more of that, but I don't think that's what Fury are going to go for.
Surely the second Phoenix ban comes through. Like, Vulcan Red have 1 and then the simultaneous. Like, that's got to be Phoenix.
Yeah, they're going to have to go ban for ban. Nope, they're going to stay true. They're going to go for the Luna for now. Surely this next one will be the Phoenix to try to match that, because we've seen how lethal it has been if the Phoenix does get away one-sided. Maybe Rocket Raccoon could be an option on the side of Fury to take away from Vulcan Red's roster, but no, it's going to be the Captain America. So if Vulcan Red do decide to go for the Black Cat-oriented win condition composition, Say that 5 times fast. That was a long one.
I feel like Vulcan Red aren't really, like, you bring up the Rocket, and Fury are going to secure a protect onto the Rocket right now, but I feel like Vulcan Red, like the Rocket's not really on their radar the same as some of the other major threats are, like the Dino, the Black Cat, the Luna Snow, the Phoenix, like all these other things that you're going to use a ban for. So I think like Fury are just kind of able to sneak that one right on through, and then, you know, towards the end of the ban draft, Vulcan Red are kind of like, you know, facepalming like, oh man, we should have thought of that. Like, we should have banned out the Rocket.
Why not save it? Because Fury could easily threaten it being one-sided. I'm sure Vulcan Red would want to try to secure the Rocket Raccoon because, again, we saw how strong the Rocket Raccoon can be if it does get away one-sided as well, especially with those changes coming in, being able to get those ultimates much faster, but Vulcan Red instead go for the Luna Snow. So Fury, what did they invest their final ban on? It's going to be the Venom. So even more of that dive Vanguard potential that could accompany another dive duelist is just taken straight out of the table.
I think this kind of feels like they're putting it all in on the defensive side. Like, you're going to try and force Vulcan Red to try and play a more brawl-heavy composition with the Devil Dino, probably with the Emma Frost as well, and trying to just rely on having like a shooting gallery for your hit scan. But without the Phoenix there, like, Elsa is going to have to be your next best thing, and you kind of just have to go for the full hold, right? Like, I think without the dive there, that's kind of what you're playing for.
Now, Fury, we can take a look at what they're thinking about here. Doxu looking to operate on the Elsa Bloodstone. Black Cat is available, but on the defensive side, it seems like Fury just wants to play a little more towards that front-to-back kind of play style. Silver and Haluk are going to team up together with the dive variation of this composition. So at the very least, Fury have a lot more leeway in terms of how they want to play this composition, because if the dive doesn't work out, they can easily brawl it out. Vulcan Red, however, still have a little more time to figure out what they want to go for here, because right now they're looking at that Mantis Ultron damage amplification onto Ancient on the Punisher this time around.
Man, what better way to try and brute force your way through a defensive side? Is IX9 going to be taking up that anchor over there on the corner? You can even see the silhouettes of Kanuya and Silver through the side. They're going to be looking for a dive target, and that's where the shotgun of the Punisher is going to need to come down. Yeah, look at Haluk as he descends on down from the top rope. Swanton bomb right onto Vulcan Red's backline, and he is going to be forced back. Can't secure the pinfall there. And on low HP is getting the healing that he needs, but he's not going to be able to deny Vulcan Red from taking this hallway the way that they want to. But Silver is there, squared up with the Billy Clubs, ready to go, ready to take the fight straight to them in this slow, narrow, and enclosed space. Genzo trying to wrap around past IX9, maybe get access to the backline, maybe set up a pinch, but his backline is vulnerable, and Kanuya has full access to it, going on in with that dash. That's a two-piece for Kanuya as he takes down Quan, and Vulcan Red are going to have to abandon ship here.
That was a good rotation coming in from Vulcan Red. Fury go in aggressive, draw out Quan's bubble on the Devil Dinosaur, and Vulcan Red easily identifying, hey, we don't have a defensive option to survive the second wave of a soft hit coming in from Haluk and Silver. We're gonna have to take control in this small room, but then Fury just came in with that close quarters combat. Silver and Doxu are able to melee and shoot down Vulcan Red. That did really look for a great rotation to try to bunker down, but unfortunately it's just not worked out, as Chronix is just going to get staggered out.
Silver will get traded out though. BRB gonna be burned now for Fury. If you're Vulcan Red, you have to make the most out of this. You've got 30 seconds to find another Elim and make it permanent. Haluk is going to bring it straight to you, and there's the Glartrox down from Doxu. Catches onto so many. The Rage of Ultron is not gonna be enough to keep his compadres alive. Ancient will fall, and Lil Rang now trying to make something happen with this ultimate, but out in hostile territory, this is an unfriendly airspace. Doxu proclaims this a no-fly zone, and Vulcan Red will be repelled. Quan brought back like a treat to IX9, saying, here you go. I got this for you. Like a cat bringing a mouse back to its owner.
But at the very least, Vulcan Red do have ultimates coming up ready to go. Genzo very close to the Meteor M. I would assume it would be used to keep Ancient alive if he does pop the Final Judgment. He's gonna pop it now to try to give himself more movement speed, but okay, Ancient just gets blown up through the Soul Resurgence.
Good trade though from Chronix. He's gonna find 2, taking down Kanuya as well, and IX9 will be rezzed right back up, but the man advantage is still in Vulcan Red's favor if they can confirm one more Elim. There's not gonna be another strategist ultimate. There goes Silver. Low Rang getting up close and personal, taking him down, and a nice little freeze and finish from Miracle, taking down Haluk. And as we approach on that second tick, the third seems to be all but a given, and Vulcan Red cracking this defense wide open, cracking Citrus's skull, and getting this statue rolling.
Great looks for Vulcan Red there. Unfortunately, Ancient just was not able to survive the incoming damage of Fury. Great anti-heal coming in from Haluk during that Soul Resurgence, but Vulcan Red were able to capitalize in the end. Genso still holding on to that Meteor M, so if Vulcan Red do want to, they can easily defend themselves by using that Meteor to soak up the damage, but Lil Rang just gets jump scared.
Yeah, Kanuya was just lurking, and you never saw that one coming. Genzo is going to fall now, and Fury are going to step their foot on the gas. They've got the lead foot, and they have got the backline in their sights. Miracle will be cut short, courtesy of Silver. A little bit of Billy Club bashing happening, and Haluk is there for some follow-up as well. And 1, 2, 3, they all fall like dominoes. A double for Silver, and Vulcan Red set packing.
Now, do they have to go for a different rotation here? They're at the very least going to group up, but Silver on this one side, Daredevil in this fight means that Fury have a general idea of how Vulcan Red are going to navigate throughout this map, and Silver is able to find a great pull onto Miracle. That's goodbye to Miracle and Chronix. No more heals for Vulcan Red.
And no more punishment either, as Silver is going to get a double going in to try and clean up Lil Rang as well. Lil Rang will make it back to salvation and return fire. A bit of an overextension. Lil Rang getting a 2-piece out of the spawn door there. One will be rezzed up, but you are still down your man when it comes to that Daredevil. And we're going to turn around, try and deal with Haluk as he, I guess, maybe did get too aggressive just this one time. But a huge Glartrox from Doxu, the Guardian Angel, coming through with a triple, making a quad. He can't quite find the Elim onto Lil Rang, as Lil Rang again going to hide like the coward he is back in spawn. But it doesn't matter because Fury get another fight win.
It's always so flashy watching Elsa plays happen. A great multi-kill coming from Doxu with the Glartrox. It almost got burned away by Vulcan Red, but Doxu thankfully was able to follow through on those eliminations, gets himself a triple, but here we go. Fury making the aggressive move here. Haluk with the tether thanks to the CYA has all the damage to wipe out Vulcan Red in front of the spawn.
A minute 15 left, and Vulcan Red have to try and find a way to break on through this. They've got the ults to do it, but they don't have the space to even reach that Q button on their keyboard. It's all being snuffed out, and every time they poke their heads out, Doxu claims it, taking down Lil Rang, forcing him back in. And look at how far Fury are playing. Like Vulcan Red, they can't even breathe. All the life being suffocated out of them right now. Is Doxu continuing to hold this angle, letting them walk right in, and now the ult start to come on down, and there's going to be the cancel coming out onto Lil Rang's ultimate, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but they're still able to get the damage through with just that. Haluk falls, will get res right back up, and maybe the CYA from Chronix was just what the doctor ordered.
And with Vulcan Red having more ultimates at the ready means that they can extend this fight even further. Fury on their side. It's only onto Kanuya with the Kumio Unleash. A 1v1 happening, but Lil Rang is able to win that out with a little bit of assistance from Miracle. But that's a huge stagger, a huge pick for Vulcan Red. They're able to navigate a little bit further. Silver is going to try to mark out Lil Rang, so he's going to get forced out of that off angle. And now, how does Fury decide to navigate here? They're at a huge ult disadvantage. Wait, something got canceled!
It was a Sonic Seduction from Genzo that got canceled, and that is the go button for Fury. They're gonna have to double down our Vulcan Red with that Fate of Both Worlds now. Final Judgment looking to try and damage Ambit, burn down that Kumio from Kanuya. It is just a formality. He's able to get to safety, but has to evacuate in order to make it happen. Haluk will have no such luxury. The shield from IX9 bursted like a bubble, and Ancient has bursted this defense wide open. Doxu gonna claim out Lil Rang, but it's all just a token fight for Fury, as they've already had to concede point B, and Vulcan Red marching on towards point C. A minute 20 in the time bank, and they have got a completion in their sights.
I'm gonna assume it was a charm that canceled Genzo's Psionic Seduction, but in the end, it was never punished. Vulcan Red still followed through. Great timing coming in from Ancient with the final judgment, but with that Silent Seduction getting cancelled, you could argue that it did force out Miracle to use the Fatal Bow Foil so that Vulcan Red could stay competitive in this fight. Fury, however, lose out on that Kumio Unleash. IX9 is going to be brought right back. Lorang just goes up into the sky. There's no response for Fury here.
Kanuya, oh, okay, goodbye. Just throws a smoke bomb, dips on out. Haluk gonna go ahead and use that Beast of the Abyss. Can't confirm the Elim onto Miracle. The peel is there. The whole squad is there to keep Miracle alive. But there's also a Glartrox there trying to carry him off. But Vulcan Red now with a damage amped Devil Beast Rampage coming on through. Just stomping a mud hole in Doxu, taking the fight right to Fury's spawn. And Vulcan Red looking to try and get a full completion here. Draw that line of scrimmage so far forward that Fury do not dare cross it. A CYA will help them break on through. Silver looking to break a couple skulls in the back line. Will do just that. Taking down Ancient. Next on the chopping block should be Chronix, but he can't confirm it. Looks to let the Devil out, but it's put right back where it came from. IX9 with that Devil Beast Rampage trying to put something up on the board for Fury, but it's just not happening. Vulcan Red have the momentum on their side. They've got victory in their sights. They've got a shotgun. Pump it in the slugs right in the chest cavity of IX9. Daxu gonna get res right back up, but it's all a formality. It doesn't even matter because the clap's coming on through. A round of applause for Miracle as he takes down Kanuya. A final judgment from Ancient as well, and anywhere you look, it is all Vulcan Red in the KO feed, but Miracle with one more coming on through as Vulcan Red will find the full cap. And just as Fury did on Central Park, secure extra innings if there is a full cap. No matter what Fury does on this attack, Vulcan Red have an insurance policy.
Ancient just goes in at the perfect time. No one on Fury was able to find where Ancient was, and Ancient just takes full advantage of it. Just goes ballistic with the shotgun, just putting down all the hurt onto the entirety of Fury's roster, and Ancient as well. Getting a well-timed ultimate right before that second checkpoint just allowed Vulcan Red the momentum that they needed in order to follow through. Lorang also timing that Galactic Legend well, as the rest of Fury kind of just fell over in that final fight. It looked competitive for so long, but towards that tail end, it kind of just felt like they ran out of that fuel.
For how heavily Fury kind of like invested in the defensive composition, and for how good that spawn hold was on point B, I mean, the fact that Vulcan Red cap at all, I think should be a slap in the face to Fury, and they have to try and find some way to answer back. Like, their honor has been tarnished, and they are only going to get one more chance here to try and reclaim it. So we'll see what they end up walking out here with. But Vulcan Red, like, they are sticking with exactly what gave them so much success. Genzo and Quan, double anchor. The Lil Rang Galactic Legend from with that Star-Lord, like, that has been a meal ticket for them. And now Ancient again on that Punisher, just so much front-loaded damage. It's just all good old-fashioned brawl damage.
Yeah. And Vulcan Red really didn't combo a whole lot with their ultimates, right? Usually you would see Chronix being that Rocket Raccoon, popping that ultimate either with the Galactic Legend or the Final Judgment. We didn't really see a whole lot of that. It just felt like Chronix was just using it just to keep the team alive, just to equalize a strategist ultimate that Fury threw at them. As Silver gets dangerously low, Haluk looks for an angle to try to force Vulcan Red out of this high ground angle that they have posted up in. And Fury looking to spread themselves out to make as much space, but Haluk gets taken down.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to go for that play so that they can secure the other high ground. There is going to be the BRB to bring Haluk back into the fight, so maybe they were playing with that aggression, you know, knowing that that was in mind, but they're not able to capitalize off the space that they've got. Now Ancient just kind of has a firing gallery, going to switch back over to the shotgun, pump a few slugs inside of Haluk. Miracle has fallen elsewhere, though, as everyone was looking at Haluk. No one was looking at their back line, but you need to look at Ancient right now as he has cleaned up, and Daxu going on in deep, taking down two. Vulcan Red trading things out, making it even, making it difficult for Fury, but one tick has already come through. The second, not too far behind. If we can get just a couple more elims here, Silver gonna win that duel with Lil Rang over that health pack. Straight GP gonna come out now from Genzo. It's an opportunity for a recontest here and a final judgment potentially from Ancient if he can just get the angle to do so. And Fury are going to give space. Good freeze coming out. Glartrox from Daxu is going to clean up too. Fighting both Miracle and Lil Rang. A triple for Daxu. The hero play coming through, and they are going to respect the CYA and this final judgment. They're not going to be able to claim any space off the back of that hero play that comes out from Daxu. And I'm not sure if the teleport is still up or not, but there's still going to be quite the defensive from Vulcan Red waiting when Fury try and go for a re-engage here.
but there's not a lot of bodies for Vulcan Red. Most of them are still making their way the long walk back into the mission area. Fury are able to force the rest of Vulcan Red away, and they're finally able to follow through. Great Glartrox coming in from Doxu, making it feel like this Elsa Bloodstone might still be a very, very strong power pick here.
Just got to be an opportunist with it. Got to pick your spots and got to put that Glartrox right in that spot. And Doxu did it perfectly there and shut off any potential recontest that could have came out from Vulcan Red. And I mean, I thought there was enough defensive utility for Vulcan Red to try and go there, but every body that was still alive was stuffed back into that Cubby, and Fury recognized that. They just shut the door on that. Haluk going in deep alongside Silver. They're able to clean up Lil Rang. An early KO that you definitely cannot afford if you're Vulcan Red. Final Judgment for Ancient to try and alleviate some of the pressure. The Invisible Boundary from Kanuya, it's not going to be enough. It's just too much damage. An overwhelming tornado just wiping you up like a trailer park right now. And a nice little parting shot. A quad for Ancient, and good lord, what a way to bounce back.
And Vulcan Red invested a lot there. Miracle assisted the rest of Vulcan Red with that Fate of Both Worlds. Ancient took advantage, making sure that if Miracle does find an angle, he could assist Ancient on that Final Judgment to give him some extra damage amplification. But Fury completely okay with this. They were able to get that first checkpoint. They're just gonna have to reset and then come back. A lot of headshot sounds coming in for Ancient, but Fury though, they have all of that pressure.
Now, they'll let the Devil out, Devil Beast Rampage, and that is going to be a near team wipe. A BRB is going to bring back Miracle, but it will not be there for Quan. Wait, Quan actually getting out with a sliver of HP. Haluk says, I will be having that if he can confirm it, but no, the healing might be there, and a little bit of a stall from Miracle, so the cart still has to round the second corner, and Vulcan Red, off of that play from Miracle, are going to get a second fight here. Haluk is doing all he can to try and shut it down. Silver has to go in and try and be there, but now with the CYA coming out from Chronix, Vulcan Red have managed to dig themselves out of that hole, get themselves back in the fray. Ancient with another pick off there onto Haluk, and Vulcan Red stand their ground.
Feels like Fury overheated a little bit there. Haluk does go in, tries to explode one of the backline members of Vulcan Red, but just was not able to follow through on that elimination, and the rest of Fury just didn't have a response to Chronix with that CYA and the Psionic Seduction coming in from Genzo. So Vulcan Red easily able to withstand the amount of aggression coming in from Fury. And now with Fury on the back foot yet again, they're going to have to navigate through the space. Citrus and Doxu could come up huge, but Vulcan Red do have tools of ways to defend this.
The Rage of Voltron is the key tool that they're going to have to leverage here. Silver, look at the angle he's trying to take down Lil Rang early on before that Rage of Ultron can ever come out. And IX9 is there for the cleanup. They will take him down, and now Vulcan Red running out of tools. The BRB does come out, and now the Rage of Ultron will be there, but so too will Doxu, and we know how good he is with these shotties and with the Monster Piercer rounds. Gonna take to the skies, take a firm anti-AI stance. A couple of shots into Lil Rang, and is looking for that last one to try and put him down. He can't quite find it, but maybe the Glartrox can. It will go on in deep, sink its teeth into, I believe that was Quan, bring him back over to Fury again, delivering a treat right to the doorstep. Like a cat again. Judge, jury, executioner, though, so saith Ancient, trying to pop that Final Judgment and get a little bit more room going. But in the meantime, Doxu has found the duel with Lil Rang. He's managed to confirm that Elim, looking for Chronix next, and the peel is going to have to come back before Silver comes back into the fray. But he has found Chronix, Sonic Pursuit, able to capitalize, takes down Ancient as well, and that should be enough for Fury to get themselves back around here. But the card has fallen so far back that Vulcan Red will still get another fight here.
I mean, Doxu did so much work there, covering one off angle after another off angle, but we're going to have to hold off on it because Ancient does get the portal down, so Vulcan Red still have one more chance to fight this out here.
Nope, they don't. As the cap just comes through, the portal too far back. Ancient can't get the touch, and Fury just sneak away with that one. And now you've got to commit. You have to take this fight whether you like it or not, because you are here in for a penny, in for a pound. And a poundin' is exactly what Silver is giving you, taking down Lil Rang. And 1, 2, 3, 4 members of Vulcan Red down, and 2 more on the chopping block. Battered into a fine, powdered by Silver, and Fury get the fight win of their dreams, 1:30. But they've got to complete this cap.
All right, Fury are able to bail themselves out from another fight. Still were able to win it out in the end, but I mean, Doxu just, with all that mobility, has the maximum instinct stack, so he's able to just dash around Vulcan Red. It's so hard for the rest of the strategist of Vulcan Red to stay alive because Daxu is just applying pressure the entire time. A great bite coming in as well. Invisible Boundary is going to try to help out Silver with the Devil out, but Miracle is there to equalize.
Kanuya potentially caught out away from the rest of the team. You can see Quan at the bottom of the screen going for that,
three.
but you can see off the side of your screen, yeah, 3 coming out from the Glartrox. Haluk is there with that Feast of the Abyss, able to take one down. Silver trying to clean up Chronix will do just that, and this is looking good for Fury as they're able to get a fight win here, and not a lot of tools for the side of Vulcan Red.
At the very least, they do have the Rage of Ultron, but they're going to have to use it to make space. Chronix is going to have to come up huge with that CYA to try to help out Ancient, to try to outpace the aggression coming in from Fury, because as that convoy gets closer and closer, Vulcan Red are running out of options.
Oh, Silver just takes down Miracle. It's going to be rezzed right back up, but the healing won't be there when you need it. So if you ain't got healing, you got to have damage. And Ancient does indeed come up huge. A hell of a deflect there from Silver, but she can only deflect for so long because dread it and run from it. The damage will arrive all the same. Ancient with a triple off that shotgun shot. Maybe a fourth if he can clean up Daxu. Daxu falling on the cart. Did he die enough? Soon enough to trigger OT, he does. Citrus goes to try and extend it a little bit more. Haluk with the portal play. This is the only chance Fury have left. No more ults online for Vulcan Red and not close to any of them, but Fury also feels like they're miles away from salvation. Daxu going in deep to try and make something happen. Wants to try and confirm this KO onto Chronix. He won't have it just yet, but Chronix still feeling the pressure, but so is Haluk as he gets bitten. The teeth of Quan sunk deep into his jugular, and that will be enough. Fury bleed out again at the last hurdle, and Vulcan Red will take us to a map number 5.
It's the gift that keeps on giving. We're getting another set of 5 maps. Yeah, you summed it up perfectly. It just felt like Fury just ran out of steam at the worst possible moment, just like they did on Araco. They had the moments, they had time to follow through, but they just could not secure overtime, and it was a bust for Fury, and Vulcan Red come out on top, and we get a deciding map 5 again.
I think that time Fury were a little bit more decisive, though. They tried to go aggressive and snuff out a potential recontest before some of those tools came online, but the final judgment from Ancient was exactly what Vulcan Red needed to force Fury back, force them all into disarray. And I mean, maybe we sing a different tune if Daxu gets that KO onto Chronix at the end there, but even still, it wouldn't have been enough to save Haluk. You need to have bodies, you need to have staying power, you need to stay on the cart and keep the fight going. And when the fight starts to break down, Ancient is the guy that you want in that fight because he was getting that damage done. 52k on the Punisher, 19 final hits, and he is deservedly your MVP for this fight.
And not only just the final hits and the damage, they came in at the perfect time, right? Every time Ancient popped ultimate, it was very, very clutch. And Fury just weren't able to recover from it. Vulcan Red, somehow, some way, still alive here as both sides are going blow for blow. It's been one map win, and then the other team gets the map win, and it's just been back and forth, and now we're at map number 5. Oh my goodness, Ancient needs to come up huge again if they want to get it over the line.
It's why I love lower bracket runs, you know, like all these teams, they know their tournament life is on the line and they are going to fight like hell to make sure they get to live to see another day. Unfortunately, only one of these teams will have that honor. The other, I think at this point, can still go out with their head held high, but they want to be able to hold their hands high in victory. It is going to be Fury's map pick for map number 5. Chat, we are going the distance once again, and you don't want to go anywhere. We will be right back after a quick break, and we will see you for map number 5 in just a bit.
Chrono anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not warm welcome, Nueva York. Optic Blast!
Could it really end any other way? Back-to-back map 5s here in the lower bracket in Oceania. If you're just tuning in, you've missed a heater of a series yet again, but Vulcan Red and Fury are gonna go the distance here. Some interesting stuff going down on map number 4. CB, I was watching the end of that run. I saw Fury sneak that checkpoint number 2, win the fight immediately after, and then they just ran out of steam.
And that seems to be the story when it comes to some of these payload maps. Like, they managed to get the job done on Central Park, but I think that was more in terms of their defense than it was on their offense. Some of these offenses, like we said, like they're running out of steam at that last possible hurdle, and they need to stick the landing when it comes to this one. Fortunately, for map number 5, I don't think we're going to have a Cart 2 escort the rest of the way forward, but we will still need to see them have that finishing power, have that execution, and be able to, just like I said, stick that landing.
Yeah, I mean, you have stars on both sides of the board here putting up numbers. We saw the duelist line for Fury, 20 final hits each for them, but still not enough to outpower the force that is Ancient. We've seen him on the Punisher, on the Phoenix, so many heroes Ancient has in the pool. Dan, what can they do to try and close out this series against Vulcan Red?
I mean, Ancient needs to come up huge with the clutch factor again. It seems like we're going into a domination-focused map as our final deciding map number 5. And if you know anything from Vulcan Red's run so far in OCE, they have not won a single domination map in the entirety of this OCE bracket. So Ancient needs to come up huge.
I believe they did against Revolt. Yeah, it was Burns and Charlie against Revolt in a map number 4.
God. Oh yeah, true. But either way,
so you're saying there's a chance?
There's a chance, but it has to be up to Ancient. But either way,
they still have looked very weak when it comes to a lot of domination matches, and I think you know we can maybe even put an asterisk on that one because Revolt was kind of out of steam, even more so than Fury have been when it came to that particular map. But when it comes to like your first dominations, whether it's Burns T'Challa, whether it's Krakoa, it doesn't matter. They tend to just get trounced when it comes to that one. And I think Fury know that. So while your stat might have been incorrect, I think the thought is still very much so right, Dan. I think you're right on the money when it comes to that one.
Yeah, it's just the Vulcan Red's nemesis right now, right? Are they able to overcome it? Are they able to figure out what needs to be done in order to get that momentum, right? It just felt like it was a push and pull. Fury and Vulcan Red going band for band, blow for blow. And you can see it in the map score as well. Vulcan Red win one map, Fury then win the next. It was never consecutive, and now we're at 2 apiece. How does Fury overcome this? How does Vulcan Red overcome this very nemesis? Do they have to rely on Ancient with the clutch? Do they have to rely on perfect ultimate timings from Lil Rang? We're going to have to see it right here in the ban draft.
We shall see. One thing, again, we have not seen and will not see is that Gambit coming on through. But the first Protect, as is key with this meta, this game state, does often paint the picture. And for Fury, it is going to be a picture of a dinosaur.
Surely Vulcan Red are able to match it, as Vulcan Red have, maybe this is some variation here. Vulcan Red, however, have not really strayed away from it. They're thinking about staying with the Luna Snowband, and they're going to follow through on it. Surely this next pick will be the Dino, or else Fury could just easily ban it away.
Well, can I get the ban on the Luna Snow, like you said? Yeah, like, it's tough, because again, like, you kind of go back to that same question of, like, there are so many things that you might need to ban out, right now that you're worried about, like Black Cat, Daredevil, Phoenix, like all these different things. Again, Hell's Heaven is one of those maps where maybe the Phoenix isn't going to be the strongest one, and maybe Punisher might actually be a little stronger. I don't know. Like, it kind of depends on the game plan. Why did Fury pick this? Is that they just think that Vulcan Red are weak on domination? Maybe that could be a trap with this particular one. Either way, I mean, both sides flashing that Phoenix ban, they're gonna commit to it, and you know, we got one more protect and one more ban apiece, and we still don't know what the plan is for either side.
So far, Vulcan Red looking to show their card a little bit, hinting that they might want to go a little more aggressive with the dive with that Black Cat pick. Fury are going to respond by taking away the Captain America. Mantis is still on the table for both sides. Fury, do they want to save the Mantis here? It hasn't really been all too popular to use a save on that Mantis, but Fury taking a little bit of time here to figure things out. They will, in the end, match the Black Cat.
Ooh, and if we get a cap ban from Vulcan Red, which we might as well, like, just give us the mirror bans completely. Like, we're at a map number 5. We're down to it all being decided on this one. Give me a mirror ban just to keep the score completely even.
Yeah. I mean, if it's a full mirror, you essentially throw the ban draft out the window. It's just like, all right, well, if it's a full mirror, it's just all going to come down to raw mechanics. Who can outplay the other with the composition? But no, we're not going to get a full mirror. It's going to be Vulcan Red committing their final ban by taking away the Rocket Raccoon.
And what I say last map, I don't think the Rocket Raccoon was on their radar. It is now. They've managed to pick up on it, and that actually might be a fatal blow dealt there by Vulcan Red in the ban draft phase. Hopefully that Captain America ban coming through from Fury onto Vulcan Red is going to be enough to keep them in this fight. It's their map pick, and they chose it for a reason. We'll have to see why, but we are not going to be seeing YA.
Yeah, Chronics on that Rocket Raccoon likely means that without the presence of Phoenix being able to shut it down quickly, that CYA, like you mentioned, it's going to be Vulcan Red having all of that utility, all of that damage, and as well as a second chance as well with that BRB. So Vulcan Red have a lot of different ways to utilize this Rocket Raccoon, and Vulcan Red could easily just go right on in with the dive because Vulcan Red's backline have a lot of that self-peeling potential. Miracle on the White Fox. Lil Rang is just going to go in with the dive. Chronix has a lot of mobility to work with, and then there's Ancient to make sure that if Fury do go for some sort of dive sort of maneuvers, it'll get easily shut down by Ancient.
Two teams looking to make a name for themselves. Lower bracket, tournament lives on the line. Map number 5, and it's on domination. It doesn't get more poetic than this, Dan, but as we see both teams coming out with exactly what they are going to be fighting with, trying to get this first fight, be the first one to fire that first shot. When it comes to capturing this frozen airfield point here, Fury are going to keep themselves firmly on the ground with a nice little wraparound, though, from Kanuya and Haluk, trying to set up for a dive and a nice little charm to help augment Haluk in that dive, but they got to be careful of the back line as there is a threat of a potential flank coming out from Lil Rang. So Kanuya has to go on back, go for a nice little peel, throw in a little bit more damage and try and keep this pressure going. Ancient with a nice little uppercut and is able to clean up Daxu, and that is critical for Fury as there's not going to be a BRB because, like we said, Rocket has been banned, so that one is permanent, and so is that one. A little bit of tainted voltage now coming out from Ancient on this Bucky. The Winter Soldier paying dividends. Winter has come.
I know Daxu even got the Flame Orb in a really good spot, so it got to a point where Fury knew where Vulcan Red were at all times, so that Vulcan Red, just out of sheer firepower, were just able to overpower the rest of Fury, and now Fury are going to have to hit the reset button. IX9 is going to get taken down pretty low. Genzo does the same, but at the very least is able to seek refuge. Miracle's going to get pressured up, but with the CYA coming up, the Vulcan Red have all of this momentum.
Luke is trying to get a bunch of damage done, maybe peel somebody back, but he's got the Symbiotic Resilience forced out, and Vulcan Red are just trying to push the rest of Fury back, and they'll do so successfully. So Haluk has to get out, essentially getting very little done, and is going to take another high ground position, go for another diving strike, go for a little bit more peel. The peel is going to be there. The whole squad coming back to try and save from Haluk's wrath. The Kraken impact coming on down, hits onto IX9, but Daxu is there to clean up Ancient, so no follow through going to be coming out. Kumiho unleashed, but even that isn't going to be enough healing as Daxu is just letting the claws in, ripping and tearing, and as Silver takes to the skies the Galactic Legend, this Fox is going to be made into a coat before the day is done, and Daxu will go on in there. Kanuya actually going to get the KO on that one, but it is going to be Fury off of just one ultimate finding the flip.
Yep, and very efficient from Fury. to take down the rest of Vulcan Red and get the site flipped over to themselves. Genzo is ready with the Feast of the Abyss. Lil Rang now has access to the calling card, but with the Fury having so many of those ultimates, I'm afraid he's gonna have to wait a lot longer if he wants to find a good timing for it.
It will be res right back up, but I mean, you know, Miracle again just caught out. You know, I think went for the teleport to try and save Lil Rang, or is either on the flank with him one way or another. It doesn't matter. But Ancient and Genzo finding a couple of big trades coming out here. Feast of the Abyss now coming out from Haluk, but has he bitten off more than he can chew? Is the symbiotic resilience from Genzo is going to keep him topped up, and that ult goes to the wayside. So Fury have to try and take the fight back over on the point. There's that calling card, like you said. Lil Rang going to go ahead and pop it, but the invisible boundary coming in line for Fury, and a calling card for Daxu as well. CYA to try and make the difference, and the Feast of the Abyss from Genzo is going to chomp right down on top of Citrus, and Genzo with another as well onto IX9, making a triple for Genzo. This Venom is spitting the very same, and as a Luke falls, that is going to be the flip coming through for the side of Vulcan Red. Only 61% to Fury's name.
Yeah, Citrus's ultimate and Chronix's ultimate go down at the exact same time, but with Citrus going down, Fury just did not match the healing potential that Vulcan Red had at their disposal. Everyone in Vulcan Red were just able to brawl Fury down, and with Doxo getting staggered out, Fury gonna have to look for a different way in, either through just running it down main or just going through some of these high ground angles that Fury might look to go for. Silver, all eyes are on him with this Galactic Legend to come up huge.
And he shouts it out from the rooftops. He's going to be able to find Ancient, and Haluk is going to take one down as well. Silver with a nice little two-piece, potentially a three, if he can get in there and clean up Miracle, and he will do just that with the Elemental Barrage, and that is just what Fury needed to get back in here, as 99% will take over for Vulcan Red, but overtime is mighty swift, as Fury are going to find the flip, 63% and counting, and by the time this next fight kicks off, it may even be one-fight territory.
Yeah, but Vulcan Red have the upper hand here in terms of ultimate economy. Fury needs to find a way to eliminate someone on Vulcan Red, or at the very least stagger one of them. At the very least, but the hook coming in from Ancient. We talked about this guy.
Lil Rang going in, trying to take out Kanuya. Is he going to be able to? No. Ancient, though, with that Kraken Impact, going to put a stop to IX9, and another one. He goes again, and he takes down Citrus, and one more for Kanuya. And Haluk going to be next on the chopping block. Fury doing all they can to try and make sure that they have the manpower to make this OT fight stick. Only 95%. The flip comes through. Strange portal now coming out from Silver, but Haluk gets caught out so far away from his homies. There was no way he was ever going to get saved there. A nice little Mento fish to slow the roll of anybody that dares come through the portal, that dares step foot in Vulcan Red's domain. As Frozen Airfield belongs to them, they will fire the first shot. Invisible boundary coming out from Citrus, and Vulcan Red seemingly on the back foot now as Fury looking to try and make something happen, though, but calling card coming out from Lil Rang. He's got Citrus, he has got more in his sights, he has got money on his mind, and he has got victory in his grasp. Ancient with another shot down onto Haluk. Lil Rang goes in deep and takes down his contemporary in Doxu. No, Doxu actually going to slip away, and there is still a contest coming out from Haluk, but it's a token contest all the same. Fury fought tooth and nail for that one, and that's just Frozen Airfield. We still got one, potentially two more sub-maps to go, but Vulcan Red 1 point away from glory.
The only reason Vulcan Red were able to claw their way back was off a clutch hook coming in from Ancient on to what I believe was Silver that was on that Star-Lord. My goodness, we talked about this guy throughout this entire series. This guy knows how to clutch, and he's done just that, is able to flip the site over, make sure that Vulcan Red are able to clutch on through. Fury had some fight in them. They committed the Invisible Boundary and the Kumio Unleash. Haluk even switching over to the Loki to utilize that regen domain to make sure Fury are able to jump through the portal safely. And with Doxu getting closer and closer to that calling card, there was a world where Doxu could have come up huge in that final fight. But unfortunately, Doxu just could not get that online fast enough. And now he might just go crazy here in this second round.
You said it though, Dan. Like, Fury still had a fair bit of fight in them, but Vulcan Red, specifically Ancient and Lil Rang, they beat that fight right out of them. And now Fury gonna have to take this first one on their terms. Doxu has the advantage when it comes to the calling card, but Ancient has had his number and will have a crack and impact before long, and you can't risk feeding that last little bit of ult charge over to Ancient before you manage to strike blood. Genzo getting really low, Lil Rang doing the very same, and both are gonna retreat back, so the space belongs to Fury, at least for the time being, but can they capitalize off of it? Good shield from Quan to avoid disaster as his health bar was mighty low. Calling card now coming out from Daxu. Is he gonna be able to make something happen with it? Ancient turns around, Trooper's Fist, and an uppercut to the jaw.
No.
His jaw is on the ceiling, and that is going to be a fight win coming out now for Vulcan Red. But Kanuya cleans up Genzo. Kumiho now being unleashed, and Genzo gonna be rezzed right back up. Feast of the Abyss for Haluk is gonna crunch down onto anything. Crack and impact from Silver, but the guy with the Kumiho unleashed is just too much for Fury to withstand, and Vulcan Red, like a tsunami, wash over them. It's all blue in the KO feed, and it's all Vulcan Red on the podium as they will take the first cap for the second time.
I'm afraid I've ran out of fingers in terms of how many times I can count the amount of clutches that Ancient had in this entire series. Oh my god, he does it again. Shuts down the calling card on Doxu, who is forced out of the Black Hat, now is going over to the Elsa Bloodstone to try to maybe, if he does get access to the Apex Predator, to just throw everyone down into the Abyss. But with Vulcan Red this dialed in, I don't know when is that going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know if you even got to throw him into the Abyss. I feel like for Fury, the Abyss is already consuming them. I mean, luckily it's only 30%, so there's still a chance for the Fury fans to rally back together and get their team back in this fight, but the ult advantage is on the side of Vulcan Red. Fury still looking for a way in. I mean, what's it going to be? Is it Doxu completely giving up the Black Cat, moving on over to that Elsa Bloodstone? It's going to have to be, and alongside this double anchor comp, Fury are just going for the full-on brawl, and they need to use that to try and check Lil Rang. You can see Kanuya trying to do just that, but the invisibility now coming out, diving on in. The follow-up is there with Genzo. IX9, though, with the Devil Beast Rampage, and they are able to put Lil Rang down for the time being. It's res right back up, but now Doxu getting in there and taking down Chronix, and a major source of the healing is done, and you're gonna need so much more than just a doctor to deal with Doxu, because he's just what the doctor ordered. A triple KO for him, and Haluk with his second in the fight, kicking Genzo right off of it, playing a little bit of King of the Hill, and as Genzo gets jumped by IX9, Fury will find the flip, but 73% for Vulcan Red. The margin of error is getting thin.
Oh boy, Doxu comes up huge in that neutral fight, but Fury, how long can you hold the mission area? Vulcan Red have so many ultimates to work with. Lil Rang has calling card again. Genzo could feast. Ancient could clutch yet again. We'll see how Vulcan Red decide to stack up their ultimates together, because they could easily overpower the amount of healing potential that Fury have.
If they go first, potentially they can. There is that Devil Beast Rampage and the Kraken Impact, and Fury, are they going to be able to live through it? Invisible Boundary is going to try its best. The Glartrox coming out from Doxu. Everybody is hitting Q right now. The Kraken Impact from Silver goes huge. He's going to find 3 off of that one, looking for the 4th, and give it to him. Give him the quad. He worked for it. He deserves it. He is going to carry Fury on, and a new lease on life for this squad as they look to extend and potentially match Vulcan Red's lead.
All right. Citrus commits the invisible boundary to allow Fury to go crazy with Doxu on the Apex Predator. Silver in particular, though, with Cracked Impact. As Vulcan Red still holding on to those ultimates, Haluk is applying even more pressure now.
Sonic Seduction from Haluk, like you said, trying to apply that pressure. Silver looking to make it too much pressure to bear, but some of that pressure alleviated as Miracle pops to Kumiho, but now the pressure's on the backline. Silver taking down Lil Rang, and he had Chronix in his sights. Decided not to commit to it. Feels like maybe he got just enough done. Ancient got pulled there by Citrus, like you said it, what a pull. And Chronix even gonna res Ancient right back up, but now Fury have managed to take the lead. They're threatening to push this into OT territory. Vulcan Red have an ult advantage. They're gonna have to use it right now. Calling card coming out from Lil Rang. He cleans up Citrus. That is huge. A CYA just to bolster the damage, make it too much for Fury to withstand. But at 90%, I feel like for Fury, the job is done, but one fight left for either side. Vulcan Red staring down the barrel of victory. Can they seize it?
Fury can easily walk it down here, but with a lack of ultimate economy right now, all eyes on Doxu with the Apex Predator. He needs to come up clutch here. Vulcan Red are exhausted. They have no more ultimates to work with apart from Ancient on this Kraken Impact. Who's going to clutch out harder? Is it Doxu or is it going to be Ancient? This is Final Fight territory. Vulcan Red have one more chance.
a solo Glartrox onto Miracle, and that might just be the Miracle that they need if they can confirm the Elim, but I think he teleported out. No, Daxu cleaned it up, and Silver with the headshot there, taking down Lil Rang, and it's all Fury. They are not out of the woods yet. They ain't here, no Bell. They want to take this one all the way as they find the flip, 94% and counting. Lil Rang is on the run, but Johnny Law comes all the same. He tries to get his man, though, but he gets cleaned up by Daxu. Overtime ticking away. A strange TP play potentially going to come out from Miracle, and some ults coming online for Vulcan Red. Fury have to try and find a way to deal with this. Devil Beast Rampage coming out now from Quan. Kraken Impact! Ancient takes to the skies, but as he crashes back down, he finds nothing. It's a loud brick, and Vulcan Red seemingly don't have the sauce anymore. Daxu cleans up one of the backline, completely gone. Daxu eviscerates them one after the other, and the invisible boundary from Fury and insurance policy will make sure they secure this victory, secure this second point, take us to the third. We go all the way!
This is only the beginning of stage 1, and we're already getting this level of cinema? What? This is absolutely insane. Both Vulcan Red and Fury playing out of their goddamn minds. Ancient tried his best to clutch, but in the end it was Daxu just barely with that Apex Predator. Fury coming up huge in that fight, although Citrus had to commit the invisible boundary to, at the very least, make sure that this round 3 will in fact happen. Vulcan Red, though, how much more can you handle? How much more clutches do you need to rely on Ancient? Because if Ancient doesn't clutch out, it just feels like Vulcan Red just fall flat.
Maybe he's got one more in the tank. I sure hope he does. Otherwise, it might be over for Vulcan Red. Fury making a couple of swaps. Haluk had that Feast of the Abyss, but he's going to swap over onto the Emma Frost. I think knows that this is... Oh, yeah. Absolute game. You're 100% right, Haluk. I couldn't have said it better myself. Why am I even on the mic? That spray says everything that I could have possibly said.
It might just be neutral for a good while before the mission area unlocks here. Fury very close to the Kumiho Unleash on the likes of Kanuya. But how long can Fury brawl it out here? Kanuya could get a little bit aggressive, but needs to be careful in terms of timing that ultimate because Chronix is right on his tail. But with Lil Rang and Genzo finding all of the eliminations, Genzo just gets 4 out of nowhere. Daxu even tries to get the exit trade, but that's all he's gonna get. Vulcan Red win this first fight.
Who needs clutch factor when you have brute force? You just have Lil Rang nestled in a corner, Genzo going in with a dive and all the follow-up damage, and look at the ult starting to stack up on both sides. I think the crucial one, though, is going to be the calling card. Without Fury having map control, they don't know where it's going to strike.
And Daxu went ballistic right towards the tail end of this round number 2. He's the reason why Fury are able to force one more round. As the fight keeps raging on, Kanuya pops the Kumiho Unleashed. Silver's trying to go ballistic with the Kraken Impact, and he does so and might even go even more.
He's going to take down Lil Rang. There's a Glartrox as well. Off the map go 2. And Fury with those duelist ultimates. There's going to be a triple and a quad for Silver. He is not going to let the Glartrox outdo him. That is going to be Fury taking the point. 33% for Vulcan Red. Only a third of the way home. And Fury seemingly snuffed victory out from Vulcan Red. And so going to be some tools for the recontest here, but they're going to have to leverage them to their fullest.
Lil Rang's timing on the calling card has been so good throughout this entire series. If he is able to find an opening here, it's another perfect timing. IX9 and Haluk have to apply as much pressure as possible. Haluk does just that. Quan goes down, and Ancient follows suit here. This is bad news for Vulcan Red.
And Daxu is in there like swimwear, wants to try and clean up some more of those KOs. Chronix gets caught so far away that Haluk just pummels him up against the wall, and there's nothing he can do.
And Vulcan Red, though, they still have a lot of ultimates, but with Fury applying so much of that pressure, Vulcan Red are just tanking those hits, and soon enough, they're going to have to make some sort of a first move here. Vulcan Red looking for rotations, trying to get up to the high ground. Genzo's able to find Haluk. So Fury with this man disadvantage. Vulcan Red, this might be the go button here.
A flanking double beast rampage from Quan. Hello, that is a new one. I don't think I have seen that one in the playbooks before, but it doesn't matter because they did not come to play. They came to win, and Vulcan Red are going to win this fight. A nice little cleanup there from Miracle. 67%, the funny number. It ain't funny for Fury, though, because that's all they got right now. 2/3 of the way there, and Vulcan Red find the flip.
It's been push and pull this entire series, not just here in this map number 5, but throughout the entire series. It has been Vulcan Red winning one map, Fury winning the next, and then Vulcan Red responding, and then Fury come back to equalize. And so far, Vulcan Red will tie up the percentage here. Vulcan Red also having all of this ultimate economy means that they're gonna try to make something happen here. Ancient pops everything here.
They're making a lot happen. CYA, calling card, the final judgment, all just raining down on top of Fury, and even the invisible boundary invested from Citrus. It's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Fury somehow able to find two. One will get res right back up, but Citrus wins the duel, and Halukin gets chopped right back down. The trade's going back and forth. Vulcan Red have taken the lead in terms of percentage, but they're not able to state their claims in terms of a man advantage. Lil Rang, though, goes in deep, and he takes down Citrus. Gonna get chopped, finding themselves in the jaws of defeat potentially, but wanting to snatch victory from it, and will get out alive. Back to the rest of his team, 87%, final fight territory. There's gonna be a portal play now coming out from Haluk. Ultimate's gonna be coming online. The duelist ultimate specifically for Fury. Haluk waiting for the right moment when everybody is there, ready to strike. And is he going to be... Are they going to find it? He's all alone. He's getting chomped by Quan. Carried away. Lil Rang going crazy. He's got a triple, and this might be it. A quad for Lil Rang, and it is over. No more portal plays. No more second chances. No more Fury.
What in the world just happened? Vulcan Red, insane performance. Everyone knowing what needs to be done, especially Ancient coming up so huge, but it was Lil Rang that was the final nail in the coffin for Fury. And at that point, it was lights out. Fury with that triple, or no, Lil Rang with that triple meant that Fury had no more life left in them, and Vulcan Red stay alive in this lower bracket and will find themselves in a matchup against Kanga later today.
Sometimes when the lights get bright...
No, it's JFT.
Yeah, unfortunately we had to say goodbye.
My brain is absolute mush right now. That was absolute game, absolute cinema. What else could you ask for in this lower bracket?
Sometimes when the lights get a little bit too bright, you know, you start to get a little bit shaky, you start to make a few mistakes, but other times when the lights get bright, that's when you shine the brightest, when you start to clutch up, and that is exactly what Lil Rang and Ancient did. This duelist duo for Vulcan Red, the tip of the spear, and that is a very, very sharp spear when they are at their best, and they were at their best on this moment today. Your heart does kind of go out to Silver. 21 final blows. He was trying to make it happen on the Bucky, and oftentimes was, but once Lil Rang got let off the leash and was able to just roam free, the claws came out, they scratched, they clawed, and they dug in too deep for Fury to ever stem the bleeding, and it went the distance. It was so good, so cinematic, top to bottom. It's the drama, it's OCE, it's the heart of this region on full display, and I love every second of it, and I am going to love to see what Vulcan Red does next, because you said it, they've got a date with JFT later on tonight. They got to play again today.
Both teams and the both teams that won out in the lower bracket had to go all 5 maps, and I'm sure they're gassed at this point. Thankfully, they have a whole best of 5 series to wait out on, but you never know. It's got to depend on how long those series goes, but my God, the duelists. I got to highlight both duelists on both teams, Vulcan Red and Fury. Both of those, all 4 of them, have clutched every single map in some shape or form. I'm at a loss for words. That was absolute cinema.
Luckily, we've got Diatonic here. Dan's at a loss for words. Do you have any?
I should probably stop talking now.
Tell me you've got some words, please, because we're out of them.
Well, unfortunately, I was going to open up with I'm speechless, but that's a lie because I have so much to say about this match. I mean, insanity from start to finish there. At the very end, the 11th hour, the bell tolls, and Vulcan Red, when they needed him most, they rang Lil Rang in at the very end to help lock in map number 5. I cannot believe it. 2 5-mappers in a row. They take it all the way to point number 3. 99 to 90 something at the very end. I mean, it could not have gone longer than it did. So yeah, you know, that definitely begs the question here. Are Vulcan Red gassed? You know, how long is this upper bracket finals gonna last? Will it give them the opportunity to catch their breath? Because, yeah, they've got another pretty heavy hitter matchup coming up against JFT. But, yeah, guys, I mean, I can't believe we saw this thing all the way through to the very end. And you know, I have to point this out. This is day 3 of stage 1 of Ignite. June is completely stacked top to bottom with Ignite matches every single weekend. We're still in May.
Yeah, it's only gonna heat up from here on out, and you know, like iron sharpens iron, and we want to make sure that OCE is setting the best to that playoffs bracket alongside the Asia teams. You know, 6 of the best Asia teams going to meet up against 2 of the best OCE teams, and at this rate, when the level of play is so high, and when so many of these teams are so evenly matched, you know for a fact we are setting our best when we get to the end of it. But we still got the rest of today. We're only halfway through today, and we still have all of tomorrow as well to try and figure out who that is going to be. But I think we got somebody a little bit more important we got to talk about.
Yeah, I was going to say, of course, as we wrap up this series, though, gotta hear some words from Vulcan Red. We're going to bring in a Miracle to give us a little bit of insight on this win, because, yet again, there is so much to talk about here. Miracle, hello, how are you feeling?
Hi, I'm feeling great today. Like, there's not much to talk about. Like, I'm really hyped right now. I can't contain my emotion. Yesterday, my teammate gave a speech, like, right at the start, so I just, like, give a small speech. Thank you to all of my teammates. That's it.
This is a little bit more like what I'm expecting coming off of a 5 mapper. I guess I gotta ask the same question. Was there ever a moment where you kind of felt like, you know, you were on the brink of defeat, like you might have lost it, or did you always like kind of have that hope, like we can take this all the way, we've got this?
I mean, when we were down 2-1, like it was just such a hard moment for us. We were like, are we picking Loki? Are we picking CND? Or are we playing something that we usually play? Which we never practiced Loki and CND in practice before. So we decided to go back to our comfort. And then when we start winning on the convergence map, we start feeling that glimmer of hope.
And I mean, a little bit of a follow-up, right? Did the pressure ever get to you? Like, were you guys ever nervous, realizing, hey, maybe this might be the final fight, this might be where the tournament run ends? Was there any sort of doubt coming in? Or was it just full optimism, fully positive, we know we can win this? All throughout,
like, I can't totally speak for my teammate. Like, I'm sure some of them feel disappointed more than the others when we were down 1, and some feel more optimistic than the others. But I'm pretty sure the team keep the comps up. None of us tilt, and we fight it out till the end.
Let me ask a little bit more about your teammates, because Vulcan Red, like as a collective, you guys had a little bit of a rebuild coming into this one. So like, how do you feel, you know, as things are starting to click with like the new team, the new teammates building up these new synergies? Like, how's it all coming together?
I mean, I think the key point of being a good team is not picking up the best player in the whole region. It's about playing together as much as possible. Like when we first pick up, like we look at each other. Most of us were like subs, some was like unknown, some was like chronics, which had better history than others. But then we think that if we just play together, well, every day we communicate, we hang out, we chill, then we will be able to create the synergies that all of the good player from import region doesn't have. So I think that synergy is better than player skills, and I'm very proud of my teammates.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, I saw it last night too from you guys, you know, just coming together, doing some cleanup right before stage 1, and you play like you've played together for months, not weeks or days. You know, I'm kind of curious though, looking ahead, you know, this next matchup with JFT and looking down the bracket, is there something the team is still trying to clean up to help you get through the rest of this lower bracket?
I mean, because all of us are hard combing, so it's very, very hard to hear each other once. We're trying to clean up our comms, listen more to our ITL Captain Chronics, and that's pretty much it. We think that our mechanic need to have more scream with each other to define our gameplays. But we are very happy with the run we made, and what happen next, we be ready for it.
What do you think is going to happen next in the lower bracket? I think you're going up against JFT. How are you feeling going back into that one?
Lot of doubt, lot of possibility. Anything can happen. We are on a miracle run.
That's one
fitting.
way to say
That's
it.
literally your name. It's a miracle run.
Any final words though? You got any special shout outs that you want to put out before going into this next best of 5 against JFT?
I mean, firstly, I have to shout out to Chronix for putting faith into all of the players. That is not that, you know, popular. That doesn't have the most decorated titles. That is probably not the most loved in the region. But shout out to him for giving faith into the team, and shout out to the team for trying to practice together every single day.
Yeah, well, Miracle, thank you so much for coming on. No doubt you and the rest of the team lived up to your namesake here tonight, taking it in map number 5. Go get some rest, and we're looking forward to seeing you guys in action in the last series of the night.
All right, thank you. Have a good casting day, everyone.
It's been a good casting day. It's been a great casting day.
It's been amazing.
It's always
one of the best
cast
ones of my
10
entire
maps.
life. I mean, you gotta shout out to Chronix. Like, Miracle summed it up pretty well. Picking up players that had been relatively unknown, especially like Genzo, Quan, and Lorang. We know their name damn well now, because holy, Lorang has gone ballistic throughout this entire series.
Very much so a star in the making, and a diamond potentially found in the rough. And I think, again, at the very least in this region, I think you're going to see the development of players like Lorang and Ancient as they start to come into their own. And I also look forward to seeing if Vulcan Red can keep this trajectory going, come into their own as a collective, and see just how far they can go, because they haven't quite hit their ceiling just yet.
Yeah, I mean, you see kind of this upward trajectory here in the Pacific region over time. It was kind of Genji, formerly Chopper Mag, that were kind of the trailblazers, went to grand finals and made themselves, still trailblazing to this day, made a name for themselves here, put Pacific on the map, and has given these players and these teams an opportunity to really show their stuff here. 2 full 5-map series back-to-back with an insane amount of versatility, by the way. I can't overlook how these teams bring so many different strategies, so many of them play 3, 4, 5 different heroes throughout the series. I mean, very, very impressive stuff. No doubt, if you didn't know Vulcan Red before, you certainly do now. But guys, I think we are going to wrap it up, at least for us here today. We, of course, have the wonderful and fantastic Matsy, Liger, and Dan going to take over for us. But any last words before we wrap up here?
Oh, I'm staying? I'm pretty sure it was Keg taking over.
Okay, I'm sorry, Keg.
No, I gotta do
my brain's mush too. I'm checked out, man.
It's fine. It's close enough.
10 maps, all our brains get fried. All I got left to say is that this is what OC is all about, and I'm so glad that the heart of this region, like I said, in the middle of that map, it's on full display. You can all see it, and I'm really glad that I get to be here to bear witness.
Yeah, could not say it better myself here. The hearts in OCE burn bright here tonight, but it is not over yet. Stick around, because Genji and the Chiefs, the next chapter in that budding rivalry, coming your way right after this break, along with one more lower bracket match for the night. Thank you all so much for joining us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Chrono anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. Optic blast!
Threat neutralized.
Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat.
You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Frink Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
It's gonna be hard to top the absolute cinema that we just had, and my god, I'm half cut off. I'm even more cut off. It's gonna be hard to top the absolute cinema we just saw in our previous matchups, but between Vulcan, Red, and Fury, let me tell you, in terms of Twitch points, I'm completely broke. But that's okay. It shows the instability of this region and how we can never truly predict who's gonna come out on top. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Matsy and Liger, and we have ourselves potentially, I don't want to hype it up too much, guys. I think we might have the best matchup in all of Ignite coming up. We have Gen G versus Chiefs, a team that has gone completely flawless since its inception in Ignite and only losing one map ever in the grand finals of preseason. And Matsy will never guess who Gen G had lost to in that process.
Let me contemplate on this one for a second. They start with C.
Don't contemplate. I don't want Museum of Contemplation as well. I'm gonna bring that up one more time.
We cannot go to a museum today, hopefully, but it was the Chiefs. The Chiefs were the only team to take a singular map off of Gen G, but there's still one roadblock ahead of them. defeating them in a series. But here's the thing though, Liger, both these teams, as we look at Gen G right now, they're in the upper bracket side, which means whoever goes down below will be facing elimination next, but I feel bad for any team that has to go up against them.
Honestly, I think whoever wins isn't even, you know what, they're not just winning and being safe, okay? They don't have to face the behemoths that just put on a show for the past 5 hours.
That's
okay?
true.
Let's just be honest. All right, so whoever's going down, you're going down to some of the hungriest teams we've ever seen in OCE Ignite history. Let alone maybe even Ignite history. They're crazy for what they've been doing. The Black Cat's crazy. Elsa's even shown some play. It's insane. But that's Gen G. Now we got the Chiefs on our screen, looking good, looking formidable. Listen, Haluk's Venom's crazy, but Beast Node's here too, guys. I want to see the matchup. I could see it being happening, but regardless, we've got Zenstar as well. Great Venom. The Venoms are crazy out here. I like to bring attention to them. It's a Vanguard that not many people focus on too much. Everybody's got their eyes on the dinosaur, but this is a team to watch out for. They got something crazy cooking as well.
Hey, look, if there's anything we've learned from our last interview with Donald, we learned that he's a cardiologist. We know that this whole team for Chiefs has heart. Jung Vekmatsi absolutely popped off in that previous series alongside Donald. I truly don't know who's going to take map 1.
It's such a difficult thing to like put your finger on, right? Because this is the time where either side can take the reins on this series and get that control. And if Chiefs manage to take map 1, that would be a huge momentum booster for them.
Now, Liger did allude to it a little bit. I asked CB, I've asked Diatonic, I've asked Dan this too. I gotta know, and same with chat, are you team Black Cat Matsy or are you team Devil Dino?
Ooh, I'm gonna go team Black Cat on this one.
Yeah!
Kevin. Yeah!
Another one! Come on, Liger. Join us.
Nah.
What?
I'm about that Jurassic Life Devil Dinosaur. Let's go.
You
give
know.
Me the crunches. Give me the Dino Dunks on Arako.
Come
give me
on.
The Rampage. Come on. I gotta rep the Vanguards out here. I gotta rep it, man. We take so much damage. We need a little bit of love as well. Come on now.
You know, I think it was either CB or Diatonic that had said the same thing, but by the time we'd seen so many Black Cats pop off, they got through the entire bans and picks phase. They were converted to Team Black Cat as well. I know by the end of Chiefs and Gen G, we can get you there.
Nah, you know why? Because they're gonna ban out FMCL's Black Cat. The one
Let's
Black
see
Cat
it.
I really want to see. He's never showing up. He's always banned out. But in the midst of it all, let's see. We're getting into the ban draft here between Gen G and the Chiefs. Already Gambit locked out for both sides right now. We got to be very aware right now. Double Dino Protect is probably what's going to be coming up. The Chiefs have Dino locked in for Donald. Donosaurus Rex was the name that we coined last night. We're going to see if we can, see some of that dinosaur coming out from Zensari. Got to think of a nickname. Let me cook and I'll get back to you on that one.
I'm ready. I'm ready to see what you got cooking in the lab there, Liger. We love the creativity coming out from you there. But speaking of creativity, not much in this draft. It's a planet of mirrors, to be honest. And we'll see if there's going to be a change coming after this Protect deal.
Alright, okay, yep, well, we got it. The double Dino Protect, the Mantis double ban, locked in. Oh, hovering the Black Cat for Gen G. Insanity, it's happening. It's happening. Matsy, it's happening. Gen G protected Black Cat. This is the first time they've managed to protect Black Cat for FMCL. Maybe even for Bobo. Maybe for Salvo Skittles. I'm gonna be honest with you, they could all probably play it. This team's insane. They could probably pull it out. We're gonna find out very, very, very soon right here. Let's see how it's going. Moving to the action right now. By Fox as well with the Protect. Final ban coming out. That's going to affect the Chiefs here. Listen, the Chiefs, what don't they have access to? No Mantis, no Luna, no Gambit, and now no Captain America available as well. That's going to be something that's one-sided in favor of Captain Duep, as we can clearly see.
They trade the Cap for the Rocket here. So Chiefs focus on this one and playing more into the rocket prioritization is interesting onto this one. But I mean, Duep having so much aura on the Cap could be just another factor in of itself, right? Because they're able to go leaps and bounds with it. We've seen it all before, and we are most certainly going to see it again. But I'm loving to see the combinations that are already being hovered here by the Gen G side. You know, FMCL hovering over the Cat there, maybe having the DD coming out alongside it. Bobo thinking about where they want to go with it. Could be the Phoenix, could be any of the duelists coming into the pool on this one. I'm just excited to see exactly what is going to be coming out here. And the fact that Skittles is thinking about the strat pool, that's something we haven't really seen too much out of into this season, Lager.
I'm down for a little bit of skip pool. We'll get to it, you know. We already got madness coming. I just everybody, please listen. I'm calling it. We're talking a year ago. A year ago, around this time, Black Panther, FMCL, tearing up Stage 1 Ignite last year. Tearing it up! And it might be Deja Vu, and it might be Cinema Part 2 if FMCL finally gets this Black Cat going. We've been waiting. Everyone's been crazy. Lil Rang's been crazy. Reno's been crazy. But it's finally time for FMCL. They're the champs of the region. We're going to see if they can keep it up and bring a championship level Black Cat as well. I'm hyping it up for a reason, everybody. Let's see if they can deliver. Reno on the dead, flanking around, getting that resource up, finding out the positioning of Genji to relay it back to the fellow chiefs right there. Missionary is unlocking right now. Presence is there with the double dinos right now, contesting with space. The beams are going off. Straight for the chomp, straight for the barrier early from Donald right there. Crunched by Zenstari. Goes for the flip, doesn't get it going off, but do up in the backline, taking down Bubble on the Fox.
Taking it down and going to another level. But speaking of level, it's leveling up the playing field in favor of Gen G right now, having a player up and getting JV there on the fadeaway. That's going to be good to build up a little bit more time in this early presence here over the capture point. See if they can manage to catch them off guard once again, though. Beast Note trying their best to slip through the cracks there. Not going to be able to work with Reno as they will be punished, and Gen G just furthering their pursuit.
Oh yeah, right, well, 20% climbing right now for Gen G. Bubba with the quick shots, taking out Beast Note. Got him down in the house. Back with the BR beacon though. Mark your rockets. You got to get those beacons out of here as soon as you can. Bubba flanking around, got the information, relay back to the team. Oh, in the midst of it, Reno does spot him, tries to go for him, face shifting out of there with the Phoenix Force. Got to be very, very careful when Reno's on the hunt. But we're not going to take it to court just yet. We're going to start up FMCL, starting up the reset to the Black Cat, shot down by Jongvek. Takes one bubble out, but Jongvek denies the Black Cat rolling stampede. The Wep is going to take out Don in return. The Dino is down. Bring the pressure forward, forcing the end song from Boba right there, taking out Zycrick. 50% and climbing. Boba takes another, and of course, in turn, dodges Jongvek's end song in the backline. Duep trying to go for the strats of the Gen G, and is taken down right there. Oh, Reno takes down Boba, but in return, Skittles claims vengeance for their squad right there. Matsi, 60%, bro. They're still doing good, as well as the Chiefs are making Pixie. They're just not getting enough to be able to capture it back.
Yeah, they're trying to find value, right? They're trying to isolate some of the picks in the back end of things, but FMCL just does it better. Double trouble, looking for three, trying their best to break through. Duet pull through, and gonna be looking to hit the floor and get some more. It's gonna be rip and tear. Gen G, they flare up and they lock it away, heading dangerously close now towards the finish line of this one.
Oh yeah, we're on final fight territory here. Everybody on Hell's Heaven round one. In the midst of it all, FMCL chasing an adaptable Beast Note on the Venom. You got to be very careful as he rotates around, going to swing around back and regroup with the rest of the Chiefs. 97% becomes 98, which becomes 99 into overtime. Right there with a little bit of action for the dive duelists right there. Reno v FMCL, a matchup the world wants to see. But the Dinos as well. Zenstari vs Donald are crunching. Jongvek takes out Zenstari. Salvation falls as well to Reno. That's value for the Chiefs. Up in the numbers right now. But Duep's off the map. Skittles off them. They go for a quick reset here. Calm down, everybody. Gen G, they're playing for time. Very excellently resetting with the rest of their squad.
Yeah, gonna be a rinse and resetting. Looking to build themselves back up again. The thing that the Chiefs have right now to at least keep themselves established is they have some ults at their disposal. Gen G are going to be trying to make them burn through them, so then they have their own tools at the ready to try and flip the mission area here. So it's going to be a battle of trying to make Chiefs play into the sacrifices on this one.
That is the plan. You got to play hard ball. You got to be careful. Reno letting it out in the back line right there, matching it with the Feast of the Abyss right there. Salvation's going to counter, bring out the Kumiho to match the pace. Donald with the rampage as well. Jongvek's the one getting the picks. FMCL down, bringing the firepower. Jongvek just shredding through all of that damage. The marks of the Phoenix do take down the Dinos and Starry right there. That's going to give Chiefs another fight victory at the cost of about 4 ultimates to Gen G, who only used 2, but nonetheless still a great fight for the Chiefs here. They can build it up. They got Ensong, they got Kumiho. They'll build up to another amp for the next fight with Gen G. They're going to be very, very interesting to see how they lead the charge here. And obviously, it's all going to be on that calling card from FMCL if they can get the stacks going.
We've seen exactly what those calling cards can do. They bring it out. Reno are going to start the song strong, though. Find Salvation in the back there. Double Beats Rampage coming out from Zanstari here. But the Chiefs are sustaining through it. Playing lines of sight, trying to back out. Bubble not going to be so lucky, and more to follow. The Kubiho are getting unleashed here just to buy it a bit more time for themselves. They may just be forced into a bit of Portal combat in order to keep this fight flowing into their favor here. Ensong coming out from Bobo as well. Donald is at the...
Oh my.
Ready. The timers are coming through here.
Are you kidding me right now with a portal like that? With a portal like that, you got to be kidding me. Boba taking out Arena, Jongvex down. That's 3 down for the Chiefs. That's going to be in favor of the NG right now. Overtime sticking down, and now Don's already switched to the strange portal. Can we get the pentagram off Ferrala that can save the day? The question is, there's a dinosaur blocking, there's a Boba on the high ground. You got to be careful. Reno's chasing the back line. Skittles gets away. Fishy with a beast not on the thing. We don't know what's going to happen next. Boba, there it is. Donald on the strange. Seraphim shield goes down. There's a chance. Salvation on the Atom. Anybody there to contest? No. Gen G do get round 1 on Hell's Heaven.
The Chiefs keep it competitive though, you know, managing to run it all the way down to the line there, flipping the script all the way when Gen G managed to get it almost to the edge of the capture. So they're keeping it close, keeping it competitive as always here, Liger. And you love to see the diversification coming through there, the adaptability. Like even at the end there, maybe paying a bit of homage to you, bringing out the man, the myth, the thing on to the decks here.
I mean, hey, come on. hey, it's Big Ben Grimm. Hey, we've seen the memes. Let me tank it. That's what I'm saying. Give me the thing. I'm looking forward to a beast now. Definitely living up to the name. Let's bring out the Rocky Beast. Never mind, it's going back to Venom. I got my hopes up. That's it. I got my hopes up again. This keeps happening to me. The Moonlight, the thing. I never get to see what I want to see, but that's okay. That's okay. Because you know what we can see? Cinema. Because right now, Gen G and Chiefs are putting on a show for all of the folks watching, the marvelous folks out there watching Marvel Rivals Ignite today. Make sure you're getting it going. Make sure you're watching. Lock in, connect your account. Get your drops going, everybody. The drops are crazy this season. You got to lock in more than ever. Now, speaking of locking in, Reno. Locking in the Daredevil again. Why? It's consistent, it's good, and it's a great counter pick for Black Cat. Why? You can see where she's going, you can see where she's staging, and you can see who she's trying to hunt in your backline. So that is the mark, that is the presence. Reneverse FMCL is the win con for both of these teams to consider here. The question is who's going to get the first value from their card played first.
Yeah, Freedom Charge to enable the fight onto this one, taking it slow and steady, and will be matched by the CYA here, bringing Beast No back. No, maybe not. BRB not going to be in action. Salvation not going to have the Comic Revival either. That is a great opening KO. The Cocoon could come out though. Salvation straight back onto it. Born again. Gen G back in action. They managed to bring their team back just before they go down. And this is going to be Plowtown for Gen G right now. Ready to try and meet them, greet them. But Cycric is managing to fight them band for band here, Lager. This is insane work. But the Chiefs are still in control.
They are still indeed right now with a 20% lead as they climb further in that percentage on the mission area. Barriers going off right now from the Dino. Presence from Zanstari, the Rampage from Donald as well. It's a battle of the Dinos. Who's gonna be the one to not go extinct? Big Crunch coming out from Beastnut with the feast right there. Reno in return brings out the clobbering, the Trunch in action, I should say, because he's a lawyer and he's got weapons of candy desire. You got to be careful because that's definitely not Daredevil, but nonetheless, they are definitely detecting where Gen G are. Again, a quick fight for the Chiefs, a good 50% climb. We've got to bring attention to the fact that Reno knows where they are, knows the position. It's all on Beastnut to try build their ultimate up again, get that Feast of the Abyss. Cycric will have Kumiho as well, but Gen G are ready. They got the end song, they got the chance for Jeff time. We know what Skittles has done on this map before. It's all a matter if Gen G want to set it up. But calling card from FMCL is the first one going off already into the backline. Blitzing through Bubble, taking out the Rocket, goes for the Phoenix. There's another Jongvec down. Salvation picking off Reno. That's going to be a massive advantage for Gen G. 6-3, insane. And a little Jeff time, we're going for the splashing.
Flashing, dashing, and crashing through the defenses of the Chiefs there at long last. Gen G will be able to flip the script and change up that control into their favor. So the Chiefs now are going to have to find a way to break back into this one, and they already lose out Donald in the meanwhile there. That's going to be an issue for them, trying to build up towards the regroup here. At least Gen G, they're playing their angles on this one. You know, they're watching those lines of entry there in case the Chiefs are starting to sneak around. They're ready to respond to them at a moment's notice. I just figure the comms are going to be strong for Gen G right now.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Right now, communication calm, cool, collected, but you need to actually bring out a little bit of chaos when we're talking about this season. You got to bring that firepower, that thunder, and FMCL are in the backline. Stealth action, double dive with Duep. What synergy is between these legends right here? FMCL taking out Bubble right there with a clean combination of the Captain America. Goes for the engage, goes for the disengage, never gets caught out in the mix of it all. Dodges the end song, bang, right there from Beast Node. It's going to collect a little bit of damage. Necessary is in the red right now, but going to get sustained by Skittles. Skittles taken down by Reno. Big value Salvation trying to get into a good position because you know Karmic Revival's up and they can bring... Maybe they might hesitate for now. Salvation's down. Cocoon could be online. Yes, it is. We're going to activate FMCL, getting a pick. Never mind, the fight is still on. Genji get the trade. Feast of the Abyss coming out from Beast Node. Beast Node, big crunch action. Denying so much resource from Genji as FMCL is still in the backline, taking out the rocket, going for Bubble. Hits the amp if needed, but there's a couple of your health right now, and Black Cat is on the hunt. She hits the whip, she hits the claw, she takes out Rocket once more. And there it is, Zhongfei getting the power, getting the pain. DD versus Black Cat, battle of the dive. It goes in favor of FMCL. And now, Zhongfei getting a pick as well. It's just bang for bang right now from both teams. They get picks, but Genji's in capture possession. 7% left. Chiefs have one more fight.
One more fight, one more stand here, and losing Beast Node is not going to help them. At least the BRB will bring them back. Donald going to be good for the portal as well, but Bobo is just pelting down damage from afar right now onto the strategist. They're having problems. Reno's in deep trouble here. They're just sneaking through damage after damage, and no one is able to stop it. Kumiho getting unleashed with the devil there as well. The Chiefs fighting desperately into this one to try and claim back control, to try and claim their hopes and dreams into this one. They found celebration there. It's a start, but the calling card coming through could be the answer they need here. Is Jam from Skittles as well. They are bringing out everything they've got into this one, Liger. It's going to go down to the wire.
Insane resets coming up from FMCL. Triple KO for the Black Cat, going for the fourth, going for the fifth. We're going to see if they're going to get the multi-hits, but Reno shuts them down. DD gets the action overtime, sticking down and out. One last chance for the Chiefs right here. It looks like Duep's there trying to hold it down, and they do right there. Nobody left on Chiefs to contest. Genji do take Hell's Heaven. Wow.
They come out on top and pop ahead with a grand start there, but certainly wasn't an easy fought endeavor. You know, they had to work hard for that one. You could tell they were switched on, covering all bases there, managing to play into all the angles and off angles time and time again. Salvation on the MVP as well. You love to see them and how they navigate the Adam Warlock time and time again. Like, not many teams choose to play into Adam too often, but it's certainly been a bit of a calling card for Gen G.
The best part is 3 players on their team can play Adam to a high degree. Salvation, FMCL, Bubba. You know, probably Skittles got it in the bag too, but doesn't need to because Skittles is probably this region's premier Jeff player. Living up to the Orca name, living up to the Shark in action. Definitely keen to see some Skittles on the Jeff. And again, not a lot of teams are playing Jeff, but Skittles brings that outsource speed buff to the rest of their team, allowing their dive to be so clean. And it's also all the healing pouring to Zenstari, because guess what? Duep don't need the heals. Duep's flying around, collecting health packs, jumping around, backing up Black Cat, good combinations. I do not want to be in the middle of a 1-2-3 and you're done between Duep and FMCL's double dive in your backline, ruining your life combination right there. So, nonetheless, that's the matter, that's the power, but still a presence from the Chiefs, not to be slept on. They were crazy here in this match as well.
Yeah, they put on some huge work there. You could tell that they were trying their best to just set up some KO opportunities for themselves there. You know, Reno tried their best to combine with Beast Node to put things into motion. It worked at times, but then it didn't a lot of other times there. Like Reno having 12 final hits to their name, it goes to show they were still being impactful despite not being able to really push it exactly where they wanted it there. And I mean, there's a reason that they made it to the highlight reel here as well. You know, they were definitely doing the best they could.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, the reels there says it all, and it's just as exciting as ever right now. But, it's a bit tough for the Chiefs. They wanted to at least get around there, maybe even get the map win right now. Now, the Chiefs in history, I believe, in upper bracket during preseason, they took 1 map off Gen G before they got sent down to lower bracket. And then in grand finals, they did take another map off them. So only 2 maps. Only 2 maps of Gen G have the Chiefs taken off them in history, but these teams go way back. There's been players who've also been in the former version of Gen G's previous roster under the Chopper Mag banner, so they know them well, they know them better than anyone else. So if there's ever a team to take down the Mountains Kings, that's gonna be the Chiefs versus Gen G, but the Chiefs gotta show a little bit more firepower to be able to secure it.
That's it. More power, and they're going to build up towards that right on the other side of this break, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Map 2 right after this.
Well, Gen.G does what Gen.G does, and let me tell you, that was cinema for our first game, but Chiefs did make it pretty close. It was the upper 70s and low 80s for both the domination points, and as Liger said before we went to the break, the only time a domination match ever not went in Gen.G's way was to the hands of Chiefs. But that was Celestial Husk. This was Hell's Heaven. It's a little bit different. And Matsy, we were talking about this in our very brief break after the matchup, but Daredevil versus the Black Cat. I know there's a lot of conversations about which one is stronger, but having that more pro insight, I'm really curious to know what your thoughts are about where Black Cat exists against the Daredevil, and if we're going to start seeing more Black Cat enthusiasts going forward.
Well, I feel like Black Cat has the clear advantage at the moment. I think that there's a lot more that players can utilize in her kit there, and I mean, there's a reason that we're just having absolute calling card clip farms across basically every single team that we're watching
it looks cool
today. It's just insane. It's flashy. Like, a lot of players have been saying, whenever the cat's banned out, then you go for the slightly lesser option in the Daredevil there.
Oh, actually, I want to talk about those lesser options too, because all of Gen.G's bans focused entirely on the strategic backline of Chiefs. So we had Rocket Band, Mantis, Gambit, Luna completely gone. Chiefs are going to be taking Gen.G to the only convoy map that they have ever won against Gen.G. That is Museum of Contemplation. Matsy, I'm going to focus on you once again. Are we going to see Chiefs go for the same strategy and only ban strats?
It's a tough one, right? Because if they only ban strats, it leaves so many other things open. And like, you saw what FMCL was able to do.
Yeah, Salvation got MVP!
Yeah! It's just Adam Farm, right? But I mean, it's always going to be a game of sacrifices heading in through the draft there, you know? It's like, do you want them to have the best strategist lineup they could ever dream of? Or do you allow them to be absolute demons on those duelists?
I mean, look, Team Devil Dino over here. If you go for a full strategic backline, you do get your dream come true. But we also get ours. We get the Black Cat as well. But Liger, the front line for Gen.G was atrociously strong back on Hell's Heaven. You had the Devil Dino. You had the Black Cat. Phoenix matchup there. Duep on Captain America himself. I see your outfit, Liger. Talk to me about it.
Come on now. Come on now. The front line, Duep? Nah. My guy moves the line to the back line. All the lines, connect the dots. If you get enough lines, you can bend them into a circle, and that's the shield that Duep carries right there. So you gotta be careful, and you do not let that man get one-side cap once again, I'll tell you that. But you know what I want to see, Matsy? I want to see want to see something with a bit of ferocity. I want to see something primal. And not just primal in the dinosaur sense, maybe the primal flame team up. Come on now. Ooh. Can we get that combination? Wolverine is a great choice against the dino here. If you want to play into the dino, you want to deny the dino, it doesn't matter. They both got dino locked in with the protects from the ban so far. Gambit already gone. Now, we learned earlier today when we were watching Good Old America. If those were tuning in for Ignite America, you know the drill. Do not let Gambit through. It has statistically proven to not end well for you. Do not let it through. However, the only team in OCE to let Gambit through and still win has been Gen G. The question is, are they willing to take that risk here in stage 1?
Ooh, I don't know if they'd be willing to take it, especially not against the Chiefs right now, right? If it was maybe one of the other teams, they could consider it, considering how creative they can be, right, with some of their compositions there. But against a team like the Chiefs, who is arguably the closest team to them in OCE right now, I don't know if they're willing to take risks like that, you know, because once you give a Chiefs something, they're going to be having an absolute tight grip over it.
That's absolutely true. Well, Black Cat Protect right now for the Gen G squad. Question is, what's next for the Chiefs? Okay, they're going to shut down the rocket. Not something Gen G ran with last round, but still a great resource to get rid of. Why? You know what this map is. You know what Museum of Contemplation is. You already know. The folks out there, the fans of Gen G, you already know it's time for triple on the defense, but not yet because Gen G is actually attacking first, which means they're planning for that rocket to be a factor on the second half. So we're going to calm down, we're going to take a step back, we're going to realize that Gen G is going to roll with a bit of high damage composition here. The Bobo on the Phoenix, FMC on the Black Cat. Good comfort picks here. Why? Because the Chiefs are going to go out with a very boxed in, very dangerous combo of the Groot Dinosaur.
You feeling primal, Liger? Well, you got primal in another way. It's going to be the primal judgment coming through right now from Donald and Jong Vec there with the Punisher and Devil Dino. So, not going to be the primal flame today. Maybe later on. We're going primal in another way. Love to see it, and very interested to see how the defensive side works out here for the Chiefs playing into that triple strategist lineup there. They're focusing on the Atom as well, so they're taking a little something out of Gen G's playbook here.
Oh, 100% right now, 100,000%. We got to be very careful here how they want to roll out with this. Look, listen, you know, it's missing the full commit of the triple that Gen G are known for, but a little bit of Punisher, a little bit of Jong Vec Punisher might be the key for them. So nonetheless, that'll be the plan, that'll be the action. Let's see how it is. We got the Dino, we got the Group, we got the Punisher. It's gonna be a formidable front line. The Moon, hold on, Bobo's on the Moon Knight, lock in for Gen G. Here we go. They're gonna be able to use that to break through the Groot line of defense right here. We're gonna get eyes on Bobo very soon, as of course Jong Vec is reading those movements, reading those patterns, trying to clear out all those deployables to really give the Chiefs a strong defense here. But Duep on the good old tried White Queen Emma. Again, a very comfortable pick for Duep right here. A very strong pick. You gotta be careful. Ironwood walls are being set up right now by the Beast Node. You gotta be smart. You gotta be careful. But not enough. Jong Vec takes out Salvation. The Moon's already dropping, everybody. Bobo Buto in the flash of... Oh, my days. Too fast for anybody to count. With a little Moonblade. With a couple dice. That's a triple K for the Moon. That's right, because you know why, everybody? Bobo remembered to pay his debt to the Moon while everybody else was having fun in the sun. You gotta lock in.
Lock it down, lock it in, and going to see if they can get more arcs just like that. Beast Node is already forced on the TP here as well, so you know that they're getting desperate. They do not want to let them get any closer to the capture point here, otherwise they're going to be in deep trouble. They're playing around that body barrier as well to layer out the damage so they can't enable anything onto the back of the strategist line here. And now Donald being disengaged from the line of sight only furthers Gen G's pursuit onto this one. They're managing to isolate out the KOs again, take the Chiefs away from their strategists, and just single them out piece by piece. They enable it all over the same, and they will be able to get a staggered KO on Torino as well. So it's just working out a treat for Gen G here.
A bit of an unfortunate duel of the Black Cats there, as FMCL got the jump on Reno, but nonetheless Reno can regroup with the rest of their team. As we see the rest of the action going off. Calling card available for FMCL as well. Skittles has the boundary can get very, very intense in just a moment. Throwing out that flame right there, setting it up, just getting, you know, the chance to cover any flankers right there. Already lasering through on Beast Node, denying some sustained. Calling card called out right there by FMCL. Goes for the first march. It's going to be a clean shot right there. Salvation diving just as well. White Fox and Blackhead in your backline. Everybody hands down. You got to watch out. B-Core swiping right there, taking out Zycric, and another goes down. Jongvek in return. Avengers taking out Bobo, but Beast Node's getting chased by the Black Cat right now. Couple more hits away, gets sustained. FMCL can't get the pick, but is going to regroup nonetheless. And right now, you know, just the school bus is moving. Shout out, you know, to Salvation, just keeping the school bus sorry, Skittles, you know, just delivering the convoy as much as possible as the rest of Gen G are diving around the Chiefs' front line.
Yeah, diving around and having a good old time. It didn't even matter. Psionic Seduction was cancelled there. The calling card now going to be coming out from Reno, though. Trying to see if they can plow their way through. Going to have to break through the barrier first, and now they managed to reap the rewards there. Bobo down, traded by FMCL. It's time to get Galactic on the legend there, and we'll be able to shut them down. For Jongvek, still matching them KO for KO, though. FMCL proving a threat onto this one with Psionic Seduction. The final touch here for Duep. The Chiefs able to cut out of the line of sight, though, but FMCL still hasn't been dealt with. CYA at least comes up to sustain them through it here, but now they managed to find exactly what they need. Double KO for them. They can finally push Gen G back onto this one and force them to regroup.
Oh, they definitely got some foot in here from the Chiefs. Nice to see it. A little bit of a match of that earlier Galactic Legend that did take away all the pressure that was coming out from the calling card. They matched a couple picks, 3-3 apiece each, allowing Gen G and Chiefs to sort of have a neutral situation here. As, you know, the school bus is just chilling, contemplating on the hill right there. Got to be very careful right now. For Beam coming out from Donald, trying to shut down that flying cat. Oh, Reno returned, taking out Salvation. A nice early pick, taking down the early pressure from Gen G. They're going to have to regroup here, but Reno has a little bit of a flank on his mind. He's wondering if he can take out somebody here. Sets the mark of the call of the cat right there. Marks right now onto FMCL. And they're just kind of waiting for each other, waiting to see who's going to hit that first strike.
Yeah, and they scout them out effectively there with the Flame Orb as well, so Gen G has all the information to scout things out, stage themselves accordingly for the fight ahead. I like how the Chiefs are playing multiple lanes here, though, but it doesn't even matter. FMCL's jumping in on it with a calling card, combining with the Ansong Inferno there. They've already shut down Bubble, but Jongvek is great for the trade onto this one. Duep managing to shift focus, and Donald now being taken out of the fight. This is exactly the turn Gen G needs now as they rip and tear through the back line. They're in deep trouble, Lager. Gen G are firing up again.
It's absolutely clinical. Duep dives in, sends everybody into a frenzy. The Chiefs retreat, they use abilities, they go to the sky. The moment they do, the calling card has been activated by FMCL. Sets up the swipe, sets up the claws, goes in for those stragglers, picks them off one by one. And then when you think there's not enough pressure, Boba's on the front line, blitzing the rest of them with the mark of the Phoenix right there and getting that momentum. But the Chiefs regroup, they do have contention. They only pushed it a little bit off the hill from that fight. And now we got to watch out for Jongvek in the skies, going Galactic, but going to be met by FMCL. Backflips out of the fight, but another match. FMCL tries to go for it, barely gets Jongvek. Jongvek does manage to survive and take out FMCL in the process.
Gonna be exactly what they needed. Piece of the Abyss now forcing out a more utility onto this one. Gen G not gonna have any strategist utility after the Kumiho runs its course. Sierrino now has the calling card. Ready and waiting, does shut down Bobo, so this is a good start for them, considering the firepower Bobo's been able to bring here. Now looking to see if they can swing anything else into action with the big old Stampede. The Devil Beats Rampage running its course as well. This is good to stall time for the Chiefs here, right on the edge of the second capture point, Lager. But Gen G, they're building up so many ults of their own. This could be their time to Stampede as well.
Oh, absolutely right now. You know, 30 seconds left on the clock, everybody. The final chance for Gen G to keep it moving, to keep it grooving, and get to that second gate of the museum right now. We want to get to the Doctor Strange Convoy Evolution, but for now, it's a battle of the Donald on the beams right there, matching pace. He's got eyes on Zen Starry. We've got to watch out for the Xenosaur, and it could be at any moment right there. Reno taking out Bobo. There's Reno going, slicing in right now. Aim for Skittles, but Skittles is just so elusive, and the Jeff gets away from the fight when you least expect it. But Beast Node's there, tries to go for the... Ooh, goes for a tendril right now. Does manage to get Salvation. Salvation down. No chance of the Kumio being built up, but the overtime is ticking off right now. Chiefs are showing hold and force right here. Reno going for Skittles, finally securing the fishiness, and they do deny the chance of a portal congestion coming out from Gen G. The Chiefs hold it just shy of the second gate. What an excellent hold at the halfway mark.
Yeah, what an amazing turnaround there. They managed to force out so many critical pieces of utility there from Gen G. Managed to play their lines effectively here and really secure it with such a disciplined approach. You could tell that in the beginning there, you know, they were just kind of filling them out, waiting to see what they bring to the table, and they managed to stabilize things and managed to find the recipe. So well done to the Chiefs there on holding it just on the edge. Means they got a lot less distance to cover here, but as you can see, Liger, there's a shift in focus already from Gen G. They have access to the Loki onto this one, as well as the Atom. Gonna be matching that with Salvation on the Invis there, so we could see the Karmic cycle coming into this one, the Revival cycle. It's gonna be quite a testing Gen G.
I mean, this is what they're known for, everybody. Not a duelist in sight at all for the triple composition. Here we go. Gen G's finest composition they use to absolutely not just hold the line, but also hold the opposing team's throats, because they're goddamn not letting them make a move or take a breath out here. But it is what it is. That is the matter. That is the power coming from Gen G's presence. But the Chiefs are ready. They know what they're going to walk into, so they've brought a bit of firepower, bringing out the Jongvek on the Star-Lord, bringing out Reno on the DD. Instead of the Black Cat, just a little bit more punching power. Not as elusive, but necessarily, that's not what they need to be. They don't need to... Never mind, Reno on the Moon Knight. He saw the Triple Vanguard and said, you know what? I'll farm it. In fact, it's actually going to Jongvek on the Moon Knight. Double swap right there. Reno bringing out the Black Cat, saying, you know what? Let's do this. Good switches, good marks, FMCL. However, on the Groot, let's take out Reno. Big Yggdra Groot action right there, setting up the Ironwood wall, blocking off Donald right now. Is it going to be enough for them to crunch and take? Zensari hits the reset combo, goes for that jump crunch right there, does bring him out. Do up in return with a roundhouse kick, taking out Beast Note. Even though they got themselves another beacon, they're going to have to retreat for now. Donald's down. They're going to have to regroup back in spawn as Gen G do win the first fight here. But ultimates are looking pretty good for Chiefs. The Moon is ready to answer the call.
Yeah, the Moon's ready, and they're actually just gonna pop it. I thought maybe they wait for the Strangling Prison there, but no, they use it to clear space onto this one so they can force their way forward, and it works out. But Diamond Form coming out there into the Carbon Crush, not gonna be able to rush around it though. Donald will be able to fall back onto this one. Playing into a fully charged 2-ep though, that's gonna be a scary sight to behold, but at least the Chiefs now managed to get it to the next choke point here, but they're gonna have to isolate something around the back perhaps. Boundary already coming up into this one, and here we go. You're chopping, you're stomping away. It's Strangling Prison for prison here. The Boundary's almost going down, and Bobo is the first to fall here. This is a great start for the Chiefs, Liger.
Down goes Bobo, but he's got the Cocoon to bring him back into the fight, which means he can build up to a Karmic Revival. But you already know Skittles is the one that goes for the Shapeshift and brings a Karmic Revival of his own, which means Gen G will be back in the fight. But at the same time, Jongvek has built up the Hand of the Moon again. We're going to force a Psionic coming out from Duep right there. Donald goes for the Rampage, directly goes for Duep right now, trying to crunch him out, sends the Moon down from Jongvek, gets one, taking out Salvation, FMCL's down, but it doesn't matter because Bobo's in the corner. And again, Karmic Revival born again. Gen G returning to the fight, but a couple are down. There's still not a chance. The Chiefs had momentum and may have caught them off into a bad spot here. Gen G struggling right now, but they got a Rampage. If they can get Zenstarry there, they can Rampage, but he's getting bitten, he's getting chomped. Enough for them to make it. The portal is winding up. Duep is there to contest. It ain't over till it's over. The Chiefs have contention, but so does Gen G. 1.89 meters. The fight isn't over yet.
It's not over till it's over, and now Zen manages to shut down Donald. A great way to rush things back and build up a bit more time for yourselves here. A minute and a half to go, and Gen G need to run the timer as much as they can. I admire the disciplined approach, though, coming through from the Chiefs there. As soon as they lose 2 critical pieces, they just retreat out of the fight, regroup, and look to run it back in the next one. Considering how close they are to charging up multiple ults here, this is a crucial time, and they've had a crucial change. It's the Wolverine from Reno. They're looking to lock it in.
Lock it in or get locked out of opportunity right now. 1 minute left on the clock here for the Chiefs to hold it, and if they do, they secure victory and take another map of Gen G on their record. But that is not about records, it's about winning it all in totality. And speaking of it all, the Moon drops with the Strangling Prison right there, but it's not enough. Duep and Salvation, big power coming out from the Wizard, the Sorcerer Supreme. What a hold right there. Donald taking down Salvation with the picks. Everybody's looking sharp, looking ready. There's only 30 seconds left, even though it was a formidable attack right now. Oh my days, Gen G looking formidable. They got one more defense here. They got Agamotto on the line. They're going to bring out the Rampage. Bubba will bring the dance of the butterfly. Everybody get your music ready. But Strangling Prism is online for Beast Mode. This could be the ult to change it all.
The time to change it all. The time to make it happen could be here and now, and a Strangling Prison could be right around the corner unless Beast Node is shut out of the fight with immediate effect. But here we go. Now playing into the Strangling Prison. Going to be shut down by the cutter play in the back though. Jongvek not going to be enabled into this one. Forced back into the fight with the BRB, but it's time to stampede with the Devil Beast Rampage. And now Beast Node managing to find 2 critical KOs to help with the Agamotto. It doesn't even matter. The Chiefs are finding their footing, finding their way back into this one. They will be able to run it over in the OT, and we go even further beyond.
Add some time to the bank. We are not cashing out just yet, everybody. We got another 2:30 here on this map today. Right now, the Chiefs are looking confident, looking good, but we know that Gen G took quite a bit of time to get to that mark. They took them the entirety of a 4-minute 20 time bank to get to that hill right there. We got to be careful. We got to be very sharp in how we prospect this area right here. But already down to 2 minutes as they keep on moving. The convoy, you wish you could move faster, but unfortunately, it's slowly chugging along. But speaking of chugging along, Zenstari doesn't need to. Ultimate's online. Rampage at any moment. Watching out. Beast Node on the cap. There it is. Rampage coming out from the Xenosaur. You got to be ready for the crunch in action. Goes directly for Donald. Donald taking quite a bit of damage, but he's going to survive right now. And he's going to be taken down by Salvation with the power of Adam. Little secret duelist gameplay coming out from Salvation's Adam right here. Bringing in the firepower, as they always bring the power to bring the team back. They can bring the firepower as well. Now, into the mix of it all, 1 minute 30 down on the clock. NG doing great right here, really melting the Chiefs clock here, but ultimates are online for the Chiefs and they're ready to activate.
Ready to activate, and don't be late to this one, everybody. We are on Power Station and ready to see more devastation as it's time to get Galactic. Jongvek ready and waiting to try and push their way around, but Duep going to be pushing them out of this fight, and now jumping straight into the back line as well. Not going to allow any chances to the Chiefs onto this one, and they can't afford to be losing much into this stage of the fight, considering the time is against them here. Reno's at least back, but losing Donald now, it means they might have to hold their ground a bit longer under this one, Liger. This could be final fight territory.
Oh, 1000%, you know, final fight. Maybe consider a little pentagram of Ferrara from the Doctor Strange. Maybe. But we're not working on maybes here. We're working on guaranteed assured victory. That is what both teams want right here. 30 seconds to finding out who's it going to be. But we're definitely going to have overtime. We're definitely going to have to watch the line, because who's going to cross it to gain victory here. And the first potential chance for Chiefs to take a map off Gen G once again. We'll see if they can pull off. Rena setting up with the Black Cat, taking out Salvation. There's a chance for the Cocoon. Already goes for the next strategist. Diving right now. Backed up again by Beast Node, who's pushing Skittles back, but they're keeping him sustained, keeping him ready for the next fight. Salvation's back again. And you know that means they're going to be born again, hitting the Karmic Revival. Going to be there to keep Gen G sustained. Zykrek in a bit of trouble right now. Kumiho online if they need to disengage. But the pressure of Bobo, the Mark of the Phoenix, takes out Jongvek. That's going to nullify the damage, deny the chance of a Galactic Legend being built for this last fight. You got to be careful. Bubble taking some damage. We're going to see some Rampage coming out from Donald. Duep hits the Freedom Charge, which means they're going to build up their ults. They're going to get their Rampage. The Lawyer is timing out for now. FMCL's down, but because of Donald, the Dino, the Reno, it's the Salve, and that's another pick right there. That is the madness of it all. You got to be careful. And off the map, there it is. 2 off the map. Skittles actually gets Zykrek. Another survives, and that's Donald as well. 2 are down. The portal is going. Matzy, there's only one last chance here for both teams.
Oh my days, the portal comes through, the Kubio's been unleashed there. Gen G are holding on for dear life into this one, trying their best to stifle their efforts. Both strategists are offline. Gen G might just have done it, Lager. There we have it, folks. Gen G, lock it down, lock it in, right on the edge of the line.
You kidding me right now? I saw it. I saw the clutch switch to the Jeff. Skittles, you monster, absolutely taken off such pivotal people. We've been wondering, how do you handle the dinosaur? He's got too much health, he survives too much, he just absorbs so much damage and absorbs just as much heals. How do you deny him? Throw him off the map! Skittles said, you know what, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna get to that, and ran it forward, down. What a clean switch right there. Changing the pace of what a formidable, crazy dinosaur that Donald was. But whew, 2 maps to Gen G right now. Matzy is looking very dire for the Chiefs. Whew.
Yeah, I can't believe how close that one was as well, Liger. Like, it went absolutely down to the wire. Just when you think the Chiefs had a confident attacking phase there, managed to hold them down on the defense. No. Gen G pull it together and absolutely a clean house in the end there. I just can't believe what we witnessed. Like, it's just so tight. And if this is a preview of anything going forward from here, Liger, I don't want to miss a second.
I do not want to clock out or tune out like the good folks watching internet drops, you know what I'm saying? You gotta lock in, but whew, it ain't over till it's over. What a crazy, crazy second map between Gen G and the Chiefs. So close! Again, so close, Matsy. Even though the score is looking like 2-0 to Gen G, the Chiefs are making them work for it, guys. They are sweating just as much right now. And we saw Skills in the chat earlier. I said, hey, are we going to see a map 5 between you and you and the Chiefs? And he said, I don't want that stress. I don't want that stress. I was like, fair play, brother. He doesn't want that stress, but I guarantee 100% they're stressing. 100%.
Oh yeah, they're going to be stressing. They're going to have to take a little moment to prepare themselves for the next map ahead of them, and so are we. We are going to be heading to a short break, everybody, while we get map 3 set up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with this absolute cinema of a series right after this.
It gets closer and closer every single time. The name of the game, everyone stands united in Pacific to defeat Gen G. But here's the thing, it's impossible, or so it seems. Matsy, I'm going to start with you, man. What is the special sauce for Gen G? How are they guaranteeing 2 maps now with maybe only 1 left in this best of 5 that they can stay ahead of Chiefs and make sure that gap doesn't close?
They just have their fundamentals down to an absolute T, right? It doesn't matter what they play. They know how to maintain superiority over their opponents in pretty much every way. It felt like they were getting tested a little bit, where we saw some subtle changes in some of the compositions. And the Chiefs, they were falling short in some little moments there. You know, I saw there was a good degree of separation between some of the vanguards and their strategists at some points there. The Chiefs managed to run it back a little bit, but the Gen G side just always seem to find that edge, you know? They remain composed under pressure and always have that closing factor.
Liger, I've been secretly working with Chiefs for the last 5 days. I haven't slept in a month. And here we have been debating in the war room, going for all these strat bans. And yet through it all, Salvation 2 maps in a row has gone MVP on the Atom Warlock. Is it time to ban the Atom?
Honestly,
also, by the way, hold the phone. Hold on a second. For the first time, and correct me because I didn't watch Americos or EMEA today, is this the first Lower Manhattan in Ignite history?
You know what? Hey, it's the first time casting, so to me, it's a good day.
It's the first time that it matters.
Day.
I mean, okay, so first of all, are we going to see an Atom on Lower Manhattan?
Ooh, you know what? Yeah. Because there's buildings inside in the corridors, the corners, the
There
cafe.
are buildings
There's
in
so many
Manhattan. That's
spots.
true.
So yep. Hey, I'm from Australia, man. Keg, you got to educate me on America.
I've been there once or twice. There's a lot of buildings.
Listen, buildings. All I gotta say though is what is also there hints of a certain man in a white suit.
There's a lot of men in this game.
The Kingpin. Listen,
Okay.
please give me Kingpin in the game. But until
Sure.
then,
Is this the Vanguard that Chiefs need? Do we need Kingpin unlocked for them?
Yes, give me Donald Kingpin. I'm ready for that. The Don will actually live on with
The
Kingpin.
Don
All right,
pin.
let's see if that can be.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Or the King Don.
Maybe. Iron Fist, huh?
Yo.
Sign me up.
Hawkeye?
Nah.
I'm ready. I'm so
Nah.
ready.
All right, let's talk reality. Gambit's been double banned once again. We know that it's going to be good old Dyna Protect into probably the Luna ban or the Mantis, but it's going to be Luna for now. Then we're going to get the Chiefs to protect Dyna for Donald. You know, we've got the Donosaurus Rex versus Xenosaur. You got to lock in. I got the name, guys. I got the nickname. We'll lock it in. Xenosaur. I like it. Now, next ban coming through. It's going to affect the Chiefs here. Luna as well. Nobody wants to dance today. Metsi. Nobody wants to dance. Nobody wants to go crazy. Nobody cares about the fate of both worlds. They can only care about, you know, Feeks. Feeks is banned. Out of here. Gone. Done. Goodbye. Yeah.
You can leave your friends behind.
I got that reference.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Mantis. Ooh, one-sided Mantis for the Chiefs? Kind of peak. Kind of good.
Yeah, I like that they've put focus there because Mantis enables so much. You know, I've heard CB talk on this time and time again. It's not just a damage boost merchant. You can play into that speed boost as well. You know, manage to really push yourselves into a fight that little bit quicker there. Not just relying on things like the Raging Royal Flush to achieve that outcome there, but they're not going to be able to enable their strategist lineup as widely because of that Loki ban. So Gen G, they know the pieces are falling into place here, and they have to make those sacrifices.
They do indeed. Well, final piece of the puzzle here in this ban draft. It's about to get locked in. Rocket Protect for Gen G this time. They lost it last round. Ban down for them. It's a great pick here on the map, and you know what that means, Madsy. You know they're going to have a fiesta of revives. It's going to be absolutely crazy. We're going to find out. We're going to see as... Oh, there it is. The Black Cat ban against FMCL. Lock it in. The Chiefs are going for blood here. And honestly, they have to, Matsy. It's map point. If they lose this map, they're going to have to go down to lower bracket and fight their way back to the grand finals. Got to get rid of that Black Cat.
Yeah, they have to get rid of it. I mean, they've seen what FMCL has been able to do with it, but one and the same, it plays into what I was talking about earlier. Even without the Black Cat there, you've still got that Daredevil available, and FMCL can still play just as reliably on that Daredevil there. So it
100%.
doesn't matter if you ban like some of the duelist lineup out, right? Because at the moment, there's just so many alternatives. You know, you can ban out the Phoenix, you can play the Black Cat, you can ban out the Black Cat, play the Daredevil,
True.
you have Punisher, play Bucky. There's so much available right now. It's just a duelist meta through and through.
100%. You know what? You can do a lot. You can ban Black Panther. I'm joking. No one's banning Black Panther, guys. Relax. It isn't happening. We ain't banning the Panther. In fact, I'd love to see the Panther play once more. Take me back. Take me back to the FMCL Black Panther era. But I'll be patient. I'll take Black Cat era. But no Black Cat this game for FMCL. Not a chance. But he will be able to, you know, in Manhattan, maybe take a turn. Maybe go down to Hell's Kitchen with a little bit of Daredevil Matt Murdock action. Let's get to lawyering. Let's take him to court. Now, already Gen G, they know there's a flank position. They can destroy the wall on the right side and get an opening, but the Chiefs are aware right there, as they already have, you know, put a shield there. Barrier from Emma coming out to protect from Beast Node. Gotta be careful here. Donald is actually guarding this spot, while at the same time, main raging his beam to cover main as well.
Be a main, and it's gonna be Pain coming through into this one, Alaga, as Gen G now start to crawl their way up the stairs there and see if they can engage it closely towards this one. But Bobo, all over again. I love how tight they keep the sight lines there, because it's just impressive how they don't expose themselves to too many lines of sight, too many lines of combat here. It really limits what Chiefs can push towards Bobo in terms of shutting them down. But one and the same, now meeting hand to hand in combat here. The Carbon Crush looking to rush ahead, and FMCL looking to be in trouble, but they managed to break through.
Have to break through. That's going to be the moment, the madness of it all. Let's see. As we got an Emma moving forward, setting it up right now. DNA calculating. We're going to see the action. Jongvek on the sidelines right there. Going to meet the face of it now. Oh, big crunch like FMCL, but that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 down for the Chiefs. Going to see the 5th go. Zycric and Donald. That's a full team wipe for Gen G as they do capture. And it's such a clean fight, a quick fight, Massey, and a quick wipe, which doesn't allow Chiefs to contest with a portal. They're going to have to regroup for the next fight and fight in the town of Manhattan. We're going to lock in and get around that good old Mr. Business Jeff statue.
That's the man, the myth, the Jeff right there. You love to see it. You love to see the many Jeff costumes coming through. Surely there'll be more. You can have a whole wardrobe of Jeff varieties at the end of this one. But speaking of the end, it's going to be the end of 2 players for now. They will be getting the KOs up front. Jongvek brought back by the BRB. Boundary coming up to at least sustain Gen G through the fight here, but FMCL not going to be within range. So the Chiefs will be able to collect a little bit more presence onto this one and try and stop Gen G in their tracks.
Ooh, baby, baby, baby. You know what time it is for the Sonic Seduction coming out from Duet. Match it up with the Ensong Inferno, a classic combo from Season 2. Match it up, grind it up. Jongvek's going to bring the Salt and Pepper Shaker. Taking out Salve right there. A bit of power boost from Reno on the Mantis. Soul Resurgence in full effect. They use Sonic of their own as well from Beast Note, which allowed them to neutralize Gen G just a little bit here. And right now we got Jongvek and a little bit of chasing up the Rocket Raccoon. Is so elusive. Skittles just never gets caught. Every hero Skittles plays refuses to be caught and cornered and taken out. So elusive, so tricky with it, but it's not about the tricks, it's about how are you gonna bring the show now into the mix of it all. Ooh, big jump from coming out from the Xenosaur right now, bringing the barrier, zoning Arena, forcing a couple ults right there, but the beam is coming out from Donald as they rush in, forcing Duet back, big crunching, taken away, but the dinos are back, the rampage is on, coming out from Donald right there as well. FMCL staging, waiting for the moment, waiting for the mark, trying to set it right now. Oh my god, what an insane rollout right there, goes for the backline, takes out 2, goes for the 3rd. Does he deny the beacon? He doesn't, but he does get a triple KO. He's going to go for the 4th right there. Does he get the truncheon action going bang for bang against the Dino right now? He's going to play it safe and walk away with a clean triple KO, which means Gen G, keep it moving down Manhattan.
Keep it moving all day long, and now get on the edge of first capture point ahead of them. The Chiefs are ready and waiting in the doorway to greet them, though. It's going to be good to build up a bit of charge here, but Duet not going to be able to build up much more with the Buddy Barrier in a place on this one. Ultimates are at the ready, though. Ensong Inferno could be something they used to open here. There you go, Bobo. Sweeping down onto it. Not going to be able to get a KO, though. The line of sight's good. Jongvek does find FMCL, so this is a grand start. Brought back by the BRB, forcing out the boundary here. Things looking good for Gen G right now. The Chiefs have nothing to answer it, but here's the Sonic Seduction. Beast Note just trying to bide their time a little bit. Reno coming back from the BRB as well. They're so close to a Soul Resurgence. They need it desperately here, and they get it right on the edge of the line. Now going to be matched by another Psionic Seduction, but it's time to get cracking, time to get impactful, Liger. Jongvek might just bring it out.
Eyes on the Winter Soldier, Jongvek, if he can get that Kraken charging up into the skies. Crusher's down, trying to get the reset right now. Unfortunately, they're pretty sustained and it's not going to hit anybody for now. Gen G cleanly disengaged, denying the impact right there. But they're going to regroup. They're going to build up their charge. They're going to build up their ults. They're going to be able to come back in again. Right now to take Chiefs to the 2nd gate and through the gate and hopefully take it to the end. That is the goal for the Gen G squad right now. And speaking of the goal, we're going to send the Dino down range. And FMCL is going to be there as well to take out Jongvek. Rena falls as well. We're taking out the beacons with Bobo over here in the backline. Zycric drops the boundary, but unfortunately it's denied. And there it is. And Starry, massive crunch right there. Taking out Sue. That's big. That's power. That's pressure. That's going to be Gen G pushing it past the 2nd gate. We're in the final encampment here, everybody. One last push of the Shield Mobile. Come on now.
Come on now. You heard Liger. It's time. Bring it in and see if they can spin it together. As they got 2.5 minutes to pop this one forward right here. Gen G, plenty of aggressive ultimates at their disposal here, so certainly could look to break past the Chiefs, but if they don't need to commit them, then they certainly won't. The Chiefs, though, Gonna match them here. Can bring out the Devil Beast Rampage. Might be forced to with the Devil going out there. And Song to combine, and they are looking to sweep them away blind onto this one. Absolute powerhouse from Gen G here. And they push it over the halfway point right on the expressway towards the final stand.
Listen, we're on a bridge, which means you know that one of these dinos are about to get dunked on. I know what Donald does. I know what Zenstari does. I'm waiting for the moment for a dinosaur to start dunking on them. We're going to find out in the mix of it all. We got to be careful, though. Duep and Beast Note close to their own Psionics right now could seduce the opposition. You got to be careful here. Salvation has the boundary if needed. Zykree could catch up as well. Get a little bit of Venn diagram action. We got to be careful, but there it is. Rampage coming out from Donald right now. It's going to be crunched by Zenstari. Deny the pressure, deny the power. They're falling so much damage. Bubble fully hitting the mark of the Phoenix. They're shredding through the dino action. Bubble does bring Donald back in the fight with a beacon, which is good, which is clean. And they pull Beast into a corner with the frenzy combo right there, crunching it once again. Into the mix of it all. Jongvek in the skies, trying to be a galactic legend, but there's just so much sustain on the ground from Salvation. Final fight defense for the Chiefs here. Can they solo? Can they hold? The Gen G are moving 3 meters, 2 meters. Is there going to be a chance for the stall right here in the corner right now? Is Bubble pinned down by Boba, but the Psionics coming out right now. It's literally barely a couple meters away. At any moment right there, it's going to deliver, but they're still there. The Chiefs are still holding. They're still holding it down. Barrett's coming out. Big crunching from Donald. Zenstar is focused out right now. Pushed away from the team. Pushed away from power. Pushed away from potential. There's the amplifier. There's the resurgence. There's the Zenstari rampage right now. And the Chiefs are getting melted as Gen G are just so sustaining. FMCL Bobo taking a piece. Each do up as well. That's 1. That's 2. Nobody's there to contest. Gen G do clear it to the end.
Rivals to the end of time, and that's exactly what these two teams are like. I love to see Gen G fired up and giving their absolute best here. Not much time left on the counter, but that doesn't mean the Chiefs won't be seeking a way out to try and match them, if not exceed them, here on their own attacking side. It is going to be a real standpoint, a real proving ground for them to try and lift themselves up, because Gen G are just looking fired up right now. It looks like they're unstoppable at points. And what do they do to change? They look to lock it down on the Psylocke.
A little bit of Psylocke from a little Jongvek. I mean, Bobo, if Bobo knows, we could get a little Psylocke mirror. It's been a minute since the Dance of the Butterfly took steps towards victory. It could be absolutely beautiful. I would love to see some of that. But it's not really the meta for Psylocke, but nonetheless, I mean, I've talked to a lot of pro players, man. See, they love Psylocke. She's the comfort pick. She's the OG. She's the one you always go back to. She's loyal. That's Psylocke. But speaking of loyalty, these teams are the most loyal teams to each other that there are in the OCE right here. These are friends all amongst each other. I'm telling you, friends even across the screen. That's right, everybody. We got friends on opposing teams here, which means friends can easily become rivals. So you got to be careful right now in the mix of it all, in the madness of it all, in the power that is being displayed from the Chiefs, from Gen G here in Marvel Rivals Ignite OCE. 4 minutes till the clock is timing down. It is now time for the Chiefs to hit attack on Manhattan. We got to lock in. We got to see how Gen G hold the line here as they set up for a defense on Manhattan.
And they're going to be faced with the Primal Judgment here as well from Donald and Jongvek onto this one. And Bobo, once again, just jiggle peeking around these angles here, looking to keep those lines of sight as limited as anything. Gen G, though, taking a bit of punishment. Bobble able to enable things, and Starry getting shut down in the early phase. It doesn't matter, though, with the BRB at their disposal. If the Chiefs don't shut that down, then Gen G, even if you take them out of the fight, they're just going to come right back. And speaking of those, and Starry, again, being shut down on the 2-time here. The Chiefs are just locking down an absolute ton of damage on this, and it feels like their defenses from Gen G are just being ripped apart.
Oh, the Chiefs are marching forward. This is good for themselves. However, Gen G did have time to set up for a portal contest. Yes, they did. They have the sword right there from a sacrificial play from Duep, who does get taken out, but enough to bring Zenstari's portal online, which allows Bobo and FMCL and Salve and Skittles to contest. But Beast Note takes out Salve in the backline. No chance of a beacon there to save him. So Amp's going off from Skittles right now. Set a stall, stay to hold the ball, but not much left they can do besides buy the time. And that's going to be Zenstari. That's going to be Salvation. Big sustain. Duep's down. A good hold right there from the Gen G squad. But the Chiefs secure, and they got 5 minutes in the time. Bank, everybody, lock in to the mass of it all. But I gotta say, let's talk reality, let's talk analysis here. You know, They got to turn a corner here. They got to turn a couple very, very dicey corners. High ground, inside the buildings, you got to be careful. They can set up beacons as well, but they don't need to because they're actually going to change it up a bit. We now have Reno on the Ultron, and we now have Skittles on the Loki, which means double boundary can happen, everybody. It can get into the Venn diagram mathematics of it all very quickly. But Matsi, your girl, Emma, both Sonics are up for the next fight.
That's it. It's going to get Psionic on this one, and Reno being shut down is a great start from the Gen G side here. They can look to limit that attacking power in a big way, and they're already focusing up even more, eliminating the strategist lineup there piece by piece, and in turn of forcing the Chiefs out of sight, out of mind for just a little bit longer. So this is a great way for them to buy some time here, getting those KOs into the neutral, but it's not going to be neutral for long, considering almost a full stack of ultimates that could come out on either side of this fight, Liger. I'm terrified of the explosiveness ahead of us.
I'm terrified of the Sonic in your face from Beast Node right there. They already do disengage to the low ground. A clean play. Pressure forward into the skies. You see FMCL flying. Chance for a Galactic Legend. He might be able to bait out those strategic ultimates. Never mind. Resurgence combination into the punishment. Coming out from Jongvek. They're going to be able to do that damage. But it's going to be matched by the runes. Set up by Skittles. By the boundary. Set up by Salvation. They're going to bring out the pressure. They're going to bring the power. FMCL shredded by the Jongvek. Insane punishment. Denying the Galactic Legend. Sonic does go from Duep, which does stall him a little bit. That is 4 ultimates down for the Chiefs. And finally, the 5th, the Rampage. Coming out from Donald is going to force the Phoenix to go for the Inferno from Bobo. Just going for the Permastall in the sky right there to allow Zenstar to buy the time with the Rampage of their own. FMCL returns to the fight, hits the backflip, takes out Donald, shreds through the dino, goes for Bobo. Also goes for Reno, who is taken down by Bobo right there. Clean hand of the... Oh, what an insane aura lob right there. Zenstar taking out Beast Node as well, and Genji turn a fight that didn't even look in their favor. What am I looking at, Matsi? How did they flip it?
They just find the littlest things and they manage to flip the script there, you know, shutting down the attacking presence from the Chiefs there and forcing them out of the fight slowly but certainly there. You know, Gen G, keep it methodical and manage to strategize exactly how they want to change it up. But speaking of changes, the Chiefs have brought out a couple of changes there. Zycrick on the Jeff now, Reno going to be on the DD, and you've got Beast Node bringing out the infamous Venom. So it's going to be some big changes, looking to see if they can dive headfirst into this next one.
Alrighty, 2 minutes, everybody left on the mine. We got to be very careful here. Reno on the high ground, a bit of a truncheon action right now. FMCL on the Daredevil as well. The Lawyer Mirror is locked in, everybody. We're going to court. Never mind, we're actually in court right now. Everybody's boxed in a room over here. I don't want to be in a room with Devil Dinosaur, no matter if it's Zen or Donald's right now, but they're all in the mix of it all. At the same time, Skittle's going to drop the boundary on the Shapeshift and Loki right there. Bubble as well, you already know. That's how it's going to be, the big sustain coming out from the strats, from the Chiefs, from Gen G, from these OCE legends here on our screens, but it's going to deny the fight, neutralize the momentum for now, and force Chiefs to regroup. Gen G looking good as they surround Big Business Jeff statue and deny the chance of the Chiefs pushing the Shield Mobile a little bit more forward, everybody. Manhattan is crazy. It is a map we've been waiting to see all Ignite long, Matson. I'm so excited to see how these teams are conquering it.
Likewise, Liger, it's always amazing to see some of the new maps on the block here, and I hope we see more where this came from. But speaking of where this came from, we are going to be diving in to yet another fight ahead of us here, utilizing the body barrier just to keep themselves in the fight a bit longer. The Chiefs are trying their best to heat their way through, but it's going to be the chomp and stomp under this one. Bobo bringing out the end song and Rip and tearing their way through. Triple threat, and it's a lot of regret for the Chiefs there as Bobo locks it in before, shuts the door on that attack, and it could be just one more fight, Liger. 44 seconds and a dream.
Ooh, oh. It's on the Chiefs right now to turn their dream into reality. This is the moment. This is the mark of the Phoenix. Maybe John Van Gogh. Bobo nearly took him out, but he's going to force the Galactic Legend in the sky. Salvation drops the boundary. Do it with the Sonic as well. Bring in the power, bring in the pressure, bring in the thunder, bring in the firepower, bring in that Jurassic action, bring in that Primal Fury. You got to be very careful right now. There it is. The beams are lining up right now. Beast Node trying to stage on Zenstari, trying to force some abilities out. And there it is. FMCL going for the rage right now. Gonna let it out as the DD should. And going again with the Rampage combined from Zensari. They go for it. It's a Quadra D. Rampage coming out from the both of them. Synergize combined together, forcing Zyquik, Beast Mode, and Donald to become a unit against them in the 3v2 scenario on the low ground. But the battle isn't over there. The battle is going over there. And Matzi, the battle is officially in overtime right now. Boba getting marks. Oh my god. This guy's insane.
Absolutely insane. Just bringing the pain time and time again there. Genji, hold firm, hold strong, and lock it out from the Chiefs in a clean sweep in this upper bracket game. My word. It's just the Bobo effect through and through there. Just seemingly uncontested at times. And look at that. It's not another Salvation MVP Liger. This time, Bobo gonna be front and center.
Bubba's like, let me take one. Let me take one today. And how it be, that is what it is. 3-0 to the Chiefs. Sorry, to Gen.G against the Chiefs. And I do believe they are the winners in this upper bracket final. My goodness. But I gotta say though, the Chiefs are making it work for it. My goodness, every single time such close fights, such madness of it all. But it is what it be. And God, the damage, the numbers are crazy. Bubba with the 40k damage being dealt. Who's eating that damage? It's Beast Mode and Donald blocking 80k. My goodness. Numbers are crazy, accuracy's off the roof. Everybody was pouring in so much damage. We got a Quadra KO earlier as well from Boba. FMCL putting in the work, but Skittles with the switches, with the big versatility in his strategic pool, allowing that to be enabled. But Zyquik, my goodness, Zyquik was enabling so much for the Chiefs right there. Just really getting the picks, getting those, those taunts, those temptations to be able to shut down such pivotal moments, really marking FMCL quite a bit this one. We realized, they took the Black Cat away from him. It's like, you're going to go Daredevil, you're going to be able to mark you just a little bit better on the White Fox.
Yeah, and it just goes to show, even if you try and target ban around Gen.G, they always have another player ready to pick up the slack, and their whole team, you can't ban into them because there's always ways around it for them. That's the real focus of the veterancy of them as a team and how they have such strength to showcase through and through. But speaking of these teams here today at the scoreline, certainly not telling the full story there. The Chiefs, Gen.G bringing their absolute A-game today, and Keg, that was just a fantastic bout.
It was a fantastic bout, Matzi, and I really enjoyed watching it. And even though Gen.G did have to work for it, this was statistically the most far-away success Gen.G have had over Chiefs in their 2026 history against each other. It's always been 1-3 for Chiefs, but this time around, a 3-0. Gen.G, yes, they did have to work for it, but they've looked better than ever. Now, Mr. Matzi, I have a question for you now. Actually, it's not really much of a question. Talk Lower Manhattan to me. It is the first time we have ever seen it in Ignite history. What's going on with it? Why would you want to go to this map?
I feel like the reason behind it for, I believe it was the Chiefs picking into that one, is they're trying to catch Gen.G off guard with something. They want to try and find some unknown ground there because you don't see much Lower Manhattan. I mean, this is like the first time we've seen it in competition on this side. And so they're trying to find that unknown factor to see if they can just get the edge over them. But again and again, for Gen.G, it just feels like there's no sense of the unknown anywhere.
Oh, what's this? Ring ring? It seems like we have our interview set up and ready to go. It's our man of the hour. It's FMCL again. Let's take a look and see what FMCL has to say. Hello again, my friend. How are you?
Hello. I'm great.
So, we were just discussing before you came onto the line, Lower Manhattan. It was Chiefs' potential ace in the hole to try to trick up Gen.G, and I don't know if you were there, FMCL. That didn't quite work out for Gen.G. Talk to me about this map and what the preparation looked like.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of the maps to have scrimmed more on because it's just been added. A whole lot of new strats that are possible on this map, especially with the wall hacks. It's we just tried it a lot, and I think it's one of our better maps actually, so it's a bit of an int from them, but it's fine.
Love to see it, and I guess, they're gaining that further experience against you guys. Do you feel like when and potentially if you guys face each other again later on into the tournament that it could be an absolute similar result, or do you think maybe they'll be able to run it back in the analysis and approach it better next time?
I feel like, well, if we verse them again, it'll be in the grand finals, right? I feel like...
Yeah.
Ooh, maybe they could get a map if they figure out some stuff, but yeah, I think it'll end up quite similar, you know, maybe 4-0.
Ooh. Really quick, just quick question. Do you think Chiefs will be the team you face up against in Grand Finals?
I think it's pretty likely, although JFT has had like quite a glow-up story since the start of the season, so I don't know, maybe I could be versing JFT. But yeah, I think it's probably Chiefs out of them all.
Well, you know, it could be Chiefs, could be JFT, you know. So many variables here in OCE, you know. Everybody obviously wants to know, you know. You finally got the Black Cat unbanned for you to play. I know you're enjoying that. But I'm here to stir the pot, of course. It's OCE. I want to know, you guys were talking a little bit about Kanga, saying, you know, they're looking good and the Chiefs looking a bit struggling right now. You know, continue on that storyline. Zensari also echoed this when we interviewed him. What's the go? How do you feel about how OC has changed? Today's been crazy. We've had Upcity Spaghetti for the past 5 hours. We've had 10 maps. And now you guys have gone for a 3-0 against the Chiefs. And who knows what's coming next?
Yeah, there's actually been like a lot of upsets there. It was very exciting, but it was also like kind of annoying because I was sitting there waiting for my game for about like an extra hour than I would because both games went overtime, last point dom. Like, what the heck, man? But yeah, I think the rankings have changed like a little bit since preseason. You know, some of the teams have made some roster changes. Like a couple of like star players came in, like Lil Rang on Vulcan Red. He seemed to be putting like quite a lot of damage on the battlefield, you could say. Another member, Quanix T, that's my goat. He was doing some good work.
Shout out Quan.
Yeah, I think there's been like a couple of roster changes that's just like changing what team's better.
Ooh, I have a quick question for you before we close things out, FMCL. Is there a player outside of Gen G in those roster moves that you think has been a superstar in performance? Has there been a big roster move outside of Gen G so far this stage?
I feel like it's Lil Rang, you know. He put on some motion during those games. Whole lot of talent in there. Especially he just like came from console.
Really?
Yeah, he was like a former controller MRC player. And he swapped to PC like season 3-ish, I think.
What am I doing with my life?
Hey, that rings a bell. You used to have a player on your team who was a controller demon. Shout out to Skittles out here. And he's on the keyboard mouse now. No, wouldn't say
he's on the keyboard and mouse now.
This is why Gen G's so good, guys. They're critical against each other. There's no glazing your teammates. Just hypercritical.
That's wild to me. Well, FMCL, man, always a pleasure to have you onto the mic. It's always fascinating to see the insights of Gen G, and the streak continues, man. This was your best performance, at least in terms of the scoreboard, that you've had against Chiefs so far. Before we close out, do you have any words for the audience as you head to Grand Finals?
Just keep supporting us. Buy the Gen G bundle in game. You know, it makes you do more damage if you didn't know that already. It's like a weird bug. I put it in the game. I ask Guang Gong. You know, I got connections. It's just like that. So buy the bundle.
I
and keep
remember that
supporting us.
patch.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, FMCL. A pleasure as usual, my friend. I can't wait to potentially interview you again after Grand Finals.
Good luck in the finals.
Got this. Good luck. Buy the bundle, guys.
I'm going to tell you guys a secret. I own a Gen G pillow. It's behind me. I don't think I'm allowed to show it on broadcast, but it is adorable. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have some very interesting news. You're gonna have to strap in for this one. So the way it works is that we were gonna have 4 best of 5s today. We've had 3 now. We will not be having our last best of 5 for the day. Now, is that on our end? No, we were all prepped up, ready to go. We were ready to pull an all-nighter. Unfortunately, we had Vulcan Red forfeit. It happens. It seems like it's the Pacific special. We had something similar in preseason too. It sucks. It happens. But that would mean JFT, they get to move on forwards, and I believe, Matsy, that secures them, at least for now, 3rd place.
That's right. At a minimum, JFT will be playing into their 3rd place matchup there. So what an insane turn of events. What an insane burn of predictions for a lot of people.
Yeah. No, my predictions are pretty cooked, but it's not the end just yet. For the Twitch drop enjoyers here, if you're only starting to watch now, we're not closing the broadcast just yet. We're gonna have a 1v1 fist fight between Matsy and Oh wait, hold on. Wait. Oh, hold on. We canceled that too? Well, what else do we have? Hold on. I found it. It's at the very bottom of the list. We have an interview with Joji.
Do we?
Oh wait, hold on, but it's not ready. I'm a little ahead of it. So, all right, get the fist fight ready.
All right.
Okay.
Here we go, Liger.
Yeah. You're on that side, Liger. No, you're not facing the camera. You're not fighting me. You're not fighting the audience. That's for LAN. Yeah, there we go. Wonderful work done. Come on, Matsy can't give up just yet.
I'm destroying the frame rate.
This is the real Chiefs versus Gen G right now. But in the meantime, right, we have a few more moments before we get Joji on the line. Let me tell you, definitely does not happen often in our careers to see a forfeit like this. But Matsy, as someone who's had that pro player insight for a lot of these teams, can you walk us through what the vibes might be for teams like this and what a scenario could be like for that?
I think the JFT are going to be absolutely over the moon. Like, it just feels like Joji in particular, you know, he just was cursed with not being able to break through for playoffs on many different teams. You know, you saw him get right to the edge, but just not be able to close it out on many rosters. You think back even as far as Stage 1 last year, you know, always so close, yet not quite able to close it. But this time, they had that opportunity at third place at a minimum, second place, maybe even first place in some timeline. It's insane to think how far they've managed to push themselves, not just in now, but from the preseason as a whole, you know, being one of those teams in that infamous tiebreaker there and managing to push themselves to be here. What a storyline.
That's right. It's worth noting too that for Oceania, the top two teams that win out in the group stage in this double elimination bracket move on to face up against the top 6 teams of Asia in playoffs in person in June. So Gen G have secured that spot. It's a battle between Chiefs and JFT, who could make a devastatingly big lower bracket run for an opportunity to maybe steal what could be a guaranteed spot for Chiefs away and go to LAN. But guess what? We have Joji on the line. I'm sure we have a lot of questions, so we're not gonna wait much longer. Joji, how are you, my friend?
Hello, I'm fine. How are you guys?
We are doing ecstatic now that we get to go to bed earlier. So Joji, walk us through what happened from your perspective. What were the initial feelings realizing that, hey, I don't get to play as much today?
At first we were pretty disappointed actually. We were pretty hyped after the whole Kanga win. We had like a lot of momentum going from that. And then we were expecting, it was half-half between Fury or VR, but we personally wanted to, it's hard to say because we wanted to rematch Fury and beat them properly because the other time we didn't feel like we had the best showing. But then we also have a lot of our good friends on VR and we felt like that would have been a really fun game today to be able to play. So now we're kind of all settling down and we're all actually like really tired after the best of 5. So we're just taking this time to get ready for the behemoth of a game that will be Chiefs tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And I gotta say, Joji, you know, having the whole journey from being one of the teams within that infamous tiebreaker in the preseason, being able to make it through to this stage, like having all the support from your fans around the region as well. How's the team feeling coming into this stage? Like, it feels like it's been such a long time coming, not just for your team, but for you as a player as well.
Just speaking for the team for a second, we're all really happy with this result. To be honest, like after this stage, we were all already talking about like disbanding anyway, because we're all busy with other things.
No.
So going into this stage, we just treated it like our last chance, like our swan song. Just give it all and see how far we can go. And all the predictions, like they were saying, we'd like probably be like 6th or last. And we're just really happy that we've proved them wrong. especially now that we've gotten our revenge against Kanga. Because everybody knows how that went. We weren't too happy with how it went. So, you know, I think this is a really good note to end on. But we're not out of fuel yet. We want to try our best to beat Chiefs tomorrow, or at least put up a fight. But I'm really excited. At least for me, I'm really happy with how far I've been able to go. But I've got no regrets.
Look, Joji, mate, you've outproven so many expectations of you. You and your team. You said you've come in for a swan song. You guys have delivered a complete orchestral performance. It's crazy. The music is still going in everybody's ears right now. The chat is going crazy for you guys. You guys made it so exciting today. And the reality is, you are going up against some behemoths tomorrow, but if there's ever a team to root for, it would be you guys, because you've proven people wrong, and there's nothing greater to rally behind than a powerful underdog story. So that is what you guys have going on, and I will say, whatever happens to your team during this stage or after it, we do wish you all the best. I think Matsia and I and Keg, we've spoken in the break saying, Joji, wherever you go, we're going to be rooting for you. You've always entertained us throughout all of Ignite since even early last year. All right, guys, I say it all the time. Joji got 3 KOs in one map. One round. In one map. This guy owns Dracula's castle. Okay? He is the guy that brings the show no matter what.
Yeah, can I live there with you?
Yeah.
Can I be your roommate?
Good. But hey, Joji, I gotta ask, bro. Like you're in a situation where you always find a way to pull out a show-stopping move. Why is that? What flows through your mind when you're going through that Bucky gameplay?
Oh, I mean, to be honest, I haven't touched Bucky in a while, to be fair. The whole moniker of being like a Bucky OTP has like stuck around for like a long time. So I tried to learn other characters, but now unfortunately it's like no different than before. Now I'm just a filthy Black Cat Daredevil drooler. It's really no different. But
hey,
I guess I don't know, I just kind of send it in. Like whenever we scrim, my team has to babysit me. I always like overcommit. And like, to be honest, like this week, like right before Ignite, where we were scrimming, we were like losing so many maps because I'd always die first. And then I don't know, someone recommended that we use the forbidden rocket raccoon technology called the res beacon, and now I can just send it in and int and still get value and trade 1 for 1, and it's just been awesome. I like going in.
I like it.
Okay,
send it in
okay.
and int. Always.
Well, you know, we're talking about swan songs. We're talking about finality. Let's make it a little bit more upbeat, right? Let's say tomorrow you do beat Chiefs. That guarantees you the 2nd place slot to go to LAN and face up against the top 6 teams of Asia in the playoffs for Stage 1. Do you think, even if you don't make it far in playoffs, but we're not going to go that far into the future, let's say you do go, you travel, you're with the rest of JFT, do you think if you have that much fuel in the tank, there's a reality where JFT stick together, maybe for the midseason, maybe for Stage 2? No!
The unfortunate,
Turn that frown upside down, mister!
The unfortunate truth is that even if we made it to LAN, I don't think half of our team would be able to go. Most of our teammates have exams and stuff to worry about. I'm on
cancel them!
I'm on an international student visa, so I can't be traveling around that much either.
Oh no. It's okay, we'll take your spot.
Yeah, please do.
No, let Matt see, he can actually do it.
I mean, if somehow we make it to playoffs, I'm sure we'll just give it to the more deserving team. But we'll be very happy nonetheless if we make it.
With a name like Justice for Tomorrow, I'm sure somebody will carry on the spirit of your team in whatever banner they can hold. I'm sure that for certainty, the people will demand it. So whether you guys like it or not, even if a couple of you have to part ways from the team, I'm sure you guys can recruit some amazing behemoths. I mean, Vulcan got some crazy players as well. Could bring them into the mix. You never know. That's how it is in OC. Everybody's united, combined together. We all got one mission. We want to go to that grand final stage. And Keg, bro, they want it. OC wants to prove to the world we're here. We deserve a position at the table. We deserve more slots in grand finals. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, American EMEA. You have a lot of slots. We're gonna come for them one day. We are.
Hey, look, if anything, we're the most entertaining region by far so far. Joji, you are a superstar player, my friend. You have a very long and healthy career ahead of you inside of Marvel Rivals Esports, and I really cannot wait to see your growth, even beyond this stage. But you still have a monster matchup tomorrow. You gotta rest up, dude, and who knows, we could see one of the biggest upsets in Ignite history happen.
Thank you so much. Am I allowed a couple shout-outs before we end?
By all means, man. The platform is
This will
yours.
probably be my last time talking, so let me just get the list out now, because my teammates have messed it all up before.
You're gonna make me
Alright,
cry.
so, shout out Prosper. He's helped us so much. We went from like being allergic to learning normal characters to actually playing full dive. That man has saved us. Shout out to Waffle, our manager. All of us are like, we can't keep track of what's going on in our lives. We are like low-key irresponsible people, or we're just really busy. We always show up to scrims late. He always makes sure that we show up there on time. He always makes sure to book scrims on days that we are mostly available to the best of our extent. Shout out to the JFT organization for picking us up. We're really grateful to them. We were hoping that we could at least put on enough of a show to not destroy their reputation too much. So we're pretty happy that we made it to third. Shout out to all of my teammates. I'll just go in order. Shout out to Wosh. He's like probably one of the best Captain America players in the world. I'm just gonna say it now. That guy is a monster.
True.
He kills 2,000 bots in the range every day. He's just a freak. I can't imagine like diving as a DPS without like him. Like I've played with him for like a year straight now. It feels impossible to play without him. It really feels weird. Shout out to OPWL. He used to be called Magneto One Trick, and now he's got 5 characters in the pool, potentially more. And he's so good at them. He really thinks he's not, but obviously he has to be good at them if we can beat Kanga. And I'm really glad that he's got the chance to prove everyone wrong. Shout out to Peter the Panther. He doesn't talk that much, but he's always calm, cool, and collected, and that's why he performed so well today. That guy went beast mode. He usually like never egos anyone, and he doesn't think he's like that good at Phoenix, but I mean he's the king. He's the king. Shout out to Slippery and Winter, my 2 supports. They're like the parents of the group. They're always constantly arguing in the backline, telling us if what we're doing is stupid or not. And then obviously they're babysitting me, so I don't go in too deep or do something stupid. But they ground us, they help us fight plan, and I don't know, I'll miss this team a lot. Also shout out to our 2 subs, Cora and Frost. Cora has no mic, so I'll shout out the TTS bot also, because that's been her voice, because she can't speak. Frost has been with us for a long time, but unfortunately he's a sub now, but he was a heavy part in our macro play and fight planning before we got Prosper to help us, so big shout out to him. And then, yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Joji, thank you so much, dude. It's so great to have you on the mic here, and I cannot wait to interview you again, even if you say it's the last time. I know deep down inside that is absolutely not true. Get some sleep, my guy. You deserve it. You have a big day tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joji.
Goodbye.
Oh, man, these players are making me emotional. I wasn't planning on crying at 5 in the morning, but here we are. Normally it's when I wake up, not when I go to sleep. But Matsy, man, talk to me about tomorrow, dude. JFT versus Chiefs. Where do we think that's going to go?
So on paper, you know, it does look like Chiefs could have a bit of wind in their sails. You know, they're going to be angry, frustrated after getting that loss against Gen G there. You know, they're going to be trying their best to warm up and give it the absolute best they can, but we've seen that this is the region of many unexpected things, and I think JFT might be able to bring a bit of gas in the tank onto this one. I think we could go the distance.
Look, Liger, I feel like we've seen everything in Pacific this year. We've just barely started stage 1. What possibly could happen tomorrow to throw us in for a loop?
Look, listen. Everybody's got predictions in the gutter. If anybody is an oracle, I don't believe you. 100% do not believe you. No way. No shot. No way. Not a chance. But listen, JFT, they've set the storyline that they didn't believe they would get to this point, and they might not be able to continue as a team, which is going to be interesting to see, because they could do another upset and they could take the hope away from the Chiefs. But if I'm the Chiefs, I'm fired up more than ever. I can't accept 0-3. I cannot accept 0-3 against Gen G. Last time they faced Gen G, they took a map. The time before that, they took a map This time they're going to come in rage when it comes to that lower bracket finals against JFT. But there it is, of course, the scores for today. As we know, JFT with the crazy reverse sweep against Kanga 3-2. Vulcan Red of Fury going bang for bang for bang for bang into Vulcan Red, getting that third victory, knocking out Fury. And then at the same time, Gen G versus Chiefs. 3-0 in favor of Gen G in a very close few games there, but still win in favor of the Gen G champs of the region. And then, unfortunately, we didn't get to watch the match, but JFT did proceed onwards as Vulcan Red had to unfortunately forfeit.
You know what I call this? I call it perfectly balanced, as all things should be. 3-2, 3-2, 3-0, 3-0. A very healthy day for OCE and a very nice day of gameplay that we got to have. And look at the bracket so far, Matsy. There's only 2 more series to go, and we have to see who's going to be facing Gen G from the lower bracket side starting tomorrow.
Yeah, an insane timeline to think about. We will have, by the end of tomorrow, our 2 teams playing in to the PAC playoffs against our 6th placed teams from the Asia side of things. I can't wait to see which teams it's going to be. You know, will it be Chiefs, JFT, making it through towards one of those places there, who will be joining Gen G as one of our representatives for the Oceanic region?
It really could be anybody at this point, and let me tell you, I have fallen in love with all of these teams. They all have a very special place in my heart. Absolute sweethearts that we've had in the interview mic as well. But, man, there's just been so many amazing things that have happened. It's like, where do you even begin with it all, right? Well, I think I potentially have an idea. We're actually going to go back in time to the very beginning. Before mankind, there was the prehistoric past of the front lines of Manhattan. Ripped across dimensions and escaped from the Collector's Gallery, Devil Dinosaur has arrived to protect the innocent. With the perfect balance of Moon Girl's brains and his own raw brawn, this dino-rific hero is ready to stomp through Alchemax HQ to save his BFF. Don't let his name scare you, though. This gentle giant is a true powerhouse, armed with razor-sharp fangs and a force-field shield, brains, brawn, and a thunderous roar. The prehistoric hero is here.
Ooh, yeah, you know what else is going to be here? ESU's newest prodigy is here. Penny is officially a college student. She's so hyped. Right now, she's disguised as your super average, completely normal ESU freshman. Well, assuming nobody sneaks a peek at her top secret garage project, steps into the shoes of the Empire State University's most talented exchange student, Penny Parker. The freshman costume going to be debuting right now in Marble Rivals Season 8, available from May 21st at 7 p.m. PT there, all the way to June 18. And make sure you don't miss your chance to get that one. Don't let her average look fool you. Gear up and pilot your way to victory with her newest spider armor. Ooh, yeah, but you think that's the only thing on the block? Nah. Behold, the man without fear. Matt doesn't hear the curses. He only hears the name Daredevil. Daredevil. Daredevil! Embrace the shadows with Daredevil's Shadowed Start costume, inspired by his iconic appearance in Daredevil, The Man Without Fear, 1993, issue number 4 there. Make sure you check it out. Debut event going to be participating in our balloon pop activity to unlock this legendary look. Pop balloons to earn rewards and hit the grand prize to claim all remaining items instantly. Available from May 21st, 7 p.m. PT there, all the way to June 18, 7 p.m. PT. Don't let fear blind you as you begin your shadowed start. And hopefully you have better luck than I do with these balloon pop events, because I go all 6 every time. But speaking of, we got a time to unleash your savagery. The Savage Land awakens, challenging every rival to prove their worth. Will you master your instincts or become the prey? Join the fray and begin the Savage Adventures. Complete event missions to earn XP and exchange them for exclusive rewards. Track down the rarest treasures before the event concludes. It's going to be online right now, all the way through. Make sure you purchase the premium pass to permanently retain access to all rewards. And survival isn't a right, it's earned.
Ooh, and then of course everybody, you already know it. You're watching, you're here, you're living the glory of it all. Brand new Twitch drops have arrived for stage 1 of Ignite. That's right, everybody. Rogue is on our screens. Tune into participating channels and watch your favorite streamers to earn exclusive rewards, including a spray, nameplate, emotes, and exclusive costume for Rogue. Everybody, look at it looking good. Will of Galactus spray, the nameplate, Child's Play emote. Yeah, we love to see Rogue looking strong, and of course the.
We gotta get outfits like that.
Oh yeah, 100%. I want to get that Galactic drip. You kidding me? Hell yeah, I'm keen for that.
You can pull it off.
What I'm also keen for, listen, what I'm also keen for is some more drops. Not only that, we got some custom drops from your favorite Ignite moments, everybody. We all remember it. We all remember the poor Deadpool jumping through, having an unlucky time going through that portal, and Wolverine just absolutely saying, hey, I'm just giving you a nice little, little hug. Unfortunately, the hug had a bit of lethality attached to it, but of course, you can watch for 30 minutes, get yourself some Chrono Tokens, watch for an hour, get Galactus Glare, and watch for 2 hours and get the Will of Galacta nameplate, everybody. Of course, the Portal Pool Oopsie Spray. You got to get it, everybody. We got crazy drops for Stage 1 of Ignite all the way until June 19th. Lock in, keep watching, and have a great time getting those drops.
Well, rumor on the street is that EMEA only starts in a few more hours, and, well, I guess everything does happen for a reason, right? It's pretty good timing. But to round out the day, Matsy, I know we had so much action coming through. CB and Dan had the games of the lifetimes to have go all the way full 10 maps in total. For us, it was kind of the opposite, but we had amazing games in the process. Was there a superstar highlight MVP player for you? And I guess either series, really.
Oh, there's so many players I could give it to right now, but after the interview we just had with Joji, I want to give it to Joji.
Yep.
I feel like I really want to give it to Joji today. He said that it's going to be the team's swan song, and I think that team deserves all the praise for as far as they've come as a roster. So today, I'm going to give it to Joji.
Liger, how about you, man?
Yeah, you know what? Look, I'm gonna keep my eye on the prize, as what Genji are doing, and I'm gonna reward someone who claimed those MVPs with definitive fashion. That's Salvation, constantly bringing Adam Warlock to this meta. Insanity getting value on that. But again, every time Genji were out and down in a fight, Salvation's like, rise, my friends. We have another fight to go again, and that's how it happened. That's how they made it for themselves. It deserves an MVP. So honestly, Genji, I've always said Salvation is crazy. And we're witnessing it. Finally, we're witnessing those moments.
Well, I might be a little biased, but I think Matsy and Liger deserve an MVP as well, alongside Diatonic, CB, and Dan, for also manning the original desk behind the scenes in the first half of the day. I'm fighting back a big sneeze, so that tells me it's time to say goodnight, and we will see you all tomorrow for the lower finals and the grand finals for OCE. You won't want to miss it. EMEA is coming right up. We'll see you then.
Oh yeah, 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지